The girlfriends are discussing the events that happened the day before. It's all people have been talking about lately. A young man driving a motorcycle is talking on the phone. He tells his buddy about his conversation with his boss. The boss was shocked, but if you ask him for a raise, the boss will agree. The guy looked around and said that this neighborhood he was in was a shithole. There are only homeless people here. A young man walked past him. The sloppily dressed man looked around. He couldn't figure out where he was. His appearance attracted the attention of passers-by. The air was stinky, and there was a noise on all sides that could be deafening. This was definitely not the kingdom in which he lived. The guy didn't know what this place was, but it certainly wasn't an illusion. It looked too real. Passers-by looked back at him and thought, what kind of a poor guy showed up here? Could it be a bum? The young man urgently needed to find out where he was. A stranger stands in the middle of a busy street. He thinks it's awfully noisy. Emperor of the Flame. Anyone who called Emperor Yomru by that name was doomed to perish. Everyone who fought him had no doubt that he was the Flame Emperor. He knew neither pity nor tears. He appeared as a man, but he was no longer a man. Wherever he went, he was followed by the bloody trail of his victims. No one dared follow his path, for he was none other than the god of destruction. He destroyed the supreme master of the dark path Muram and forced the heavenly demon cult leader to kneel. For these feats, he was considered the pinnacle of skill among light and dark warriors. He became known as the god of martial arts. Emperor Yomru watches a small village nestled in the middle of the forest from the top of a cliff. Now his past is like a dream. He thought his life could be nothing but blood and violence. The girl turned her uncle's attention to something beautiful. The interlocutor said he did not understand. Does the girl see beauty in these petals of the holy? The girl wondered. Does this uncle not know what joy is? Joy is when you laugh and dance with happiness, even if there's no particular reason for it. Someday the man would probably understand, but for now, she would share her joy with him. The girl handed the man a dandelion flower. The boy scrutinized it carefully. Meeting this girl melted his heart, and he suddenly knew what tears and laughter were. He didn't know that joy would ever appear in his life of chaos and evil. The girl has found her happiness in life, but what should he do? Should he too go in search of happiness? Or should he not get carried away with laughter and tears? Happiness. Had he really achieved eternal immortality? The young man opened his eyes. Where is he? The emperor couldn't understand because he had just been on his way to immortality. Or had someone put an illusion on him and he hadn't noticed? The emperor thought that he should be looking for a way out of here anyway. The cave was dark and uninhabited. Emperor Yomru decided he had to get out and assess the situation. Behind our hero appeared the huge head of a monster. Alpha Team is requested to enter Portal A012809 immediately. If they see anything suspicious, they are to report immediately. Their task is to conduct reconnaissance. They must be sure to return alive. The Alpha Team moved cautiously deeper into the cave. One of the team members said that it seemed to be a Class A portal, but it was relatively quiet. The colleague wondered, did this guy really not remember anything? Was he asleep during the briefing? Class A portals are home to the most intelligent monsters. It had been 5 years since Group 0 guardsmen had died in a similar situation. They went far into the portal, and there was a whole darkness of monsters waiting for them. No one survived. Group 0 was completely wiped out back then. Blood was everywhere, and no one could assess what had happened. The guy scratched the back of his head and apologized to his colleague for his ignorance. There was a command not to move. A strange glow appeared from the depths of the cave. The girl was surprised. She didn't even feel the presence of this monster. When did it have time to appear? The Class A monster lurked as if it pretended to be undead. The girl who was the commander of this squad told everyone to retreat. She would try to hold the monster back. However, that monster did not show any signs of life. There was no limit to the young people's astonishment. What had happened here? The Alpha Team came on the line and reported that many dead Class A Cyclops and Class B monsters were found in the cave. All of the higher monsters have been destroyed. The Alpha Team continues to scout and will report in a timely manner. The guy told the commander that he had reported the situation to the center. The girl praised him. Guy speculated maybe these monsters were fighting each other. The commander said that even if so, the Cyclops couldn't have been injured by inferior monsters. So another guild was hunting in this place. After all, guilds only raid high-level portals these days. The commander found this interesting. Is there really a guild in this country that hunts wherever it wants and no one knows about it? After crossing the portal, Emperor Yomru found himself in an open space. There were city ruins all around. What is this place? He thought. Opening his eyes, the Emperor realized he was in a cave full of monsters. I wonder why these monsters that he could destroy with a single blow were pouncing on him. How did he manage to find a way out? Looking around, the Emperor thought, what kind of ruins are these? Were there any living beings left in them? Not far away lay human remains. The Emperor took off the skeleton's clothes and put them on himself. It was better than nothing. Emperor Yomru once again found himself in an unfamiliar place. There was only dirt, ruins, and weathered remains. Our hero felt no signs of life around him. The Emperor had encountered the celestial demon cult. Their mages used forbidden magic. He felt something like that now. Yomru could sense the surroundings from such magic, but he should have looked around before applying his power here. The guy thought that the first thing he needed to do was get out of here. The young man decided to go where the black energy was least. Choosing the right direction, he resolutely rushed towards his designated goal. It was reported on television that the Awakened Association had not yet expressed a clear position on the incident. There are discussions going on about this portal in various countries where there are zero-level awakened ones. The young men were in a restaurant. One of them asked when they would finally be served jjajangmyeon. The waitress girl said she was already carrying. It was the senior manager of Yangchungak restaurant, Lim So-young. Lim So-young put the food on the table and wished the young people a pleasant appetite. The door opened and a young man entered the restaurant. The senior manager got excited and said that she hadn't seen this guy in the restaurant for a long time. The young man said hello and ordered, asking for a plate of jjajangmyeon. It was the director of the Awakened Association, Baek Yoon-ho. Lim So-young said that the director looked tired. Does he really feel bad? Baek Yoon-ho asked if the girl had seen with today's news. Another portal opened in the Undead Lands. The guilds are fighting over this portal, and they're just burning out on the job trying to put out this conflict. They're under a lot of pressure to get their hands on that portal. Everyone's after the magic stones. Recently, there have been a lot more accidents during raids. With the food, restaurant director Yu Suntae showed up and said he agreed. Portals keep multiplying. However, for them, this has an upside. More magic stones on the market means lower prices. The restaurant manager added that the monsters don't please them at all, and they're not getting as many customers. Baek Yoon-ho agreed, but at a time like this, who dares to leave the house? A guy on a motorcycle walked into the restaurant. He nervously said he couldn't take it anymore. Showing the information from his smartphone, he said another portal had opened and he couldn't work like this anymore. The restaurant manager, Yu Suntae, told him to calm down and not to yell in front of customers. After all, he's already gotten a double pay raise. Wouldn't he be more friendly? The guy replied that it was unbelievable. Is his life really worth that pittance? He can't work like this anymore. Either the director will give him another raise, or he can look for another courier. Yu Song-tae was indignant. How dare he do such a thing? They were all having a hard time. The courier stood his ground. Either his salary would be raised or he would leave. Yu Suntae told Lim So-young that it was time to pick up Ho Yue. Should she go get the girl? Lim So-young was surprised because it wasn't time yet. Yu Suntae said that we should hurry up so that we won't be late. Lim So-young replied that she understood and left. The restaurant director thought that a lot of people were moving because of the new portals. Many people were afraid for their lives. It has become very difficult to find workers, so this rascal is so brazen. Yu Suntae just settled here, he doesn't want to leave. The director looked at the brazen courier who was staring at his smartphone. Why can't we find any decent couriers these days? Emperor Yomru found himself in a place where there was no negative energy. At the moment, he was in the center of a city he didn't know. His clothes made passers-by look away from him. The boy thought that this place was nothing like his homeland. But there are similarities. Many people have an inner energy. Yomru looked at the woman holding the hand of a little girl. They were talking quietly about something. This girl's energy made her stand out from the crowd, so the child caught our hero's eye. Yomru thought that the girl had pure energy. Does that mean this child knows something? Suddenly, a strong wind blew, and the woman grabbed her daughter's hand tighter. A gust of wind blew the girl's hairband off her head. The girl let go of her mother's hand and rushed after the headband. Lim So-young shouted for Ha-yoon not to run away. It could be dangerous. However, the girl didn't listen. Ha-yoon shouted that it was a gift from her dad and ran out into the driveway to get the headband. Ha-yoon picked up the thing from the road and rejoiced. At that moment, a car was speeding down the road. The girl did not see it. The driver did not have time to stop. The headband flew into the air again. Lim So-young flinched and shouted loudly. The passers-by also shrieked in surprise. Suddenly, someone's hands reached for the girl. Ha-yoon saw the car, and fear appeared in her eyes. A young man who appeared from nowhere picked up the little girl in his arms and literally carried her out from under the wheels of the car. The girl's savior turned out to be Emperor Yeomru. Leaving the roadway, the guy told the child that she had almost been hit by a car. He asked how the girl was feeling. The young man let go of the child and the girl ran towards her mother. They were both frightened. Lim So-young bowed to the unknown young man and thanked him. She didn't even know how she could repay the guy for saving her daughter. The young man said he wasn't grateful. He was glad the child wasn't hurt. Our hero has given the girl energy for her nervous system. Now she can handle it. Lim So-young offered to help the rescuer get to the hospital. The guy replied that he was fine. Yeomru looked at the woman and only now remembered the last time he had eaten. Before getting here, Yeomru ate one dumpling. The rescued girl pulled the guy's clothes and said her daddy was a cook. She suggested we go out to eat together. Lim So-young said that they are really inviting the good man to eat with them. It's not like he should go hungry. He saved her daughter and the least she can do is feed her. The boy began to refuse. He had done what he had to do, and not at all for the reward. But his stomach continued to rumble treacherously. Finally, he agreed. The restaurant manager was terrified. Did his daughter, Ha-yoon, almost get hit by a car? Yoo-suntae walked up to the girl and asked how she was feeling. Isn't she in pain? Should they go to the hospital? Lim So-young said that the girl was fine. Lim So-young said that their daughter was saved by this man. She would like to feed him, so they came together. Yoo-suntae walked up to the guy and started shaking his hand. He said that he was very grateful for saving Ha-yoon. He can order whatever he wants in this restaurant. The emperor was confused and thanked the director. Ha-yoon went up to the emperor and said that her dad had warned her. You can't sit at the table, dirty. Yeomru remembered the clothes he was wearing, and he felt uneasy. It was the clothes he had taken off the corpse. Yoo-suntae offered the young man a shower while he prepared the food. The restaurant director also offered the emperor clean clothes. Yoo-suntae said that he had put on a little weight, and these clothes wouldn't fit him anyway. They're about the same height, so this will probably fit. The director added that socks seemed to be needed as well. Yeomru found himself in the bathroom. He had been told there was a shower in here. The walls glistened brightly. Where is the well? The emperor called the master and said that he would not have enough of the water that was in that well. Yoo-suntae was surprised. After all, he has no well. The emperor pointed to the toilet bowl and said that he would not be able to wash himself with such a small amount of water. The interlocutor smiled and said that it was not a well, it was a toilet bowl. The emperor was surprised. Does the master mean to say that this is a latrine? Yoo-suntae confirmed that it was the same water as the tap water, but the purpose of use was different. Yoo-suntae said that the young man wanted to take a shower. You have to turn this lever and water will come from the top of the watering can. After a second, the principal said we have to catch the watering can. Otherwise, everything around will be in water. Our hero thought, what is that snake spitting water? Having overcome all the domestic obstacles, Emperor Yeomru finally took a shower and wiped himself dry. He was now in clean clothes. The guest told his host that he was feeling very well and thanked him for his help. Yoo-suntae, wiping up the water on the floor, was also glad that the water treatment was over. The host said he didn't want to offend the guest, but he wondered where the young man came from. It was as if he was seeing a bathroom for the first time in his life. The protagonist wondered how he could explain everything to his interlocutor. Yoo-suntae thought that their guest might have memory loss and shared his assumption with his wife. The emperor, while at the table, said that he only had fragments of memory, but he had absolutely no recollection of how he ended up here. Yoo-suntae said, so that's why the young man was dressed like that. Looks like that cave the guy came out of is one of the portals. Yeomru wondered which portal he was talking about. These are doors to another dimension that once started opening in this world, but they still don't know what they are. These doors open and close for no apparent reason. Sometimes people get sucked into a portal and are left to survive alone until the door closes again. They usually lose their memory. In severe conditions, they lose their memory completely and may lose socialization skills. Such people are called isolationists. Yoo-suntae said that he would explain everything later, but right now, we should eat before the food gets cold. Yeomru picked up his plate from the table and thanked his hosts. The boy looked at the contents of the plate and wondered what it was. He thought the color of this food was suspicious. The color of the food reminded him of the time when he was undergoing initiation. To survive, he had to drink dirty standing water with blood and corpses. Haun asked why Uncle didn't eat. Does he not like black noodles? The emperor asked how to eat black noodles. The girl stuck the chopsticks into the plate and told me to stir them and then spoon the noodles over. Haun rolled the noodles onto the sticks and held them out to the young man, telling Uncle to gobble. Yomru carefully brought the noodles to his lips and sniffed this food first. Jjajangmyeon. It looks a little strange, but the flavor is great. He's never had it anywhere else. Yu Santai watched the guests handle the food and said that he wanted to treat the young man to something better. But it was late, and there were no groceries at home. Lim So-young added that they would definitely treat the young man to something better next time. The emperor asked the host for another plate of this dish. Haun laughed and said that Uncle had gotten dirty again. Saying goodbye, our hero thanked his hosts for such a hearty meal. Yu Song-tai said that there was no need for gratitude. The young man should definitely drop by their place anytime he wanted jjajangmyeon. Yomru saw a strange leaf pasted on the wall and wondered what the writing on the leaf meant. The restaurant manager replied that they were looking for an employee to deliver their food to their destination. They had had couriers, but all of them demanded too much pay, so now they urgently needed a new courier. Yomru asked. The ad said, with accommodation. Does that mean they'll give the courier a room? Yu Song-tai nodded affirmatively. After all, there aren't many people willing to work. The protagonist thought he needed to settle down somewhere, since he couldn't go back to his world yet. This suggestion was very timely. He would work and at the same time learn how the world works. The emperor asked the restaurant manager if he could get a job working as a courier. Yu Song-tai was surprised. Would a young man really want to do that? Yu Song-tae scratched his head and said that they would be very grateful. But the thing was that hiring isolationists involved legal difficulties. Lim So-young said to her husband, after all, this man saved their daughter. We should try to help him. The wife added that she had heard that a citizen could become a guarantor for an isolationist. The woman added that this was a fateful meeting. We have to vouch for this guy and he will be their courier. The husband, after thinking about it, said that his wife was right. There is indeed such a way. Yu Song-tae told the young man that he agreed and would vouch for him. The emperor bowed, thanked, and said he would try very hard. Emperor Yomru introduced himself to his new acquaintance and said his name was Kang Seo and he was 35 years old. Yu Song-tae was surprised that Kang Seo was his age and looked much younger. The restaurant manager suggested that since they were the same age, they could use the word Yu. Kang Seo replied that he would be happy to work for Yu Song-tae. The girl suggested calling Uncle Kang Seo. This name will remind him to smile more often. The boy replied that she certainly makes up names like that. The girl said that the name was very beautiful, meaning wide smile. The emperor took the girl's hand and said that he agreed to bear the name Kang Seo. Night had fallen over the city. A full moon shone in the sky. A flock of crows sat on the wires. The ravens were not ordinary. Their eyes glowed like demons. They were watching the house where the emperor had settled from above. The emperor in a separate room provided for him was performing a meditation ritual. The protagonist thought that there was a lot of pure energy in this world. There are many objects in the household of these people that are difficult for him to even imagine. It is unclear what their purpose is. It's a real world of wonder. The door to the room opened. Yu Song-tae stood on the threshold. The landlord wondered, why is Kang Seo sitting in the dark? Kang Seo replied that he couldn't find a lamp in the darkness, so he sat like that. Yu Song-tae realized that he needed to teach the boy how to turn on the light. He went to the light switch and demonstrated it. Our hero was very interested. Lim So-young appeared and wondered why their guest was up so early. Kang Seo asked if Lim So-young was heading to the kitchen to cook. Yu Song-tae said that they will be opening an establishment soon. They have a lot of work to do. Our hero offered to help the lady of the house. Yu Song-tae wondered if the boy was ready to work already since he could still sleep. He was embarrassed to make Kang Seo work overtime. Kang Seo replied that he just wanted to repay his hosts with kindness for kindness. Yu Song-tae asked the guy to clean up in that case. The owner took out a vacuum cleaner and said that this device would make cleaning easier. It's called a vacuum cleaner. It was the first time Kang Seo had held such a device in his hands. You have to press that button over there and this device will suck up dust and dirt. Yu Song-tae continued to instruct. Now you have to introduce the device on the floor like a mop. It's very easy. Kang Seo was trying to solve the issue of his long hair being sucked inside this mop. He smiled and said his daughter helps him out sometimes too. Yu Songtae looked at the guest and was surprised. His facial expression and hairstyle were very strange. Kang Seo said he was fine. Yu Songtae remarked that the vacuum cleaner, though old, sucks in a lot, so you have to be careful. The owner of the restaurant says it's time for him to get to work in the kitchen, so he leaves the young man here alone. Kang Seo thought he had a mission. He needed to get out, but this device was quite dangerous. As always in such cases, the protagonist decided to use magic. This method always worked without fail. Kang Seo began to systematically spread magic throughout the room. Dust, debris, and various harmful substances were activated and collected in one place. The trash can seemed to our hero the most optimal place to collect all the harmful substances from this room. When the dust was done, we could move on to water procedures. Thanks to magic, the water spread throughout the room. All surfaces, even hard-to-reach places, were scrubbed. When Yu Songtae looked into the room, the cleaning was done. Our hero said that he thought it was a good job. Kang Seo said that he cleaned up in his own way and hoped that Yu Songtae wouldn't mind. The host was surprised. Did his guest really have such an ability? Kang Seo interjected. If Yu Songtae meant controlling the element of water, then that was his ability. But what was the big deal? Yu Songtae wondered if Kang Seo was a high-level awakened person. It's the name given to people who have awakened superpowers. This process began 25 years ago when portals began to open. These abilities are also called aura. Such people possess telekinesis and other hard-to-explain things, such as various elemental magic. Depending on how well a person manages their aura, they are assigned a class. The higher the class, the higher the status and influence in society. Yu Songtae added that he had once worked as a loader, and there were awakened ones among the staff. But no one he had seen in his life was as skilled at wielding aura as Kang Seo. This guy's talents have no reason to languish in this restaurant. He should get a job as a hunter in the guild and make a decent living there. Kang Seo told the interviewer that he has no plans to become a hunter for humane reasons. There was confidence in Kang Seo's eyes, and he wasn't going to change his mind. Yu Songtae was surprised. It's just that the guy doesn't understand what life is like in this country yet. Here, high-level awakened ones live like nobles. Kang Seo said that after saying that, he felt even less like becoming a hunter. Kang Seo told his interlocutor that he had tasted wealth and honor in his life, but he realized too late how perishable it all was. Yu Songtae looked at his interlocutor and asked, was his memory coming back to him? Kang Seo said he used to live in a completely different world. One day, however, he fell into oblivion and woke up in one of those portals that his interlocutor had mentioned. He got out and reached this city, and he was looking for pure energy. It just so happened that he saw a girl with pure energy in the city. Kang Seo added that he saved Haun, who was almost hit by the wheels of an iron wagon. Yu Songtae said that this explained a lot about his guest's behavior. Kang Seo apologized and said he didn't mean to deceive those people. I guess I should have told the truth right away. Yu Songtae expressed regret and said that Kang Seo had been through a lot. It must have been very scary for him to be in a completely foreign world. Kang Seo wondered if Yu Songtae believed these stories. The interlocutor said that if he were him, he wouldn't have been able to tell it all at once either. The restaurant owner offered to tell everyone that his guest was an isolationist just in case, but Kang Seo should definitely think twice about checking for superpowers. In that case, Kang Seo's life might take a turn for the better. Awakened Support Unit, Team 1. Sung Jinho's name has been broadcast. The man looked up. Was it really him being summoned? A colleague said, has he been at work all night again? It's not long before he's playing in the box. Jinho was frustrated. What was the need? Why did she come to nag him again? Kim Myung-hee from the second team of the inspection department asked what was going on with him that he had to work all night. Jinho stretched. He is restless with the matter of A0, 12809. He has no idea which end to take it from. The girl handed her interlocutor the papers she held in her hands and told him to familiarize himself with them. He's still looking for that awakened zero class, isn't he? Jinho read it and was surprised. Kim Myung-hee said that the chairman ordered her to close the case. That was exactly what was stated in the papers he had just received from his interlocutor. Jinho wondered, did the principal really not want them to find an awakened class 0? Jinho clutched his head. How could this be possible? Myung-hee replied that it was the chairman's order. Jinho was perplexed, because for the first time ever, their country had a chance to obtain their awakened 0 class. Myung-hee noticed, because they still haven't found that person and everyone knows about it. although they aren't even sure if it's possible to destroy them with their bare hands. They both remembered those destroyed Cyclops, and it was done by one man. Maybe it wasn't even human. Jin Ho, nervous, said that it was definitely done by a human. He analyzed all the wounds of the monsters inside the gate. It was the mark of one man's fist, judging from the fingerprints. He checked several times and the result was the same. This is their only chance. If they find this awakened one, the country will finally take its rightful place among the alliance of allied countries. Myung-hee wondered, what if they search for him but never catch him? The interlocutor told Myung-hee not to worry. They will definitely find him. They have no other way out. The girl waved her hand and said that she would take over the chairman, and he should conduct his investigation as quickly as possible. Jin-ho thanked the girl for her diligence and understanding. Jin-ho started to pack. Myung-hee said she had an appointment. She will have lunch with her younger brother. They haven't seen each other for a long time. Jin-ho said it's the one who is the paramedic Kim from the sanitary unit. The girl suggested her interlocutor to join them. Jin-ho refused. Not this time. He'll buy something at the store and have lunch here. Myung-hee said they would be meeting at a famous restaurant not far from here, but she didn't ask what kind of cuisine was there. Jin-ho said he guesses which famous restaurant nearby he's talking about. At the very least, he knows an establishment that department head Beck would recommend. After all, their department head is a serious taster. Myung-hee stated that her brother told her that the restaurant was also recommended to him by the department head. Jin-ho suggested then that this was most likely the place that Mr. Baek was so fond of. Myung-hee stood under the signboard and couldn't remember the name of that restaurant. Was it Spring Pavilion? Her brother came up to the girl and said that he had wanted to have lunch here with her for a long time. Cha Jung-myung is unbelievable. Kim Myung-jin, the chief paramedic of the first group, asked, could it be that the sister doesn't like Cha Jung-myung? Myung-hee objected. After all, she's going out to eat with her little brother. Of course she'll like this dish. The girl thought she wanted to take her brother to a high-end restaurant, but it turned out like this. Opening the door of the establishment, Myung-hee told her brother that she was hungry and really liked Cha Jung-myung. Myung-hee wondered what restaurant department head Baek recommended to everyone. The cooking here must be really good if he likes this cuisine so much. The young men entered the restaurant. There were no customers. Lim So-young, the head receptionist, said hello and offered to take any table they liked. The receptionist said it was a self-service restaurant and motioned for them to follow her. Myung-hee was a little discouraged. Lim So-young left the menu on the table and told her to be called when the young men decided on their order. Myung-hee wondered, is this really a good restaurant? Why is it so empty? Myung-jin told his sister to stop being nervous. He guarantees that the food here is really good. The guy handed his sister the menu and told her to make a choice. He was sure she'd like it. Myung-jin said he had already made a choice. It would naturally be Cha Jung-myung. Sister said she would order the same. Lim So-young walked over and asked if the young people were ready to order. Myung-jin said they wanted 1 pork in sweet and sour sauce. He also asked to bring 2 servings of Cha Jung-myung. The receptionist smiled and said she would give the gallant young man another portion of dumplings on the house. Myung-hee didn't like this restaurant. The sister wondered if her brother had become so sociable. Myung-jin replied that it was just basic politeness. The paramedic asked how the nurse was doing. I guess they're in the middle of an emergency because of the A-class portal incident. Pouring herself some warm water, the sister replied that the headache was the least that had haunted her since the incident. Myung-jin wanted to know the details. This incident has attracted a lot of attention. If they don't find the only awakened Zero class in years, their association will never recover from this reputational blow at all. However, the chairman ordered the case to be closed. However, her colleague in the support department vowed to find the awakened one by any means necessary. The brother assumed his sister was having a hard time. The easiest thing to do, of course, is to close the case, but how can you pass up an opportunity like this? She and her colleague, Jin Ho, are certainly making life difficult for themselves. The girl stopped half-heartedly and looked around anxiously. Her brother asked what was the matter. Myung-hee felt some strange energy. The girl thought, that man standing to the side was emitting an incredibly powerful aura. But why hadn't she felt anything until now? Yet, there had just been a surge of aura. Myung-hee's aura detection ability worked on this person. But in 1 second, a terrifying torrent of power flowed out from him. Could he really hide his aura so quickly? If the girl wasn't mistaken, this guy was at least A-class. In terms of level, he might even be comparable to the Zero-class awakened one they were looking for. Lim So-young brought the order. 2 servings of jjajangmyeon, pork in sweet and sour sauce, and dumplings on the house. The administrator wished them a pleasant appetite. The young men said thank you. Myung-jin said that everything looked appetizing. Myung-hee agreed and said that it does look very appetizing. The girl tasted the dark noodles, and maybe she was just dreaming because she was hungry. A Class 0 awakened person is here? Who would believe such a thing? The girl said that her brother was crazy. Myung-jin was upset. Didn't his sister like it? The girl asked why he hadn't brought her here before. This is a delicious dish. It's simply marvelous. How could she not trust this place? Myung-jin smiled. His sister had scared him. He thought she wouldn't like it. The young men were happily finishing their food. Myung-hee said that this jjajangmyeon is so delicious that it's almost criminal. Kang Seo thought that one of the guests of the place had an exceptional sense of aura. He was playing with the owner's daughter at the time. Kang Seo looked at the visitors and thought that their energy was different. But both of them could be called masters. I guess these are what they call the awakened. We must be careful not to give away the level of our aura. We must learn more about the awakened ones. After the restaurant closed, Kang Seo used his ability to interact with the water element. Kang Seo, using his method again, cleaned up the room. It was still not as clean as he would have liked, but it was fine. He was still getting used to life in this world, but the kind owners of the place had already taught him a lot. Now he knew that this was not a well, but a toilet. Not the first time, but he learned how to use the shower. Our hero realized that there was still a lot he didn't know. However, with time, he would learn everything. Kang Seo knew that there was no hurry. The emperor decided that he should learn more about the awakened ones. Our hero heard a strange loud sound coming from outside, leaping out of the room. What could that growling be, he thought. The director, Yu Santai, was standing outside the place. He said that Kang Seo showed up just in time. He had something he wanted to show me. Kang Seo asked Yu Songtae what that strange sound was. Was it really coming from that thing? Yu Songtae confirmed and said it was a riding device called a motorcycle. The motorcycle will be needed by the guy in his job as a courier. You still have to learn how to ride a motorcycle, and that will take time. But Kang Seo can get used to it for now. Yu Songtae gave the interlocutor a motorcycle helmet and told him to put it on. A motorcycle is very fast, so it is very dangerous. The rider needs protection. A helmet is such a helmet. Kang Seo thought that it was almost like the helmets that warriors wear. Yu Songtae said that if a guy wore a helmet, he could sit behind him. Kang Seo said it was like he was getting on a horse. Yu Songtae agreed it was something like that. However, this is where the resemblance to a horse ends. The motorcycle is much faster, but don't be intimidated. Yu Songtae told the passenger to hold on tightly, and the motorcycle started to rapidly pick up speed after touching down. The driver asked if the passenger was getting motion sickness on this ride. Kang Seo asked, does the courier really have to travel only on that? Yu Songtae asked if the person he was talking to was afraid. If he's afraid of riding a motorcycle, he shouldn't be working in the delivery business. There is no other means of traveling quickly through the narrow alleys, Kang Seo thought. So the goal is specifically fast food delivery. Kang Seo wondered if it was too slow, and the motorcycle is too noisy. He decided that he could move much faster with the body lightning technique. The motorcycle stopped, and Yu Songtae suggested walking in the neighborhood. Most of their customers live in this apartment complex. The apartment complex is called Azure. There's a number on the side of the house. It's a sector number. The first digit of the apartment number shows what floor it is on. Kang Seo said he had a question. Yu Songtae said that this city is very dangerous to live in. It's full of monsters. Then why don't people leave this place? Yu Songtae replied that it was dangerous here, but not to the point where people were willing to abandon their homes. 25 years ago, the first monsters appeared. It was impossible to live in this town then. But soon, people realized that with the help of magic stones, protective barriers can be created around cities. Therefore, this city is relatively safe. Kang Seo asked his interlocutor, what are magic stones? Yu Songtae replied, it's something like the nuggets that people find in the bodies of destroyed monsters. There is so much energy in them that they have begun to replace the energy carriers of the past. Thanks to them, there has been a leap in the development of science. But that doesn't mean that the streets are completely safe. In any case, caution should be exercised. Yu Songtae opened a can of soda and offered his interlocutor a drink. Kang Seo was surprised. This object made a strange sound. What is it? Yu Songtae offered to try it. He said that this drink should be liked. It was unlikely that Kang Seo had ever tasted such a thing. After tasting the drink from the jar, Kang Seo thought it was something unknown again. He was wary of tasting it, but on the other hand, he was also afraid to eat jjajangmyeon at first. Kang Seo felt a spicy sweetness that refreshed and spilled throughout his body. It is like the enlightenment that comes upon a person like lightning after long and hard work. Kang Seo concluded that it was a strange drink. It couldn't even compare to the magic panacea that the elders of the Northern Ice Palace had given him. Yu Songtae said that this liquid also helped with indigestion. Kang Seo thought it was unbelievable. After taking a bit of a break, Yu Songtae suggested heading back. Kang Seo asked his interlocutor, does he really need to ride this device? Couldn't he do without a motorcycle? Yu Songtae said that there are other means of transportation, but there is nothing better than a motorcycle for a courier. Kang Seo told his companion that he could manage on his own 2 feet. Yu Songtae was upset. He had said that the delivery had to be fast. Otherwise, the noodles would swell up on the way and the dish would become unmarketable. Also, customers get annoyed when the delivery is long. Kang Seo said they don't have to worry about that. Kang Seo said that he would get there faster on his own than on a motorcycle. Yu Songtae wondered how that was possible. Yu Songtae faltered, after all. It wasn't that unbelievable, after all. Kang Seo was an awakened person by the looks of it, no less than A grade. Kang Seo told his interlocutor if he didn't believe it, he could demonstrate everything on the way back. Yu Songtae was curious to check, and he agreed. Kang Seo said he remembers the way to the restaurant, so he'll get there himself without a problem. Yu Songtae said that he certainly believed the person he was talking to, but just in case, Kang Seo might as well start running already. Yu Songtae, putting on his helmet, said if Kang Seo really overtook him, he would approve the delivery without transportation. Kang Seo got his nickname Flame Emperor for a reason. He has an incredible gift of the element of fire called the invisible body technique. As the name says, he became completely invisible when applying this skill and could get close to the enemy completely undetected and destroy him. After he achieved enlightenment, the protagonist continued to develop his invisible body technique. He called it an improved version of the invisible void body technique. The girls talking about work didn't notice some guy rushing past them. The young men resting on their lunch break also didn't notice Kang Seo rushing past them. This ability not only made our hero invisible, but also made it impossible to detect his presence. This ability also increased dexterity and speed to unbelievable levels. This new technique, along with his supreme martial arts prowess, earned him the title of God of Martial Arts, even more majestic than God of Annihilation. At this time, Yu Songtae was trying to get to his restaurant as fast as possible. He rode his motorcycle at high speed. After reaching his destination, Yu Songtae took off his helmet and thought, where was Kang Seo weaving in the tail? Yu Songtae thought he was pushing full speed, taking it as a competition. What was his surprise when he entered the house? Yu Songtae was greeted at the threshold by his wife and his daughter sitting on Kang Seo's shoulders. Kang Seo said for Yu Songtae to come in. Yu Songtae wondered, when did this guy have time to come here? Haun said that daddy was late. Lim Soyoung stated that Kang Seo had been home for 10 minutes. Yu Songtae was surprised. 10 minutes is unbelievable. Yu Songtae, as promised, allowed the guy to make deliveries without transportation. Yu Songtae said that Kang Seo just has to pass the superpower test. I wonder what grade he is? Kang Seo, so that there was no doubt, said that he would pass the test. The young men went to a center where such tests are administered. Yu Songtae said as they finally arrived at the appointed place. Kang Seo was surprised to see so many people. However, Kang Seo, as an undocumented citizen who had come from the portal, had a lot of procedures to go through. Some documents had to be filled out. Kang Seo said he had no documents or residence registration. What should he write there? Yu Songtae explained that he should write Kang in the last name line and the address of the restaurant next to his residence address. The bureaucracy took them a few more days. Yu Songtae thought that he was very tired of this futile moving of papers. But he must see it through to the end, for Kang Seo is their savior. Kang Seo asked his friend how exactly does this test happen. Yu Songtae said that during the test you should place your hands on 2 balls slightly larger than your fist. An electric current will flow between them. The more electric shock he receives, the lower his level. If he can tolerate the electric shock well, then he is of high level. In other words, high-level awakened ones have high energy potential. Kang Seo asked, is it good to have a high class? Yu Santai replied that if Kang Seo turned out to have a high grade, his life would immediately change for the better. Some especially gifted people are valued as national treasures. In any case, a high class ensures a trouble-free existence. Kang Seo replied that he understood. If I were our hero, another man would be jumping for joy right now. However, Kang Seo, better than anyone else, knows that wealth and words are corruptible and ashes. Man has many passions and desires, and they are always insatiable. No matter how hard he tries, a lifetime is not enough to satisfy them. The protagonist has grown weary of the world of passions and has withdrawn to live in a remote mountain village. The emperor couldn't allow his peace to be disturbed again. It seemed that from now on, he would have to hide his level more intensely. The young men parted ways. Yu Songtae wished his friend good luck. Lastly, Kang Seo turned around and asked his comrade which office the test was in. On the second floor, the elevator announced that the doors were opening. Kang Seo thought it was a self-moving box and had self-opening doors. It also talks. Our hero was greeted at the entrance and asked, "Is his name Kang Seo?" The man said hello and said he was Park Soo-yoon, the head of the second department. He would take the testing. The young men said hello by their hands. Park Soo-yoon remarked that it had been a long time since they'd had isolationists tested. Kang Seo was restrained and focused. He tried not to lose sight of anything. The chief of the second division said that 10 years ago there was an increase in the number of isolationists. But gradually the government regained control of most of the territory and these cases went down. Park Soo-yoon added that the North didn't stand a chance before, and not even now. Kang Seo wondered, what North is this man talking about? The young men came to a door that looked like the door of a safe, and Park Soo-yoon said that this is where the testing would take place. According to the grade received, the guy would get a referral for training. Opening the doors, the young men proceeded inside. The department head said that he had brought the test person Kang Seo. The girl in the office said that they were ready to begin. Kang Seo saw the balloons that Yu Suntae was talking about. Our hero needed to put his hands on these spheres. It is necessary to try not to move until the test is completed. Kang Seo said he agreed and it wouldn't be a problem for him. The girl announced that she was starting. Kang Seo pointed out that he really didn't feel any electric shock because his body successfully resisted. As Yu Songtae said, the stronger his resistance, the higher the level will be registered. Since our hero had his own plan of action, he decided he needed to do something about it. Kang Seo thought that he needed to restrain his inner energy. The girl cut off the tension and said that Mr. Kang Seo could remove his hands. Mr. Kang Seo's result is F-class. F-class means that he is an awakened person who has abilities slightly greater than the average person. Ordinary people are G-class according to the scientific classification. The department head thought that Kang Seo was an isolationist, and he must have been hoping to get a high grade. He must be very disappointed that his grade is only slightly higher than normal people. Kang Seo thought that he had made an oversight. He was trying to lower the resistance enough to get a G-class. Our hero thought he should have gotten smart right away and lowered the resistance to 0. The interlocutor told Kang Seo not to get upset. His class does not determine his worth as a person. Internal security has an awakened support unit. This department deals with matters of high importance and secrecy. Operational groups within the department are divided by number. The first group is in charge of the highest secrecy cases and further down the line. The department head of the second group is in charge of training isolationists. This is very responsible. Among the isolationists, there are often awakened ones of the higher classes. Even if this prevents them from doing their main work, they are obliged to organize the training of isolationists. A coworker asked Park Soo-yoon, the head of the second department, "Is he recycling again?" Park Yoon-soo wondered what brought such a busy first-team supervisor, Baek Yoon-ho, to his department. Baek Yoon-ho said he heard that an order had been signed to organize training for isolationists. He came to ask if his colleague would like to share a night meal with him on this occasion. It was also interesting to hear how the testing went in general. The interlocutor said that this is the first isolationist in many years. The superiors have not commented on this in any way, but they are clearly unhappy with the result. F-class isn't great, but it happens too. This guy is definitely going to have issues due to the isolationism he's experienced. He's better off in a high class. The department head said the interviewer mentioned food. He wouldn't mind a kimbap or something to kill the worm. Baek Yoon-ho looked at his colleague meaningfully. He had another suggestion. Baek Yoon-ho said he didn't come to his friend's house in the middle of the night to eat cold kimbap in supermarket. He only offers fresh jjajangmyeon and gabaju because they need to eat well. The importance of being a foodie cannot be underestimated. Kang Seo opened his eyes and pulled himself up in bed. Our hero thought that his friends in the spring pavilion were already awake, for it was almost 6 o'clock in the morning. It was a strange feeling, for he didn't feel sleepy. Maybe it was because he had learned so much yesterday. However, there were some nice moments the day before. The day before, after the day's instruction, was dinner. Our hero noted that there was a delicious roll on the plate in front of him. After jjajangmyeon, it was the only dish that surprised him so much. He thought he had tried every possible dish in his past life. Kang Seo thought that he should do something about this fatigue. He should do some key breathing practice. But you can't do that here. Otherwise, people in this building would quickly realize that it's not F-class at all. He was almost declassified by that woman who came to eat at the restaurant. The Association building is full of awakened people of different classes working here. There might even be some who have a much better aura sense than that woman. We have to be careful. Our hero wondered why those people felt that way about his training. The training itself, however, was far more meaningful and rewarding than he had realized. Last night, the department head was telling me that an S-class portal suddenly opened and hordes of monsters started coming out of it. A lot of civilians and awakened people got hurt. This incident is referred to as the Great Clash. Mankind managed to defeat the monsters, but the terrain where this war took place became uninhabitable. The area became known as the Ruinous Land. Even criminals do not try to take refuge in it, Kang Seo thought as he stepped out of the portal. He had traveled to this very land and only then found the city. Kang Seo thought, if even 3 or even 2 portals of such a class opened in this land, causing the earth to become cursed, the association wouldn't be able to handle it, and it would be a disaster. The day before, our hero had learned about the structure of society in this country. The society here is like a tower of ill-fitting parts. If he understands correctly, this tower will collapse even a minor shock. And in this situation he appears, a martial artist of a very high level. A quiet and inconspicuous life is almost impossible for him. Even if it is selfishness, he wants to live the rest of his life in peace by all means. He must not let anyone know about his real class. Kang Seo felt a person with very pure energy approaching. It was Park Seo Won. Park Seo knocked on the door and inquired, "Mr. Kang Seo, are you awake?" The visitor entered. Our hero, looking at his appearance, noticed that Park Si-woon was very tired. Kang Seo poured boiling water into a cup and scooped instant coffee out of a bag. Kang Seo offered to drink that coffee. Park Seo-woon says that Kang Seo surprises him a lot. He just learned it yesterday, and here he is already practicing brewing coffee the very next day. Our hero said it's all thanks to the department head's training. If he drinks this coffee, he will feel much better. Park Seo-woon took a few sips, and he actually felt better. The case chief thought, is this coffee really from the magic ingredients of the portal? It was as if he had slept soundly and woke up just now. Kang Seo thought that this man was putting his soul into his training, so he decided to give him coffee as a thank you, which energized him. Kang Seo asked the department head what they would be studying today. Park Yun-soo replied that their first class was on canteen. The department head remarked that he had asked for a special menu to be prepared today. The dining room, even in the morning, was quite crowded. It reminded me of a field kitchen in military campaigns. The department head said that the job was a bit like war, so Kang Seo is not far from the truth. But unlike the camping conditions, the portions are bigger. Park Yun-soo said that they can put as much food as they want on the tray. Kang Seo asked if the latecomers didn't have enough food for breakfast. The department head noticed that Mr. Kang Seo is very considerate of others, but he can take it easy. If any dishes run out, the canteen staff will prepare more. To our hero, it seemed incredible. The department head remarked that they were living in an age of plenty after all the wars. Kang Seo said abundance is good, but the other thing that surprises him the most is this. Our hero said he is amazed by the speed of logistics and the amazing technology of canning and long-term food preservation. The department head thought this guy was an isolationist and just had his first day of training yesterday. But he's so strategic, it's unbelievable. Park Yun-soo said it's all thanks to their scientists. Thanks to scientists, they have a huge range of products available to them all the time. For office workers, the canteen is a place of rest and recreation. Kang Seo thought that a meal was always the most enjoyable part of the day. The department head said that he rarely came to the canteen, usually having a quick snack. After the canteen, while in the elevator, The department head asked his interlocutor if he had enjoyed the food. Kang Seo nodded affirmatively. The department head said it was fine and added that he gave a tour of the dining room theme. He thinks that's enough for today. Kang Seo thought that they would still have classes. The department head said there's no way to get this guy in. They're still scheduled to have a course on the gym, but it's not necessary for the F class. You can skip it. Being an F class means you have less responsibility. The department head thought he was cutting classes because of his main job. He is forced to deceive a naive isolationist who does not yet understand anything. Eventually, the young men came to the gym. Anyone with an awakened person's ID card has the right to work out here. Park Yun-soo added that anyone can come here regardless of their class. Kang Seo saw that both boys and girls were practicing here. Any awakened person can use this room. Only criminal imposters will not be allowed in here. Park Yun-soo noted that if Kang Seo wanted to train here, that would be fine. However, our hero refused. Park Yun-soo remarked that it was completely free. He could explain what the gym was for, and it would be clear how useful it was. Kang Seo thanked the interviewer and said he didn't think he needed the training. Park Yun-soo asked what the guy's future plans are. Kang Seo saw Yu Son-tae and Lim So-young off to the side quite by chance. They said hello. Kang Seo thanked his friends for going out of their way to help him. Yu Sun-tae asked what grade Kang Seo was in. Kang Seo showed his hunter's license and said he had a class F. Lim So-young was surprised because Kang Seo wanted to get a G grade like a normal person. Kang Seo replied that he couldn't contain his inner energy in time and got a higher grade than he wanted. Yu Song-tae said that it wasn't bad at all because his abilities couldn't be overlooked, and an ordinary person couldn't have them. It would attract attention. Kang Seo asked his interlocutors, "Is he really that suspicious?" Lim So-young admitted that he was. Kang Seo was under surveillance from the top floor. The department head asked a coworker if he noticed anything else unusual about this guy. Park Yun-soo said he has incredible intelligence and learning ability. There's nothing else unusual about him. To be precise, this guy is very savvy. If a concept is explained to him, he immediately understands how to apply it in different areas. He is a quick learner and is very good at putting what he has learned into practice. The supervisor said that the Group 1 law enforcement unit told him something much more interesting. They said that his movements and sense of balance were not typical of his class. They even had doubts about whether the testing apparatus was damaged. The interlocutor said that after testing, the unit passed another inspection and was fine. This guy was given the class fairly. The investigator remarked that everyone can evolve to the next level, but this guy would never grow to middle class, much less upper class. Does everyone pay so much attention to him because they haven't had an isolationist come in for years? Park Yun-soo said that he frankly expected a lot more from this guy, and he's disappointed. In the future, this guy would like to help his friend in his restaurant business. Yu Song-tae held out a smartphone to Kang Seo and said that with this, he would be able to communicate at any time. Yu Son-tae said he bought this gadget with the isolationist's allowance. Is there anything else Kang Seo needs? Kang Seo said that he had been pondering whether he should cut his hair. He hadn't noticed it before, but lately he had noticed that most men in this civilization wear their hair cut short. He doesn't want to stand out. Lim So-young said it was a wonderful idea. What kind of haircut does he want? Kang Seo seems to like short hair. Yu Son-tae said that any haircut would suit that guy. Yu Song-tae stated that he had to prepare the ingredients for the next day's meal. He thought that when his spouse starts talking about fashion, it's like the lights go out. He believes that Kang Seo can do it. Lim So-young said she was ready to take their guest to the barber shop. On the way out of the barber shop, Yu Song-tae said that this guy had been changed so much that he could now be seen from a mile away. Yu Song-tae suddenly began to feel some strange, prickly feeling. It was as if the whole street was looking at this guy. The girls were really paying attention to Kang Seo. Who's that handsome guy? He must be some kind of actor. That guy has model looks. Girls came up to our hero and asked him for an autograph and to make a joint photo. Yu Song-tae intervened in the conversation and told the girls to excuse them. They had their own plans. Yu Song-tae said that this is not some movie star, but a simple guy. No need to ask for his autograph. Kang Seo wondered why he couldn't take pictures with these girls and why this girl wanted his autograph. Yu Son-tae said that Kang Seo is so handsome that the girls mistook him for a celebrity. And if you let them take a picture together, they will immediately put the photo on the internet. And if people start sharing his pictures, he'll be recognized on the street. And that will bring nothing but trouble. This isn't the life Kang Seo wanted, is it? Kang Seo thought that Yu Song-tae was right. and he would have to be careful. He shouldn't stand out too much in the crowd. The next day came. There were a lot of orders in the restaurant. There were no free tables, so many people ordered jjajangmyeon. Our hero served the tables this time. The restaurant's main customers were girls. Kang Seo wished each of them a pleasant appetite. Kang Seo took the menu and headed to a table that also had girls at it. The girl said she had decided on her order and asked for 2 jjajangmyeon and seafood udon. Kang Seo told the girls to wait. He repeated the order and Yu Santai, who was in the kitchen, said the order was accepted. Some of the customers were also ordering gabaju. Kang Seo wrote everything down in his notebook. The work was in full swing. Visitors have commented that the cuisine in this restaurant is excellent. Why didn't they know about it before? One of the girls said that she would be coming here every day in the near future. Her friend agreed and added that she would order jjajangmyeon here every day. One of the girls approached the receptionist and asked if they had any seats available. Lim So-young replied that they were full right now. The girl was upset because she wanted to eat so much. A hungry customer of the restaurant said that in that case she was willing to wait. Another girl also agreed to join the queue. Lim So-young looked at the line of young people wanting to taste their dishes and told the dear guests that they were almost out of food in the kitchen. They had better come back tomorrow. Many upset faces appeared in front of the administrator. Some of them were even crying. Are they not allowed to eat at this restaurant today? Suddenly, someone said loudly for people to disperse. The girl went to the receptionist and said her name was Kim Ji-eun. She came for a job interview. Lim So-young said hello and said that she was very happy to see the girl. The applicant said her name is Kim Ji-eun. She is 23 years old, a college graduate, and is still looking for a job in her major. Lim So-young said that they were short-handed at the restaurant right now, so they decided to hire another part-time worker. The girl responded to the ad very quickly. Kim Ji-eun can rest assured she has already been hired. Kim Ji-eun stated that Spring Pavilion Restaurant is a very famous establishment and she wants to work here. The receptionist was surprised. Is the restaurant really famous? Kim Ji-eun said that this handsome young man attracts the entire female population here. The new employee inquired about where she should start. Looking at Kim Ji-eun, Kang Seo thought that she was a very interesting girl. She has a very strong aura. Our hero realized that people with high superpowers live well in this civilization. They should be valued, and they should have a different quality of life than regular people. Lim So-young has assigned the new employee to pack portions of pickled radishes. She also has to deliver and take orders. Lim So-young asked that the courier deliver in order, according to this order list, all the food. Kang Seo agreed and said he would be back soon. Our hero put on a motorcycle helmet and said he was going on a delivery. Yu Santai asked if Ji-eun could help him with packing the portions. Ji-eun thought that was strange. When she'd heard about this place, it said that there weren't many visitors. After a while, Kang Seo asked Ji-eun if she was busy. The girl asked if all the orders had been delivered. Kang Seo replied that it wasn't difficult. The addresses were only a stone's throw away. Ji-eun says the guy can pick up the new orders. The jjajangmyeon and jampong are already packed. Kang Seo picked up the order packet and said he was off. After a while, Kang Seo came back with an empty box. He said that all the orders had been delivered. Yu Sante told the guy to take a seat at the table. For lunchtime, he had already delivered everything. Kang Seo asked Lim So-young if they were already preparing for the evening load-in. Lim So-young confirmed and then immediately realized it was time to pick up Ha-yoon from daycare. Ji-yoon asked Lim So-young if she was a girl. Lim So-young confirmed and added that she was 5 years old. Lim So-young asked our hero to pick up Ha-yoon from daycare. They're facing an evening rush of customers and they barely have time to prepare the groceries. Ji-yoon said that she would like to meet Ha-yoon too. Should she go with Kang Seo too? Lim So-young agreed. She and her husband can do it alone. The young people moved along the set route under umbrellas because of the heavy rain. Ji-eun introduced herself to our hero again and asked if she could call him Kang Seo. Kang Seo said he is 35 years old, but the girl can call him whatever she wants. Ji-eun was surprised and said that the guy doesn't look 35 at all. Kang Seo noticed that a lot of people say that to him. Kang Seo apologized for the immodest question, but why did the girl decide to get a job at the Spring Pavilion? With her abilities, one should look for another job. Ji-eun noticed that she didn't actually have powers. Ji-eun added that she didn't have any evil purposes either. She just wanted to look at the young man. Ji-eun pointed her finger forward and said there was someone at the door. The doors of the kindergarten actually opened in front of the young people, and the teacher said that the little girl had come. Ha-yoon was happy that Kang Seo's uncle had come for her. Ha-yoon waved at her uncle and greeted him. Kang Seo asked if the girl had a good time here. Ha-yoon replied that she was interested. Ha-yoon told the teacher that it was her uncle. The teacher was surprised. The teacher said Ha-yoon told her a lot about her uncle. The teacher looked at our hero and, frightened, asked if he was all right. The educator asked, "The uncle's companion must be his spouse?" Seeing Ji-eun, the kindergarten teacher wondered, how did Ji end up here? Ji covered the teacher's mouth and told Sora to be quiet. Sora asked what about Ji's job in the guild. Ji-eun told Sora not to say too much. This girl's parents think she's just a normal person. She's actually on a mission. We should pretend they don't know each other. Ha-yoon and the kindergarten teacher said goodbye until the next day. Kang Seo also said goodbye to Sora. Kang Seo, Ji-eun, and Ha-yoon, each with their own umbrella, were returning home. Kang Seo asked Ji-eun, "Is the kindergarten teacher her friend?" The girl laughed in response. She said that they were really friends. Kang Seo said that he realized they were friends. Why didn't they talk? Ji-eun replied that they already see each other too often. The girl said that walking under an umbrella in the rain is really nice. Ha-yoon said that she likes to walk under the umbrella too, and added that the beautiful aunt also likes to walk in the rain. Ji-eun smiled and said she liked walking with her uncle better. Kang Seo asked if it was hard for Ha-yoon to carry her umbrella. Ha-yoon replied that it's not hard for her. She wants to carry it herself. Kang Seo warned the girl. If she wanted his help, she should tell him. While passing by an underpass, Ha-yoon noticed something and told her uncle to see who was there. Ha-yoon turned around and ran in that direction, shouting for her uncle to see what it was. Ha-yoon stopped and said that it was beeping. Kang Seo walked over and asked, "Is it really a squeak? It must be a mouse. But why is it getting wet in the rain?" Ji-yoon said it's not a simple mouse. It's a rodent called a dungeon rat. Kang Seo took the dungeon rat in his arms. The animal was frozen and wet. Kang Seo asked, "Is the dungeon rat a magical beast?" Ji-yoon replied that this rat dwells in the dungeon but is not a magical creature. Unlike magical beasts, it has no animosity towards humans and does not try to harm them. This rat has a keen sense of its natural enemies, magical beasts and monsters. Due to its skills and cute exterior, this animal has become a favorite among hunters. Many domesticate them. She must have gone into the portal with her master, and they had an accident. When she was wounded, she somehow made it out of the portal. Ha-yoon shouted that she didn't want this rat to die. Can't they cure it? Kang Seo said that this animal would not be easy to save. Ha-yoon said that this rat is still alive. If it's breathing, they shouldn't abandon it. The protagonist thought how blind he was. He said she was going to die anyway, even though she was still breathing. After much doubt, he decided that all life was certainly valuable. Otherwise, how would he be different from himself in the past, from the cold-blooded assassin he was? Kang Seo agreed with the girl and said they would take the rat with them. Ji-eun told the girl that they would rush to the restaurant and try to save that rat. Kang Seo noticed that the animal was in a very bad condition, barely breathing. If they don't hurry, they might be too late. Ha-yoon was afraid of what to do. Kang Seo scanned the rat and determined that its breathing and heartbeat were weak. It's like it's fading away. Kang Seo wondered if he should breathe life into her. Ji-eun watched the guy carefully. When Ha-yoon and the adults returned to the restaurant, she immediately ran to her parents. Lim So-young wondered why the girl was crying. Ha-yoon shouted that they needed help. The girl's parents looked at the beast that was in Kang Seo's hands in surprise. Yu Sante wondered where they found the dungeon rat. Kang Seo replied that they found the rat in the dungeon. Yu Sante inquired, "What's wrong with her? She looks like she was attacked in a portal not far from here. She can barely breathe." Ha-yoon responsibly declared that she would rescue this rat and take it for herself. Lim So-young tried to explain to her daughter that it wasn't a hamster, it was a dungeon rat. If they didn't find it in the dungeon inside the portal but outside, it must have an owner. Its owner is probably already searching for it and is worried about it. Kang Seo said they should treat the rat first. Yu Santai said they should look for a veterinary clinic nearby. Two young men entered the restaurant and said hello. The director of the restaurant greeted the visitors. Yu Sangtae said for Mr. Beck and his companion to sit down. Didn't they come to eat? Mr. Beck was surprised to see a dungeon rat. The principal said his daughter found this rat outside. It looks like it's hurt. Mr. Beck looked at the beast and said it looked like this rat was pretty badly injured. Mr. Beck took the rat in his arms and said he would try to help. Mr. Beck said the animal received very professional first aid. She is in much better condition than she appeared at first glance. Fortunately, this rat is out of critical condition. He'll just add some of his energy. When our hero first saw this man, he immediately realized that he was gifted. But he had no idea that he had such mystical power in his hands. He gathers energy from the environment and turns it into healing power. He must be a healer. Mr. Beck's colleagues said it was their known hitter. The famous hitman gave the animal to the girl in his hands, Haun. Mr. Beck said this little girl was very lucky. Kang Seo thought that the strength of these awakened ones was truly incredible. Yu Suntae asked his daughter what she was doing. Haun replied that she was looking after the rat. She did seem to be feeling better. Haun shouted that the beast had moved. Yu Suntae took a closer look and agreed with his daughter. The observers decided that the rat might want milk by pouring a drink into its bowl. Yu Suntae told his daughter that the rat was eating and it was time for her to wash her hands and start eating. Suddenly, the animal began to thrash and squeak. "What's wrong with him?" the adults thought. Kang Seo thought the rat wanted to tell him something. Yu Suntae wondered, "What's with the animal?" Kang Seo explained that the animal wanted to show him something and was leading him somewhere. The rat couldn't calm down and kept thrashing around. It definitely wanted to go somewhere. Kang Seo thought that it was a very intelligent animal. It was strange that it didn't have a master. Something must have happened. Yu Suntae suggested that his friend go and check things out. Yu Suntae said that Kang Seo is the one who is the speedwalker. He just has to check to see what happened. Yu Suntae said that they can't ignore that signal. Otherwise, his daughter would be upset. Haun looked at Uncle Kang Seo. She hoped he would help her and that rat. Our hero agrees for Haun's sake and adds that there's something that's been bugging him too. Kang Seo saw a strange energy around this animal. Yu Suntae didn't understand what kind of energy he was talking about. Kang Seo noticed that he had seen this kind of energy before, but he didn't understand what it was yet. Kang Seo offered to show the rat the way, for the beast knows where to go. Yu Suntae told his friend to be careful. Haun wished her uncle good luck. Kang Seo walked out of the building and quickly headed in the direction where the strange energy was oozing from. After arriving at the place, Kang Seo thought that it looked like the portal he had come out of in this world. It was indeed a portal. In the portal, the monsters continued to advance and attack the fighters of the invisible front. There were only 4 people left, and the number of monsters didn't decrease. The leader of the group apologized and said she would soon be exhausted and could no longer maintain the barrier. Her coworker thought that was really the end of it. He was glad he had the chance to work with these guys. The young people started saying goodbye to each other and joking around as much as they could in the situation. The group commander thought that only an S-rank hunter could save them, but that was only pipe dreams. Suddenly, the people listened and heard the squeak of a small animal. Something has happened to the monsters. Some unknown force has begun their systematic destruction. When the light appeared, the people saw that all the monsters had been destroyed. The 4 heroes looked around and couldn't understand how this had happened. What happened to the monsters? They'd just surrounded them, and suddenly it was such a shock. The group leader asked if her co-workers had heard the karanga squeak. At this time, Kang Seo was boldly massacring the remaining monsters. Kang Seo also left only destroyed monsters around him. Last time our hero didn't kill all the monsters in the portal, the smaller ones survived. That's why the portal didn't close. Kang Seo thought that this time he would see it through to the end. However, one terrifying monster was coming up from behind. Kang Seo spotted the villain just in time. He thought that the core of these monsters was in the head, so he had to hit the head. Kang Seo realized that there was still negative energy in this portal that helped the monsters fight. The boy walked over to the sword. He thought that the monsters had destroyed some warrior in this place. The only thing left was the sword. Kang Seo decided that he would borrow that sword. Taking the weapon in his hands, the protagonist decided to continue destroying monsters and avenge his owner. The monsters continued to approach, but Kang Seo was now armed and posed an even greater danger. Breaking through the monsters, Kang Seo reached the source of the strange demonic energy. The energy was coming from outside the door. Kang Seo opened the huge doors and walked inside. Someone huge asked, "Who is this?" A huge knight was in the room and asked how this man dared to disturb his peace. This he would not forgive anyone. The monster pounced on the hero, declaring that people like him should be destroyed. This was the first time Kang Seo had seen such a creature. A knight holding his own head in his hand. Kang Seo noticed that his opponent had a rather unique appearance. The sinister knight said that the man would pay for his taunt. The knight with his head in his hand climbed high up in the cave. Kang Seo watched him. The villain stated that he intended to destroy his opponent with a single blow. Kang Seo thought that the head might be a vulnerable spot. The knight began to descend directly on his opponent and said that this insolent worm would be destroyed. Kang Seo was ready to fight. After a violent collision, the knight's head was shattered and a crystal fell out of it, which rolled and stopped near our hero's feet. Taking this crystal in his hands, the boy thought that it must be the source of that energy. It must be what they call magic stones in this world. A rat peeked out of the guy's pocket and squeaked. Kang Seo told the beast that he had eliminated everything that posed a threat. Kang Seo said that the portal would close soon and suggested that the beast run to its master. Kang Seo added, telling the beast to take care of itself. In response, the dungeon rat squeaked again. The beast turned and ran off into the darkness. The boy thought that the girl would probably be upset. This dungeon was too strange. The beast ran up to the warriors and began to look at them. One of them said that this dungeon was identified as a C-class dungeon for some reason, but how did a B-class monster end up here? They still couldn't figure out what had saved them. Could it have been the S-class hunter that had saved them? However, all the S-class hunters they've seen exude incredible power. If one appeared in this dungeon, they would sense it immediately. Could it be the awakened Class 0 they've heard about? The warriors saw the beast fidgeting in one place. It was true, Kurongi had survived. She was looking for someone. The group's leader said she was looking for Haun. However, he died. The beast ran up to the warrior's body and began to squeak pitifully. Suddenly, there were some sounds. What's going on? The guy said that this portal had already been emptied. Soon the portal would close. They had to quickly collect magic stones, whoever they could. They agreed to meet at the exit in exactly 20 minutes. Information has come through that a special forces team is coming out of the portal. We need to give them all the support we can. At the portal exit, there were already representatives from the TV station reporting for the hunting news. Kurongi had already managed to get outside and was watching the rescue of the Special Forces squad from the side. Kei Kurongi sat in the rain again and cried. Haun sat sad beside the empty box. Yu Songtae said that the rat had returned to its master. It would be better that way. The girl sadly replied that she knew. Haun said she won't see that rat again, so she's very sad. Finally, Kang Seo entered the room. He asked why Haun was so sad. Yu Sante said that the girl never said goodbye to that rat. A rat came out of Kang Seo's breast pocket and squeaked softly. Haun happily hugged this animal. Kang Seo said that the name of this dungeon rat was Kurongi. The guy added that it looked like her master had taken her with him on a monster-sweeping mission, and they both got hurt. Yu Songtai inquired, "What happened?" Kang Seo said that he found the owner of the rat dead. Nothing could be done anymore. It had been a long time since his death. Yu Songtae wondered, did Kang Seo really go to the dungeon? Kang Seo confirmed it. Yu Songtae said that the portal must be cleared soon. Kang Seo said that he had already cleared that portal and then disappeared unnoticed. Yu Songtae thought, what grade is Kang Seo really? Maybe Class A or Class S like the legendary hunter Li Xin? Our hero had a chance to interact with hunters when he was working as a loader. Except for the unrivaled hunter Li Xin, no one could enter the portal and clear it alone. However, Kang Seo does not emit such a powerful aura like Li Xin. If Kang Seo hides his aura so well, he must be the zero-grade awakened that everyone is talking about. Haun hooked a bow on Kurongi's head and showed it to her parents. Her father said that the animal now looked like a princess. Yu Songtae thought, what is he worrying about? Even if Kang Seo is a level 0 awakened person, he's still his friend after all. Nothing bad is going to happen. You just have to think of the good things. Haun, Yu Songtae, and Kang Seo decided to keep the dungeon rat for themselves, so they got caught up with Lim Soyoung. Kang Seo woke up in the morning and got out of bed. It was his day off, and he was wondering whether to work out or look for a job for a few hours. The girl said that Kang Seo only works all the time because he doesn't know how to rest. Why is it so hard for him to just rest? One has to do what one wants to do. It's stupid to work when he should be resting. Kang Seo thought that's what she would have told him right now. Our hero decided to look at his trophy. An imperceptible alien energy was emitting from the crystal. The people of this civilization used the energy of these stones. Their energy was similar to the dark magic used by the followers of the heavenly demon cult. This magic was forbidden in the magic community. The energy was obtained through human sacrifice. Our hero has decided that he cannot keep this dangerous object with him. For now, he decided to seal its energy. Yu Songtae was already on his feet, however. He noticed that Kang Seo had woken up early. Kang Seo said that Yu Songtae woke up early too. It's a day off, right? Is he really gonna chop the ingredients anyway? Yu Songtae replied that he's a chef, and he should be responsible and chop at least the onions for tomorrow. He asked what Kang Seo would be doing on his first day off. Yu Songtae suggested that the guy go to the library with Haun. Kang Seo did so, taking the girl in his arms. He went to the library. Looking around, the protagonist thought that there were places in this world where anyone could read valuable folios. Haun told her uncle that she wanted to check out books. Kang Seo told her not to run around the library and to come back as soon as she picked out interesting books. Our hero thought this library was comfortable and had an incredible number of books. Haun asked the library staff member to give her the book she was interested in, a book with fairy tales. Kang Seo pointed out that the girl was helping a young library staff member. Kang Seo sensed an unusual aura from this library employee. He must be an awakened person as well. It was quite a strong aura for his age. Kang Seo didn't know what was going on in this guy's life, but it was obvious from him that he was having a hard time. The library staff member wasn't as strong as Ji-yoon, but he has ability. Why is he slacking off in this insignificant position? Ha-yoon asked the library staff member. Is he not feeling well? The guy was surprised. Is it really written all over his face? Ha-yoon stated that her uncle was worried about this person too. The library staff member was surprised. Why? The library staff member looked at Ha-yoon's companion and recognized him. It was the delivery boy from Spring Pavilion. Kang Seo approached a library employee and wondered, is he really known? The library employee said that this guy is very popular on social media. He likes women, and he delivers in an instant, even though he's a foot courier. The librarian asked Kang Seo, he's an awakened person, right? Is it possible to find out what grade he is? Kang Seo replied that he was F grade. The young people got to talking, and the library staff member told his interlocutor about his life. Kang Seo realized that raids are only allowed from a certain age, so this guy has to make a living. This guy said that's why he takes any job they give him. He's also volunteering at the library because he'll get scholarship money for it. Kang Seo wondered, isn't there someone who can help him with such abilities? The library staff member said his class is a C. It's not a bad class and it's not a good class. That's why no one will sponsor him. The library staff member added that unlike Kang Seo, he has no special abilities. Because he is not good at anything, his mother lives in poverty. Kang Seo said that class doesn't solve everything in life. After all, an interlocutor can raise it. The librarian was surprised because that doesn't happen. Kang Seo asks if his interlocutor has tried upgrading. He gives up without even trying. Doesn't he want to get stronger? The library staff member said that of course he wants to get stronger, but he doesn't know how. Kang Seo stated that he could teach him. In return, our hero asked the interlocutor to find him information about a country. The librarian asked what country he was talking about. Kang Seo said he needed to learn about the OK dynasty. This is the first time a library staff member has heard of this state. He will try to find information about it. Kang Seo thought that if he had traveled through time, there should be information about history by the OK dynasty. This logically explained why the magic of the OK dynasty and the magic of this time were so similar, even though they were called by different names. The library staff member went through the entire history book. Not a single dynasty matched. The guy told the interviewer that he had reviewed all the dynasties already. However, there is no such dynasty as OK. The library staff member said with certainty that no history textbook said anything about this dynasty. Kang Seo thought, Sun Ming Qing. These dynasties sounded similar to their civilization. However, he had never heard of them either. So, among the kingdoms of the past on this earth, there was never a period of the Oki dynasty. A library staff member asked if his interlocutor was okay. Kang Seo replied that he was fine, just thinking. Kang Seo thanked the guy for his help and invited him to the Spring Pavilion restaurant. He promised to treat the jjajangmyeon there. The librarian said it didn't cost him anything and he didn't need any thanks. Kang Seo thought that he hadn't gotten the information he was hoping for, but one thing was clear to him. He hadn't traveled through time, and he hadn't been bewitched by the mages of the heavenly demon sect. Then how did he get here? Our hero recalled how the man gave the child some object and said it was apparently a relic of his great-grandfather. The man added, one day the girl needs to find her and then she can go home. Kang Seo was surprised. What is this strange memory? But there was no need for him to hurry. One day, everything would become clear to him. Meanwhile, someone was sauntering near the restaurant. This unknown person approached the motorcycle and decided to unscrew something in it to permanently discourage the owner from riding the motorcycle. This unknown person said that Sang-wook asked him to do it, so don't blame him for it. Kang Seo walked up behind the unknown person and asked who this Sang-wook was. The guy got scared, turned around and asked who it was. Our hero said that you can't shout at such a late hour. The unknown man repeated the question. Kang Seo replied that he was a courier from the Spring Pavilion. The guy realized that the new courier of this restaurant was in front of him. He said that Sang-wook intended to make an offer to the owner of this place. Therefore, the delivery boy should start looking for another job. The young man said that Mr. Sang-wook is making good money in the area, and he is fed up with this successful restaurant. Kang Seo said that Mr. Sang-wook shouldn't care about this restaurant. The interlocutor wondered where this guy got so arrogant from. The bully said he was about to bring this delivery man to his senses and swung around to hit him with his fist. However, our hero grabbed his opponent's fist and twisted his arm. The bully wondered, why is this messenger so strong? Kang Seo said that this guy himself could use some time to come to his senses. Kang Seo flicked his opponent in the forehead, and he flew far backwards, rolling across the road. Kang Seo says that this guy can send a message to his stupid Sang-wook. Kang Seo tells the bully to tell Sang-wook not to touch the Spring Pavilion restaurant. The frightened bully ran away, and on the way shouted that he would deliver the message. The former Spring Pavilion delivery man was perplexed as to why he still hadn't gotten a call. The guy ran up to Sang-wook's former delivery boy and said, "Dongman is back. He's worth a look." Sung-man, battered, barely made it to Sang-wook. Sang-wook was surprised. He'd given this guy a chance, and he was at it again. All he had to do was loosen the nuts on his motorcycle, and he came back like a beaten dog. Dongman knelt down and said that the new delivery man at that restaurant was not an easy person. This is the first time he's met such a monster. That delivery man told them not to even look at Spring Pavilion or he wouldn't leave it like that. Sang-wook said angrily that it was no wonder that this guy had been kicked in the gun. Dongman justified himself and repeated that the courier was a real monster. Sang-wook said that in that case, they would all go together and teach him a lesson. After all, it's high time for them to warm up. Sang-wook called on the phone and said that it was necessary to gather everyone. They're going to go look at this new courier. The courier arrived with the order and put it in front of the customer. The customers were young men with bats in their hands. Taking the food out of the boxes, the courier asked where he could pick up the dishes afterwards. The customer wondered which dishes we were talking about. Nothing. Has this courier still not understood anything? One of the customers, needing his hands, said that he would have to work with his fists. They said that this courier had beaten their dongman badly. The customer scattered boxes of orders with his feet and said that this courier had really upset their boss. The courier asked the caller, "Is he the same dongman?" Dongman, who was nearby, said he had relayed everything to his boss. The ringleader told this courier to talk less. The villain grabbed his helmet with his hand and said it was time to take that helmet off. Kang Seo took the bully's hand and said that he wouldn't advise such a weakling to talk to stronger people like that. Kang Seo squeezed his opponent's hand with force and said that Dongman must have relayed the warning to them. The bully cried out in pain that his arm was very sore. However, our hero did not let go of his arm. Kang Seo looked at his opponents and said that he would have to teach them all a good lesson. After a while, Kang Seo returned to the restaurant. Yu Sun-tae asked who had made this morning's order. Kang Seo replied that there were people who wanted to have a good meal in the morning. Kang Seo added that those people liked it and they even washed the dishes themselves. Yu Sun-tae was surprised that even the plates were clean. Kang Seo said that he had one question for Yu Sun-tae. Kang Seo asked if Yu Sun-tae knew a man named Gu Sang-wook and what he had to do with the restaurant. Yu Sun-tae wondered how the guy knew about that rascal. Yu Sun-tae said that the man was a courier before Kang Seo. He constantly shirked his work and demanded a pay raise. Kang Seo said he had a conflict because one of the customers was an acquaintance of his. Kang Seo added that they were behaving inappropriately, so they had to be taught a little lesson. Yu Sun-tae was surprised. The restaurant manager thought that his courier was so strong, he must have taught them not a little bit of a lesson at all. During the showdown with our hero, one of the bullies told the others to attack him and teach him a lesson. However, our hero, using extra energy and his magical abilities, scattered the bullies in different directions. Kang Seo didn't take Lem off, walking up to Dongman and his associate. Dongman, frightened, told his boss that he had warned them that they would be in trouble if they came here. Kang Seo concentrated the energy in the fingers of his hand. Kang Seo leaned his fingers against his opponent's body and told him to repeat after him out loud. Kang Seo looked straight into the bully's eyes and said the words the bully repeated exactly. The bully repeated that he would never again plot evil against the owners of the Spring Pavilion. Having dealt with these villains, our hero asked if that meant they had some other leader. Dongman asked if this was about Sang-wook. Dongman continued that Sang-wook said he would watch from the corner, but he didn't know where exactly this Sang-wook was. Sang-wook, watching from around the corner, thought it was necessary to get out of here quickly. After running a fair distance away, Sang-wook thought that no one would catch up to him now. Suddenly, a courier wearing a helmet appeared in front of the villain and wondered why he was running so slowly. Sang-wook said that the guy in the helmet scared him. Sang-wook got scared and asked his opponent who he was and why he was attacking people for some harmless prank. If he's a thug, then we'll have to call the police. The courier said that some person comes in the middle of the night and tries to disable the motorcycle. What other pranks did Sang-wook have in mind? Sang-wook wondered. What could this courier do to him? Kang Seo said that diseased branches should be cut off before they infect the whole tree. Sang-wook was frightened and shouted for his opponent to stay away from him. Then he screamed in fear for a long time. Yu Song-tae was at his restaurant preparing ingredients for a future meal. The smartphone on the table received a message. The message was from Sang-wook. That rascal apologized to the restaurant manager for all the bad things he did. Kang Seo asked his friend, was it Sang-wook who sent him the message? Yu Song-tae confirmed that the rascal said he wouldn't bother him anymore. He'll go back to his village and work on the farm. Yu Song-tae wondered how his friend managed to raise this scumbag. Kang Seo said he just talked to him. Yu Song-tae thought, he might be a rascal, but he was once part of the Spring Pavilion team. It was good that he had come to his senses. Ji-yoon entered the room and said hello to the young people. The director apologized for having to call her in on her day off. Yu Song-tae said that if Ji-yoon hadn't agreed to help, they would have had an emergency. The girl replied that she didn't have any plans for today. Yu Song-tae scratched the back of his head and said that they were short-handed. His wife and daughter went to a kindergarten event. Kang Seo explained that today was tree planting day. Ji-yoon said her younger brother is also going to plant trees today as a charity. Kang Seo wondered if her brother was interested in volunteering. Ji-yoon added that he was just very kind. Ji-yoon offered to get to work without further ado. She thought Kang Seo was annoying her by constantly asking uncomfortable questions. Yu Song-tae hoped that Lim So-young and Ha-yoon would have a good time. He's not used to being at home when no one is home, even feeling lonely somehow. Kang Seo said that the squeaky rat has also been bored lately. Yu Song-tae said that new portals have been opening up in the mountains recently. He hopes that his family will be safe. Ji-yoon remarked that the Hunters Association is providing security at the party, so there's no need to worry. The Rostochek kindergarten is also supervised by the association. They send strong hunters to work there, so the children won't be threatened even by an A-class portal. Yu Song-tae said that Ji-yoon's words reassure him. The restaurant manager wondered how Ji-yoon knew all this. He had worked as a loader in the association for a long time, but he didn't know it. Ji-yoon hinted that she can't talk about it. It's a secret. A young man is riding in the back seat of a car on an expressway. He expresses his dissatisfaction at not being able to enjoy the day off in the nice weather. Why has he been called out today? The guy added that the event was to be attended by Ji-yoon. A co-worker sitting next to her said that the young lady had some urgent business to attend to, and she asked to send the person who brings the least to the event. The girl added that it wasn't hard to guess that the young mistress was talking about her interlocutor. She asked if he hoped the young man knew he was going to the event for a reason. The girl added that some important person will come to this celebration, an influential figure in the association. This is his chance to make an impression. She speaks of the only S-class artifact craftsman in the entire country, Seot Chul. The boy was surprised. Had he really come here just to make an impression? The girl said that the master had a business meeting here. Did her interlocutor not read the additional materials that were sent to him? The young man wondered what materials we were talking about. The companion said that if the guy continued like this, she would be forced to lend the young mistress. The companion asked not to do that. The guy added that in that case, it would take Ji-yoon to literally and figuratively destroy him. The girl said that the young man was exaggerating. The companion repeated that the guy should make a good impression on Master Seot Chul today. Finding Awakened Zero is as important as building a relationship with a famous artifact master. The car stopped, and the girl said that they had arrived. Now it was necessary to greet the master. The guy was surprised. Could he just walk up to him like that? The young man still got out of the car and approached the old man. He said hello to the elder and introduced himself. He is Kim Ho-yoon from the Red Dragon Guild. His father had told him a lot about Seo. The old man asked, "Is this guy Hae-chul's son?" The young man said he was honored to meet the elder. The old man extended his hand and said it was a pleasure to meet him and invited the young man to go have fun at the event. Seo asked him not to interfere with his grandson. The boy thought the rumors were true. The old man was a rather unpleasant person. The assistant elder apologized to the guy and said that the master wasn't always prepared for such situations. The companion met the boy near the car and said that she did not expect anything else from him. The young man noticed that his sister knew it would be like this. Why had she sent him? He didn't wonder where his sister could go on such a crucial day, dumping all the responsibilities on her younger brother. The assistant said that the young lady went to socialize with her idol. Ji-eun was in the middle of preparing food for the restaurant the next day with Kang Seo. Kang Seo carved a small toy for the girl with a knife. He asked, "So she was upset that there was no bunny trowel?" Our hero handed the girl a bunny carved out of wood and said she would have her own bunny. Ha-yoon was happy and said that her uncle was the best. After a while, Ha-yoon stood there crying bitterly. Ha-yoon was playing on the lawn with her peers. Her toy was broken. The girlfriend told the boys that she had warned them to be careful with that spatula. The boys apologized to Ha-yoon. Ha-yoon kept crying because her uncle had made this bunny for her. Now the bunny was broken. Elder Seot approached the children and asked the girl if she wanted him to fix her toy. Seot asked, "Can Grandpa do it?" The old man nodded affirmatively. Seot added that Grandpa can do anything. He picked up the trowel on which the bunny was attached and tried to fix the toy. The old man looked at this toy and thought it was an unusual work. "I wonder what kind of craftsman made it." A young man came up to them and said that he had brought the elder's scroll. The old man called Unsik over and showed him the toy. He remarked that it was very skillful work. The old man wondered if any of his students were capable of such filigree work. For him, such a piece would be difficult to replicate. The elder told the girl that her uncle apparently loves her very much. Ha-yoon replied that she loved her uncle very much too. Seo said that her uncle tried very hard, so he will fix the item. The old man exhaled magical energy, and it hit that bunny attached to the handle of the blade. Seo gave the girl the toy and said it was already okay. Ha-yoon was happy and thanked her grandfather. The young men watched from the sidelines as the elder interacted with the children. The boy said that this master needed a special approach. He added that he had an idea. "We should give a command to the assistants to change their strategy toward Master Seo. Recently, Kang Seo has made it a habit, when he receives his isolationist allowance, to go straight to the bakery to buy a delicious roll, which he first tasted during his training at the Association." Kang Seo walked into the bakery, from the threshold saying hello, and asked the owner if there were any rolls today. The guy behind the cash register said hello to the visitor. Kang Seo walked around the shop and saw that the rolls had run out. The vendor said that the rolls had already been sold out. The vendor smiled and added that he had one portion set aside especially for Kang Seo. Kang Seo was happy and said that he was a kind man who often helped him out. The vendor reminded him that if the roll was all eaten today, the leftovers should be put in the refrigerator overnight. Kang Seo thanked the salesman and headed for the exit. The salesman said he would be happy to see the young man next time. While leaving the store, our hero held the door open as a female customer entered the store. The salesman said hello to Misi. He said it was a great day for a picnic. Kang Seo watched the seller and the female buyer from the side for a while. When Kang Seo brought the roll home, the first thing he did was to put it in the refrigerator. A squeaky rat sat on his shoulder. Kang Seo said that the beeper had already eaten a piece of the roll. If she wants more, she has to wait until tomorrow, so they can eat it together at breakfast. At night, our hero slept peacefully in bed. The squeaker was also resting next to the pillow. At some point, some sound came to the beeper's ears. The rat jumped off the bed and followed in the direction the sound came from. The rat saw an open refrigerator. Without much difficulty, she jumped onto the shelf where there was a box of rolls. The squeaker was surprised. The box was empty. Instead of a roll, there were only crumbs. Kang Seo, who approached the refrigerator, saw an empty box and a rat sitting next to it. In the morning, Kang Seo told the news about the roll and the rat. Yu Santai was surprised. Did the squeaker eat the whole roll by itself? Kang Seo said the rat denies everything, but it's obvious who's to blame, isn't it? The door to the restaurant opened and a visitor appeared on the doorstep. Yu Songtae stood up from his seat and greeted the guest. Yu Songtae was surprised to see Hyuk Hyungnim in front of him. He asked, "What are you doing here?" Hyuk said he came here for a beer and brought a roll with him. The guy added that he was having a long and serious conversation, so he brought a roll with him, a bribe of sorts. Yu Songtae asked the person he was talking to what happened to him. There's no face on him. A guest asked Yu Songtae how he confessed his love to his wife. The guy said she often sits or is in the bakery. She is a beautiful and nice girl. He has been in love with her for 3 months. He doesn't know what to do if he confesses his love to her. He's afraid Misi will start avoiding him. Hyuk even cried. After all, he's not handsome like Kang Seo. How could someone like him ask a beautiful girl to date him? The guest said he made a mistake and put his head down on the table. Yu Songtae noticed that it was a reaction to a large amount of alcohol. What should be done with him now? He should go back home and go to bed there. Kang Seo offered to put this guy to sleep in his room. Yu Songtae asked if it would be a problem for Kang Seo. Kang Seo replied that it wouldn't be a problem, and he owed the guy a debt of gratitude for always saving a role for him. Hyuk was sleeping in our hero's bed. Kang Seo was sitting not far away in the room, resting in the lotus posture. Suddenly, the squeaker woke up and showed some incomprehensible activity. Kang Seo wondered what was going on. Squeaky jumped to the floor and ran out of the room. Our hero followed her. Kang Seo walked over to the refrigerator and opened it. There was a little girl with wings on her back sitting beside the roll, devouring the roll. Kang Seo asked who she was and what she was doing here. The girl looked around and only now noticed the guy with the rat on his shoulder. In the morning, the adults placed the creature on the table and began asking questions. So she was the one stealing the sweet roll from the refrigerator? The girl said her name was Du-sun. She apologized for her bad deed. Yu Songtae wondered how they had a flower fairy in their kitchen, since they were usually attracted to flowers or honey. Kang Seo inquired about the flower fairy. Yu Songtae explained that fairies were humanoid spirits that lived in portals. With the advent of portals, they began to settle in cities. Magical monsters were exterminated, but nobody touched the fairies because they do not harm humans and sometimes even help. So they settled in protected cities. Kang Seo asked, "Are they creatures like their rat squeaker?" Yu Songtae said that there were some bad fairies, but they weren't really dangerous. Kang Seo looked at this fairy and said that he would forgive her this time, but only that she shouldn't steal the roll anymore. The fairy said she was ashamed, but she wanted to eat, and for that she was willing to work. Lim So-young wondered, how could the flower fairy help in an oriental cuisine restaurant? Hyuk said he could use that fairy. Yu Songtae said it looked like they wanted to dump all the responsibility on the young man. Kang Seo suggested that he would train Hyuk, and in return, he would hire the fairy. Lim So-young got excited and said that it was a pretty good idea. A man in good shape certainly wins a woman's heart. Hyuk got excited and told Kang Seo to teach him everything. He's been running his appearance for a long time and it doesn't give him confidence. Kang Seo said it's about time. He will finally have someone to train with. Hyuk said he was ready to start anytime. Kang Seo promised that the two of them would have fun. The young people walked around the mall. Kang Seo told Lim So-young because she had asked her not to tell Ha-yoon and Yu Songtae. Why did they come here then? Lim So-young said it's her husband's birthday the day after tomorrow. Ji-yoon replied, then it makes sense now. Lim So-young added that she wants to buy her husband a gift but isn't sure what to get him. Ji-yoon said that Madam doesn't have to worry, she will help. Ji-yoon thought that she's never had an opportunity like this before, not even with her friends. This is wonderful. Ji-yoon thought that going shopping with Kang Seo would be pretty interesting. Kang Seo thought that he still felt like he was on a date even though Lim So-young was with them. Lim So-young once again asked Kang Seo not to say a word to her husband. They hide the gifts in his room. Ji-yoon asked Madam what gift she wants to give her husband. Lim So-young said she's thinking of buying him shoes, but she's not sure if he'll wear them. Ji-yoon suggested buying vitamins or supplements as a gift for the boss, since the boss has been getting tired a lot lately. Lim So-young liked the idea, thinking that Ji-yoon was a better gift giver. Kang Seo asked if Lim So-young would mind if he went shopping with the girls. It was suggested that the young man wear sunglasses and a cap. That way people wouldn't see how handsome he was. Ji-yoon walked over to the plush toy and said that she thought Ha-yoon would like it. Kang Seo agreed with that assumption. A siren sounded in the mall. A message was sounded for all shoppers to stay in their seats. Someone said there were illegals. Ji-yoon explained that illegitimate refers to awakened ones who use their abilities to commit crimes. It turns out that not all awakened people have the same aura color. Our hero saw the criminal and thought that he had never seen such an aura color as this man's before. This seemed odd. The illegals can't help but know that the guards have activated a barrier around the mall, and no one can get through it except those who put it up. Kang Seo wondered, if they knew, then why commit crimes? Could they have some other agenda? Ji-yoon suggested that it could be a distraction. Perhaps they have other goals in mind. Kang Seo asked his companion if there were magic stones stored in the basement of the building. Ji-yoon suggested that there must be a lot of A-grade stones in such a large shopping center. Ji-yoon stated that the guards have everything under control. They will definitely handle it. Lim So-young began to worry. What should they do? It looked like they would be late to pick up their daughter at the daycare center. She couldn't get through to her cell phone either. There was no connection. Our hero realized that he had no choice. He had to help them. Kang Seo told Ji-yoon to stay with Lim So-young. Ji-yoon warned the guy to be careful. The protagonist, wasting no time, went through the service staircase to the lower floor. On the way, he saw the guards bleeding and lying on the floor. What had happened here? Our hero, using his inner energy, gave first aid to the injured and saved them from death. But all of them were still in critical condition. Kang Seo noticed that there were bandits in the next room. However, he could only sense a hostile aura from one man with a sword. Kang Seo instantly infiltrated this room and used his unique abilities to deactivate all the criminals. Now there was no one for him to interrogate, but he would still find out from the rumors what had happened here. Our hero thought he would leave the rest to the association. The mall was discussing the latest news. The men in black clothes were only a distraction to steal the stones. The receptionist told Ying Wuxi to apprehend those involved in the shoplifting. The receptionist told the two men to follow her. And to avoid wasting time on the elevator, jumped from the top floor straight down. Armed with knives, these men approached the room where the jewelry was kept. They rushed inside, but what was their surprise when they saw that all the brigands were deactivated and lying unconscious? What had happened here? Who had dealt with these robbers? Kang Seo told his friend that it was his birthday today, but Yu Son-tae was still all about work. The restaurant manager wondered, what's the big deal about these birthdays? Kang Seo noticed that for everyone around him, this day was not quite ordinary. His wife and daughter entered the room and wished Yu Son-tae a happy birthday. Lim So-young was holding a birthday cake. Everyone together, and even the squeaker rat, wished Yu Song-tae a happy birthday. Ji-eun, Hyuk, and Flower Fairy also came to the party with gifts. Yu Song-tae was very moved and even had tears in his eyes. The guests told him to light the candles quickly. A few days later, Yu Seon-tae went to the calendar and said that today was a holiday. Kang Seo agreed and added that today was Children's Day. Yu Song-tae remarked that since it was a day off, they would make good money today. Our hero said that he read that this day is dedicated to children. By the way, Ha-yoon is also a child. Yu Song-tae said he was going to go to an illusionist show with his daughter in the afternoon. They'll have a workload until lunch. But how will they manage if Ji-yoon isn't here today? Kang Seo says that's why he called for her replacement. At that time, your young man came into the restaurant. Kang Seo said he was just in time. Yu Song-tae asked this guy for a guardian's consent certificate and a medical certificate. The young man provided everything. Yu Song-tae told the guy to wash his hands and started with the dishes. The new employee got down to business. Yu Song-tae pointed out that this guy works fast. You can tell he's an awakened person. The young man said that it's not something he just does. He used to deliver newspapers every day, so he's learned. Kang Seo noticed that even when he was awakened, the skills still needed to be practiced. Yu Son-tae thought of another female employee, Ji-yoon, at this moment. Ji-yoon is a G-rated awakening, however she is much more nimble than this C-rated boy. The girl is riding in the backseat of the car. The assistant says that the young mistress will be there soon. The assistant added that as soon as they came out, the young lady should first greet the president, then the chairman of the association, and then socialize with the other executives of the guild directors. The girl said that she understood everything and asked what about her father. She said that the young lady's father had promised to pay a short visit. Apparently, he was very busy. The girl asked why she had to be at the corporate party today. It's Children's Day. And why does she need dark and flashy makeup and a red suit? The assistant said that red symbolized their Red Dragon Guild. We have to be patient for a while. For the children, their guild should be a role model and an object of aspiration. The girl wondered, what aspirations are we talking about? They could barely handle each new portal. However, this country owes its prosperity and security to them. The world is constantly teetering on the edge of an abyss. The assistant told the young mistress not to forget her status. She is the most beautiful and representative face of the guild, the Red Flame Witch. It is quite natural for an awakened from a good upper-class family to be as beautiful as a young mistress. There's no need to be ashamed of it. The girl thought that earlier she wanted to look more mature, so that she wouldn't be disrespected because of her age. And now this flashy makeup became a part of her image. The assistant inquired about the mistress's hobby of playing a lower-class person. The girl replied that she was working undercover to protect civilians in case of emergencies. Her interlocutor said she was glad the young mistress had a favorite pastime, an outlet besides work and the affairs of the guild. The vehicle arrived at its destination and stopped. The girl got out of the car and thought it had been a long time since she had been in her role as a huntress. At an amusement fair, a companion approached our hero and drew his attention to one of the rides. It was a dart-throwing attraction. Kang Seo wondered, what was this? Are assassins really practicing in broad daylight? Haun explained that it was just a game. Kang Seo understood. These were the kind of entertainment games that people of this civilization loved. The guy explained that points were awarded for each balloon that burst. Haun pointed to the teddy bear and said it was the biggest prize. The toy was packaged in festive wrapping and looked very nice. Kang Seo asked the girl if she wanted a teddy bear like that. Haun replied that if she had such a teddy bear, she would be very happy and wouldn't even want sweets. After a little thought, the girl said that she still wanted goodies and different chocolates. Kang Seo suggested that the guy should try to win a teddy bear and make friends with Haun at the same time. The guy said he'd love to try it, but he's an awakened man with a rather useless ability called explosion. Kang Seo wondered what that ability was. The C-class doesn't have much power. It can cause a small explosion, enough to briefly blind and distract the monster. There is no use for this ability in normal life. Kang Seo said to the interlocutor to try to do as he says. The young men should do well. Kang Seo purchased 3 darts to throw at the balls. The guy thought, how can he get all 3 darts into a 100-point ball in one shot? I mean, it's impossible. Kang Seo told his companion to stand steadily and tense his body muscles. If he was unsteady during the throw, the center of gravity of the weapon would be disturbed. The shoulders and hands should be relaxed and aim a little higher. The most important thing is to focus. The young man concentrated and took aim. The mission was accomplished. The balloon burst and the guy earned 100 points. The young man was pleased. Kang Seo praised him. Haun was pleased too. Haun carried the coveted prize of a teddy bear in her hands. It was announced over the speakerphone that the show of the mighty magician Wu Kang Kyul was about to start. Haun told her uncle that the illusion was starting and needed to hurry up. The young men hurried after the girl. Kang Seo told her to be careful not to fall. At this time, on the roof of a neighboring building, the miscreants were pulling out firearms. One of them feared that they were endangering themselves. The other said that in any case the order must be carried out. They had no other choice. They themselves will be wiped out if they don't follow orders and start shooting people. The criminals were afraid of what would happen if they were captured. The subordinate said there was no need to be afraid. They have this thing. He pointed to the glowing ring on his finger. Even if the strong awakened searchers look for them, they won't find them. Their only target is the blood flower. The criminals took aim, looking for a target to destroy. They were ordered to destroy the blood flower. Blood flower's real name was Kim Ji-eun, Red Flame Witch. She must die. Haun called out to the adults. She said she had found a good spot. Kang Seo thought he could see the levitation tricks up close from there. Kang Seo thought that as far as levitation was concerned, he could do that himself. The young man said he liked the trick of cutting a person in two and then putting them back together again the best. Kang Seo thought, does this world have such tricks too? When a magician cuts a body and then puts it back together? The guy added that even when you know it's a stunt, it's very convincing. Our hero looked around. He thought he felt a familiar aura. Could it be Ji-eun? Kang Seo saw a girl in red on the VIP stand who had this strong aura emanating from her. Kang Seo asked who was stationed there. The companion said they were VIP seats. Kang Seo asked, so this woman is an important person? The guy looked and was surprised. It's a black rose. The guy added that in this country, if someone didn't know this girl, they were probably a spy. In the long run, she should be the leader of the Red Dragon Guild. Kang Seo thought that this girl must be a very strong hunter if she was so popular. The interlocutor said that she was the best hunter of the Red Dragon Guild. It's one of the 3 major guilds. Our hero thought, Ji-yoon is a high-class girl. Ji-yoon noticed her colleague and immediately started hiding from him. She wondered why those people from the spring pavilion were here now. She liked looking at Kang Seo, though. Kang Seo thought that Ji-yoon must have a reason to hide her identity. The host announced that the Great Illusion Show was about to begin. The magician came on stage and released pigeons from his hat. The magician performed miracles, and on the stage, various figures were flying in the air around him. Kang Seo watched as the wizard moved the items without using magic. Suddenly, our hero felt that danger was approaching. A bullet fired from a sniper rifle appeared in the air. Kang Seo reacted with lightning speed. Using his energy abilities, he deflected the bullet from its intended trajectory. The bullet hit the protective barrier and left a crack. The guards wondered, what happened? One of the guards reported that a munition loaded with aura had been fired. Security realized that a sniper was at work. Several more bullets were fired at the intended target. Orders have been received to increase the power of the defense shield. It is necessary to protect the lady. It was clear that bullets loaded with aura could penetrate the protective shield. There must be some way to stop them. What kind of bullets could penetrate the strongest energy shield? The security officer wondered who was capable of such a thing and why he was shooting. Ji-eun jumped up from her seat and began to use her internal reserves to strengthen the energy shield. The security representative was confused. What is Black Rose doing? Ji-eun asked the man why he was sitting down. Isn't he going to look for the culprit? Black Rose thought, what's going on with her friends at the Spring Pavilion restaurant now? Security officials began evacuating civilians. Using identification signs, they directed the flow of traffic in the right direction. Lim So-yoon said for her daughter not to be afraid because her mom is by her side. Ha-yoon cried and said that her bear appeared to be injured. The protagonist thought that those snipers were the reason Ha-yoon was crying. He will find those rascals and make them pay for it. Kang Seo told his friends that he should step back for a while. The danger seems to have passed. Using his unique abilities, our hero quickly figured out the sniper's location and, climbing onto the roof, approached them. One of the snipers resented why his colleague missed. After all, he should have destroyed the red fox with one shot. The colleague said that he had aimed exactly at the head, but the bullet had bounced off something. Kang Seo stealthily approached the snipers from behind. One of the snipers suggested shooting some of the civilians to cause panic and then make a quiet getaway. Kang Seo, hearing such words, was indignant. Are they really going to shoot at peaceful people? Kang Seo decided that these two were villains and thought it was worth returning their own bullets to them. After giving the ammunition the proper acceleration, our hero sent the bullets straight into the snipers. The villains were wounded and collapsed on the roof, bleeding. Kang Seo came closer to them. Kang Seo was angry. Not only was Ha-yoon crying because of them, but they were going to shoot civilians. One of the villains saw Kang Seo and said he didn't know who this guy was, but he would not be forgiven for it. Kang Seo thought about who this sniper was threatening him with. From whom would there be no forgiveness? Kang Seo thought that the hunters from the association would deal with these criminals. In order not to attract attention and leave his friends for too long, the protagonist jumped off the roof of this high-rise building and headed towards Ha-yoon to comfort her. In kindergarten, the children drew something with interest, asking the teacher for help. After getting the information on her smartphone, the worried educator said she would be back to the children soon. She had to leave for a while. The girl answered the call and said that Go Sora was on the phone. After listening to the interlocutor, the educator said that she understood everything. It could very well be an attempt by illegals. The children need extra security. The girl was thanked for taking on this task, even though it was a task for the inspection department. The children left the room and called out to Mrs. Guo. The teacher said she was on her way back. Go Sora apologized and told the caller that she would call back later. Go Sora returned to the children, apologized for being away, and asked if the children knew what day tomorrow was. The children raised their hands and said that tomorrow was Parents' Day. The teacher praised the children and said that today they would make carnations out of paper for the occasion. They wanted to express their gratitude to their parents. Go Sora walked over to Ha-yoon and thanked the girl. She asked who the flowers were for. Ha-yoon replied that they were gifts for her parents. All the children immediately started telling who their paper flowers were for. Go Sora walked over to the boy Young-hoon and said that he had made a very pretty carnation too. The children asked, "Does Young-hoon have someone to give gifts to?" The children asked the teacher if it was true that Young-hoon had no one to give carnations to because he had no parents and lived with his aunt. Some children said they didn't want to be friends with Young-hoon. Young-hoon sat sad at the table. The teacher tried to comfort him. Haun says those boys who don't play with Young Hoon are bad. The girl asked if they didn't have parents, what would it be like for them to hear questions about who they were making carnations for? The other kids replied that they didn't want to be without their parents. Haun asked if they can see how bad it is now. Why are they asking Jung Hoon such questions? Go Sora asked the children what they should do when they did something bad. The boys answered that they should apologize. The teacher told those guys to apologize to Jung Hoon and never talk like that again. Jung Hoon sat upset and had tears in his eyes. Ha-yoon walked over to the boy and told him to stop crying and keep making carnations with her. Jung Hoon said he would give the carnation to his aunt. Ha-yoon smiled and cut the confidence that auntie would like this gift. The girl was walking down the corridor with documents in her hands. She was in thought. The girl thought of the guild leader Kim Jae-hol, a Class A awakened. He had appeared in the era of chaos, a master of magic, sword, and fire magic. He was one of the great warriors who made the war against monsters win. This is the greatest guild in the country, yet this man is intimidating her. The girl decided that today she had to do without mistakes. When she knocked on the door, she heard the other side say that she could come in. The girl entered the office and greeted the leader. The man was sitting at his desk. The aide said she would read the supervisor the schedule for today. The leader asked how the investigation of the attempted assassination of his daughter using aura-charged ammunition was going. The girl replied that the Silver Tower Group was under suspicion at the moment, but there was no news yet. The man pounded his fist on the table and said that he demanded to find the customers at all costs and as soon as possible. It was necessary to find the one who had dared to attempt on his daughter's life. The young lady assured that everything would be honored and added that she brought materials regarding the request for the Spring Pavilion restaurant. The man, after examining the documents, inquired if it was the owner of the restaurant. The girl confirmed, "This is Yu Songtae, who was once her friend and helped her scout the dungeon. He's a talented cook." The assistant asked what the boss would order to be done to him. The man added that after the death of his wife, his daughter lived only for revenge. It was the first time she was interested in something else. Moreover, he treats the restaurant owner well, so they should be kept under supervision and not touched. When the presenter was alone in his office, he leaned over to his safe. The man took out a child's toy from the safe. It was the first carnation from Ji-yoon. When he looks at this thing, all the tiredness and irritation just melts away. He hopes that his daughter will someday start smiling as often as she did when she was a child again. The morning before the restaurant opened, a former library employee met Kang Seo, cleaning up the surrounding area. Kang Seo told the young man that he came earlier than usual. The guy said that thanks to Kang Seo's training, he had learned to deliver the same amount of newspapers, but in a shorter amount of time. Kang Seo wondered what kind of training he was talking about. It was all accomplished by the guy's efforts. He was just giving advice. The guy said he had felt depressed for a long time and thought his life would be like this for the rest of his life, ordinary and boring. But thanks to Kang Seo, he felt he could accomplish anything. The guy assumed he wouldn't be able to advance in the class, but he also didn't realize that the dart-throwing technique he'd been taught would develop his abilities so much. Kang Seo wondered what he was talking about. He explained that the dart-throwing technique was very useful to him. Kang Seo said he meant something else. This is the second time the guy has said he'll stay with the class forever. Why? The young man asked. Isn't it obvious? A person's chances of reawakening are practically nil. Even if one survives a second awakening, there is no guarantee that the class will improve. Kang Seo thought that this guy was wrong. Awakening is only the beginning. Our hero thought to himself, do the people of this civilization not understand this? Kang Seo asked the young man what breathing techniques he knew. The young man was surprised and asked, what are they? Kang Seo realized that the awakened ones of this world didn't know what the technique was for. That's why they have such poor control over their energy. The young man said that he still had some newspapers to deliver, so he was leaving. The two men said goodbye. Yu Santai asked Kang Seo what was bothering him. Kang Seo asked what his friend would do if he knew the secret to making all the awakened ones much stronger. Yu Santai replied that he would share the secret with them. Kang Seo asked, and would he expect to get nothing for it? Yu Songtae replied that if his home and family were protected by even stronger awakened ones, that would be enough for him. Yu Songtae added, what good is this secret to him? It's better to say because he himself is unable to protect this civilization. He wants his daughter to live in a safe world. Kang Seo replied that everything was clear now. The friend suggested calming down and drinking a Coke. Kang Seo thought that he was quietly living undercover because he didn't want to bring confusion into this world. In that case, if he shared the secret with this world, there would be more order in it, which is exactly what he wanted. He decided to develop a breathing technique for the awakened. Our hero worked hard. He didn't sleep a wink for 2 nights and finally finished the necessary program. With this technique, the awakened will be able to concentrate the aura in their body and not lose it. Kang Seo called his technique the method of a pure and righteous heart. The only thing left was to find a way to spread it. Kang Seo asked Ji-yoon what the president of the Hunters Association was like. What kind of person was he? The girl replied that he was a great man. His name should go down in history. Frankly speaking, if it were not for him, this country would not exist now. He is the one who most deserves his position. He was always there when his help was most needed. Kang Seo thought that this was just the person he needed. Fair, doomed by power, this is the kind of person who can take responsibility for the distribution of his manuscript. Kang Seo thought, if everything Ji-yoon says about him is true, then he is trustworthy and can be given this valuable secret. Our hero decided it was a good time to go for a walk. The head of the guild, accompanied by security representatives, followed in the given direction. The president walked up to the guards, who immediately said hello to him. The first thing the guild leader did when he showed up at his workplace was to order a cup of coffee for himself from an assistant. The president saw an unfamiliar manuscript on his desk. Naturally, it interested him. What could it be? The method of a pure and righteous heart. Is it really a martial arts novel? An aide brought Mr. President a cup of aromatic coffee. The supervisor asked if the assistant knew what the manuscript was. The aide looked at this notebook and told the president he didn't have that information. It's like something related to martial arts. The boss smiled and said that in such books, there is always a hero who finds an ancient martial arts manuscript and he becomes stronger. If reading books gave one such ability, that would be just fine. However, the guild leader was definitely interested in this manuscript. The handwriting wasn't very pretty, but it was energetic. It was written in the notebook that this method of a pure and righteous heart was meant to concentrate the awakening of the aura in one's body. This information really interested the guild head. The method involved strengthening the connection between the dantian and the energy core. This allows a person to use their aura without unnecessary loss, which will make the awakened much more effective in battle. Those who study this method will realize that the present class system of the awakened is not the defining system, but only the beginning of human development. The guild leader thought that the author of the pure and righteous heart method was sharing it with humanity freely, and only hoped that the method would only be used for peace and safety. Scientists around the world are conducting research on the possibility of raising the awakened to their level. However, so far no one has found an answer. All research has been in vain. The guild leader wondered, who could have written something so grandiose? The method is written very convincingly, one might even say at a very high level. But who brought this notebook here for what purpose? On the blank page of the notebook, the man saw an unusual symbol. It can't be. It was the only trace of the awakened 0 level they had found. Could it be that he is the author of the method? If so, one can have no doubts about the effectiveness of the method and the good intentions of the author. The guild leader thought that this method wouldn't cause him personally any trouble. The man had no objection to the fact that it was as the author of this manuscript wanted it to be. Even Li Xin has problems in the area of energy conservation. The president was curious to see Li Xin when he read this method. We should contact him for sure. A young man came to the guild president's office and asked what was wrong. After all, the president knows how much he doesn't like to leave the house. A man suggests that the guy read this manuscript. It seems to him that it contains the answers that the interlocutor has been looking for a long time. Li Xin inquired, where did the president get this shabby notebook? After reading a few lines, Li Xin was very surprised. What is this? The president smiled and replied that he had been expecting this expression on his face. It was now safe to say that his day had been a success. Li Xin repeated the question, what is it? The man replied, can't you see? The method of a pure and righteous heart. The president added that the interlocutor has flown overseas several times to meet with 0-grade awakened people and ask them how they are coping with their exuberant energy. Li Xin said that was exactly what happened, but he only received worthless answers, like experiencing reawakening and being reborn at grade 0. Li Xin said that this was very similar to the real solution to the energy problem. Where did the guild leader get this from? The man replied that it was a gift from the only awakened 0 class in the country. When he came to work, this notebook was on his desk, and it's unclear how it got here. Even the cameras didn't record anyone. Li Xin asked, could he be the first to study this method? The president said, that's why he was summoned. Even in case of any side effects, he and his S-class would be able to overcome them. Li Xin walked out of the president's office with the notebook and thought, who was he? This first zero-grade awakened person in this country. Li Xin leisurely strolled along the waterfront and pondered on matters of the day. The weather was beautiful, and Li Xin sat down on a bench to rest. Looking up, he decided that it was a very clear sky right now. How long had it been since he had left the house? How long had it been since he had bathed in the sunlight, as carefree as he was now? People were paying attention to the man with a sword in his hand who had dealt with the monster. They said he was a hero. People greeted the new hero of the S-class with admiration, appearing miraculously. The hopes of the entire nation were fulfilled on him. Li Xin was the man who closed the S-class portal. However, his companions were destroyed and he became wary of his power. Since then, he has lived in a constant struggle with his power. The more he tries to master it, the more it gets out of control, making him more and more lonely. Thanks to him, though, many people were able to return to a peaceful life. Li Xin continued to look at the sky. He continued to live, and it was not at all easy for him to deal with his superpower. Li Xin realized that he still hadn't mastered the method perfectly. He must not relax. Li Xin had hated his own strength for a long time. However, through mastering the pure and righteous heart method, he was able to gain the upper hand over her and break the zero-grade barrier. The zero-class awakened who wrote this method is really his benefactor. Li Xin turned his attention to the people sitting nearby. They were marveling at the fact that they had their food delivered in just 5 minutes. Does this courier have a speed-related ability? He's clearly no less than a Class B. A courier wearing a motorcycle helmet delivered food to the young men from the Spring Pavilion restaurant. The delivery was a small portion of gabaju, 3 jjajangmyeon and 1 jampon. The customer said they didn't order fried dumplings. The courier said that it was a gift from the establishment and wished the young people a pleasant appetite. Li Xin watched this courier with interest. Li Xin heard the name of the restaurant, and after looking it up in the navigator, he decided it was not far away at all. Li Xin decided to definitely visit this restaurant. Our hero was told he was on top of his game today and offered a glass of water to cool down. Ji-eun, watching Kang Seo drink the water, asked, is something wrong? Kang Seo replied that there was nothing wrong with the water. However, he felt the presence of a young man. He had sensed his presence in the park. This guy's aura was incredibly strong. Li Xin entered the restaurant and said hello to the people present. The receptionist asked if the customer would be alone. Li Xin was surprised to see Ji-eun here. He asked what the girl was doing here. Yu Sontai asked, does she really know Ji-eun? Yu Sontai thought that he had seen this young man somewhere before. Ji-eun said he was her cousin. She added that this guy has a standard face. Everyone talks like they've seen him somewhere before. She inquired about what the brat would be ordering. Ji-eun added that he can eat quickly and go on his way. Li Xin said he would love to try the jjajangmyeon. Ji-eun walked over to the table where Li Xin was sitting and asked what he was even doing here. Is he allowed to leave the house? If he has another attack of uncontrollable energy, how will the others react to it? Li Xin replied to the girl that it was already in the past. Ji-eun asked how he found the solution. The guy replied that at the next training session at the association, Ji-eun would find out everything herself. Ji-eun asked Li Xin to keep her mouth shut in front of these people. They think she's just an ordinary girl. Lim So-young brought the guy's order of jjajangmyeon and added that since he was Ji-eun's relative, they made him a bigger portion. The guy thanked the hostess. After tasting the dark noodles, Li Xin came to the conclusion that it was a very delicious dish, and his eyes sparkled with happiness. Li Xin thought, even though the noodles were a little burnt in places, it was still delicious. It had been a long time since he had eaten such fresh and uncooked jjajangmyeon. Li Xin was flustered. He thought that he would never experience such simple pleasures again. Suddenly, Li Xin had visions. He imagined everyone in this restaurant lying unconscious in their own blood. Li Xin thought he had a surge of emotion and his aura surged. Ji-eun walked over to the guy and said that if he had eaten, then he could leave faster. Li Xin kept his gaze fixed on Kang Seo, who was taking orders from other customers. Li Xin couldn't understand what had just happened to him. When he came to his senses, he was greatly relieved. Li Xin thought that the situation was dangerous. Although he had learned the pure and righteous heart method, he still had little experience. Kang Seo thought how good it was that he was able to suppress this guy's energy with his energy in time. Our hero was wondering, who was this guy? He had studied the pure and righteous heart method so well, even though this method had only been released to the public the other day. If he knows Ji-eun, then he must be some important person. Kang Seo thought that this guy is a bit inept. He knows the theory well. That's an amazing talent. Could this be the one and only S-class in the whole country? Ji-eun asked if Li Xin liked the food. She added for him to leave and not come back here again. The young man replied that he understood. Li Xin answered the phone call. He said he understood everything and reported to Mr. Chairman that he would be there soon. Ji-eun was worried. What's wrong? Li Xin told the girl that the chairman was calling him to a meeting. Ji-eun replied that he should hurry up. The young men said goodbye. Ji-eun remarked that they would meet soon, but not here. When Li Xin left, Ji-eun breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that this guy might give her away. Ji-eun turned around and saw Kang Seo in front of her. The girl said that it was her cousin's honest word. Kang Seo replied that he understood everything. Reporting to the guild head's office, Li Xin inquired why the boss had summoned him. The president asked if the young man had already studied this method. Li Xin replied that he had, and the effects were dizzying. The guild leader noticed that the young man was not enthusiastic. Could there be something negative about this method? Li Xin replied that at first he was enthusiastic, but after careful study it suddenly became clear to him. If this method was released to the masses, it would cause chaos. The president said that when he realized it was a real working method, he thought so too. But there is something he fears more than side effects. The president asked if Li Xin was concerned about the motives of the author of this method. The guild leader added that, like his interlocutor, he was wary of the man, not just feared. It was a feeling of fear and respect at the same time. Li Xin thought, what really are the motives of the awakened Zero class? In the office, a young man brought a cup of coffee and offered his sister to drink it. She must be tired. The girl thanked him for the coffee. The guy asked if she was working too much again. I guess she's busy at work? A colleague responded that illegal activities have become too active lately. The interlocutor said he agreed with her. He had heard that the bomber had also become active. The girl noticed that the rogue investigators were almost dying of stress on the job because of this rogue. There's a lot of pressure on the support department because of the Black Rose assassination attempt. She asked her coworker if he wasn't in the same rush at work right now. Had he just stopped by to get a cup of coffee? The guy replied that he had something for her and asked if she was free next Thursday night. The guy said he was able to get some tickets to the Gold Star Ballet. Wants to go with her if she can. The girl winked and said the ballet sounded very tempting. Had he really wanted to go there with some girl, but she'd said no? The girl added that she couldn't refuse if her younger brother asked. She would, of course, go. The young man told his sister not to forget and mark the event on her calendar. The girl took the calendar and said she would honor her little brother's request. The guy thanked his sister and said he was going on with his work. After drinking the coffee, the employee said her thoughts seemed to clear up and thanked her brother for the drink. It's next Thursday. The family from the Spring Pavilion restaurant is also going to the ballet. Haun asked her father and uncle if she was beautiful. The men expressed their admiration. Yu Santai said that Haun is a real beauty. Kang Seo added that the girl is really cute. Lim So-young looked at her husband and said that he was very solidly dressed today. Yu Santai said that Kang Seo looks very solidly dressed. Haun agreed. Uncle is just a star today. Kang Seo thanked him for the compliment. Yu Santai told his friend that he had a bad feeling. Kang Seo wondered if he looked bad. Lim So-young explained that they were worried about Kang Seo. He might attract unwanted attention with his resplendent appearance. Kang Seo thanked again for the compliment. The young people went all out for the Golden Star Ballet. Yu Sangtae thought that Kang Seo really attracts attention wherever he goes. Our hero finds the surroundings strange. Why does he feel the same dark energy in such a spacious and crowded room as in the dungeons? Kang Seo decided to find out the source of this energy. The boy noticed that Black Rose had appeared here. She was wearing a red dress again. Black Rose, wearing a red dress, seemed a little strange to him. I guess the girl probably doesn't want to attract attention? Black Rose saw our hero in his suit and noted that he was quite attractive. A blush of embarrassment appeared on the girl's face. Kang Seo, of course, recognized Ji-eun. Kang Seo pondered. Should he tell the girl that the source of the strange energy was due to the illegal activities going on around here somewhere? But if he says it, How do you explain yourself later? After all, F classes can't have that kind of instinct. She'd realized that he was a class 0. However, he wasn't sure of anything yet. It was better to find out for sure. A young man and a girl were drinking alcohol. He said that the lowlifes could have fun. It would be the last ticket in their lives. The girl said she brought Mr. Asmod an exclusive wine in honor of his feast. The boy said it was just what he needed, a blood-red wine. Asmod asked his subordinates if everything was ready. They answered in the affirmative. Asmod said that in the second act, Clara dances with the prince. That's when they start their extravaganza. After finishing his wine, Asmod drew his sword from its sheath and said it was time for them to act. He added that it was his will. Asmod and his assistant set up on the helipad. He said there would be a great view from here. They would see the concert hall go up in the air. Asmod heard someone behind him ask, "What do you mean it's going to blow up?" Asmod looked around. He saw a stranger saying hello to him. Asmod asked who he was. The stranger said he didn't want to spoil their mood, but hoped for their cooperation. Asmod wondered, what was this madman talking about? Asmod added, does he even realize who he's standing in front of? At that, the villain assumed a boxing stance. Kang Seo, and the stranger was him, also adopted a boxing stance. Kang Seo sent his opponent far back with a fist punch to the jaw. Asmod flew off and fell on his back. Our hero said it seems to be the same in either world. Civilized conversation is mistaken for weakness, and one's own language carries people to the abyss. He added that his opponent should not break comedy and rise to his feet. Kang Seo was surprised. He didn't hit hard, so why did he get so agitated? Asmod was angry. Did this guy even know who was in front of him? Kang Seo inquired as to who the rogue would be. The opponent said he was the great and mighty Asmod. Asmod wondered, why couldn't he examine this stranger's face? Our hero disguised himself using his inner energy. Kang Seo stated that he didn't care who was in front of him. Asmod has to admit why he wanted to be in the concert hall. Asmod called his opponent a fool and added that he ordered the bomb to be planted. Asmod laughed. The bomb is embedded in a supporting column of the building. When it detonates, all those pathetic insects will die. Kang Seo turned to the girl. Is her subordinate telling the truth? Asmod took offense, after all, he is the girl's boss. Kang Seo, turning to Asmod's companion, said that perhaps we should stop this theater. The girl noticed that this guy had great intuition. The girl walked up to Asmod and said that she was tired of playing the secretary. Maybe it was really time to end it. Asmod became indignant. What was she even talking about? The girl punched her companion in the chest with her fist and pierced his body through. Asmod's companion pulled her bloody hand out of the guy's chest and took the sword from him. She said that this artifact and even the name Asmod was not for him. Asmod was surprised. How dare she? Asmod couldn't stay on his feet anymore and fell down. The girl said that now he could sleep in peace. Kang Seo asked this girl holding a sword in her hand, who was she? The girl replied that she was the real Asmod, not this underdog. Kang Seo said that in that case it was her doing and attacked her opponent. Our hero's hand went through the girl's body like through fog. Kang Seo thought it was the magic of illusion. Asmod said this guy was really fast. The girl was invulnerable. Kang Seo asked if she was human or what. Asmod shook her head. Is it okay to ask a girl such questions? The stranger replied that she was keeping her name secret. Maybe next time she would introduce herself to him. The girl said that because of this guy she might miss a great show, but this time she will forgive him because he is her type. The girl turned around and began to walk away, saying they would see each other again. She couldn't disappear, however. The portal opened by her artifact became distorted for some reason. Kang Seo used his abilities to close that portal. He said to the girl, did she really think he would let her go so easily? Kang Seo, approaching the stranger, said that she has an interesting ability to cut space. But he had an answer to that. He would just sew up the space. The girl couldn't believe that this could happen. Asmod thought this guy might be dangerous to her. Asmod decided that it was necessary to assume an incorporeal form and disappear. Kang Seo asked how many more times was she going to dodge. Our hero attacked his opponent with intense punches with his fists. The girl thought it was bad. Even in her incorporeal form, she could feel his blows. Besides, the time to use this skill would expire soon. Asmod started to reappear. Time had already expired. If only she was even one class higher. Kang Seo kicked the girl right in the chest. She flew backwards and fell on her back. Kang Seo saw that the rival had black blood. He knew she wasn't human. She must be a demon in the form of a woman. Asmode thought it was a disaster. There's no way she can run away from her opponent. Kneeling down, the girl thought, would she really have to resort to this method? Kang Seo asked the rival who she was. Her aura is very unusual. Asmode wondered, if she told, would he spare her? Kang Seo wondered if she was asking him for mercy. Asmode said she wasn't asking for mercy. Asmode pulled her sword from its sheath. The girl swung and stabbed herself in the chest with the sword. Black blood spurted in all directions. Kang Seo calmly said that he didn't expect her to choose to destroy herself just to avoid giving away who she was. The girl smiled enigmatically. Could it be that he misunderstood what was happening now? Dark, negative energy began to spread everywhere, emanating from her wound. Asmode once again said goodbye and said that she hoped to never meet this handsome man again. Our hero didn't know there was such an ability. We should have suppressed it and then interrogated him. That girl's companion pulled himself up and said, bleeding, that she had betrayed him and he would take revenge. Kang Seo said to share their plot. Then he would take revenge on her for this guy. The villain says the bomb will detonate during Clara and the prince's dance. A pyrokineticist is in the audience. Kang Seo was already thinking of a plan of action. He realized that he needed to get into the auditorium immediately. The performance had already begun. The ballet on stage was in full swing. Among the onlookers were Yu Santai and his family. Haun said it was very beautiful. Lim So-young said that next is the waltz of flowers, and then the most interesting thing is Clara and Prince's dance. Li Xin, accompanied by security, explored the perimeter. He knew that the next act would be Clara and the Prince's dance. Li Xin thought that the person who broke into his office was definitely a rank 0. He left a message. There were illegal ones in Myeongsan Concert Hall and disappeared. The guild leader said that he didn't know how this person knew this, but there were most likely people like that. The president ordered Li Xin to take a squad of law enforcers and follow there. There shouldn't be much trouble. Li Xin could really feel the aura. Judging from the blueprints, it was coming from the technical floor. Li Xin told law enforcement officials to evacuate the civilians first. Li Xin took some of the law enforcers with him and proceeded to the basement. The rest of the law enforcers were engaged in emergency evacuation from the auditorium. Li Xin thought that the director of the association had given them a plan of the building, and it really sped up the search. Li Xin saw a man standing to the side and thought that there was a suspicious aura coming from him. A man walked up to Li Xin and said that it was forbidden to enter here. They must leave this area, whoever they are. Li Xin thought that the entrance was forbidden, just not for him, and swung his fist. The ensuing blow threw the man far back, and he flew into the adjoining room, breaking through the door. Li Xin entered the restricted room and, seeing the strangers there, said he had a warrant for their arrest. After a while, thanks to the help of the security representatives, the strangers were deactivated and collapsed on the floor. Kang Seo thought that there was no problem with these people. Li Xin was surprised by the fact that one of the arrested people was smiling strangely. Li Xin asked, what was he up to? Li Xin took this guy by the chest and told him to confess. What else are they hiding here? The stranger wondered. Can't you smile? Li Xin decided to act tougher and use force. He grabbed the stranger's chest and said he would not ask 3 times. The arrested man got scared and said that everything was in the concert hall. In the concert hall, there is a bomber among the audience. This information made Li Xin very wary. In the concert hall, evacuation was in full swing. The audience was asked to hurry. A group of illegals had been discovered in the building. It was necessary to leave the building without unnecessary panic. Yu Songtae's family was still in the auditorium. Haun, sitting on her father's shoulders, asked where Uncle Kang Seo had gone. Is he okay? Suddenly, one of the audience stood up in the middle of the hall and said that they were too late. He would sacrifice his blood and despair to the Great One. There was a huge explosion in the hall. It was clear that it was a suicide bomber, and an illegal one at that. The next moment, our hero appeared near Yu Santai's family and apologized for being late. Yu Santai asked where Kang Seo had been for so long. Armed men appeared at the door and said that they would not let anyone out of there. The spectators must accept the fact that they will become victims of the Great One. Law enforcement officers from the outside could not open the door. It was clear that the doors were locked from the inside. Li Xin kicked the door with a strong leg kick and forced his way inside. He told the criminals that their colleagues in the basement had been arrested. It was necessary to stop resisting and surrender. The audience recognized the man. They said it was Li Xin, an S-class hunter. One of the criminals, holding an explosive in his hand, said he would not surrender and would take Li Xin with him. The villain shouted that he was a second-generation pyromancer. All present would perish for the glory of the Great One. The perpetrator began to ignite. Li Xin thought that this pyromaniac was completely crazy. This is already serious, and he won't be able to contain the force of the explosion. Even if the villain is destroyed, he will have time to apply the spark and detonation will occur. Suddenly, a source of energy appeared nearby. Li Xin thought that this strange yet somehow familiar energy enveloped the bomber. This is to stop the force of the explosion in case of detonation. This energy extinguished all of the criminals' flames as if nothing had happened. The pyromancer tossed the explosives to the floor and got all flamed up again, while screaming loudly. Li Xin managed to fly up and catch the explosive before it hit the floor. At this time, he thought that the pyromancer had blown himself up with its power. Li Xin was holding an explosive. Thanks to his reaction and resourcefulness, the explosion was avoided. The security representative checked the bomber and said he could still be saved. However, he was barely breathing and needed to be taken to intensive care immediately. At this time, the Silver Tower hitman appeared. He introduced himself and said that the bomber should be given to him. Healer leaned over the villain and began to perform resuscitation procedures. Li Xin calmly watched. Li Xin saw one of the viewers in a nice suit send him a like. Li Xin realized everything. This man had an aura, the same one that had stopped his attack of uncontrollable force in the restaurant. Haun cried on the porch of the theater. She wanted to watch Clara's dance. There were dancers from the ballet company next to the audience. Clara approached the girl and asked if the little princess wanted to see her dance. Haun got excited and said that of course she wanted to. Clara took the prince under her arm and said that in that case they would dance for the girl. The audience watched with interest as Clara and the prince danced their dance in the square in front of the theater. Instead of footlights, there was the moon. And instead of a stage, there were streets. The audience was delighted. The shining stars. Ensemble delighted their audience as never before. That night, Li Xin approached Kang Seo and asked him to be his teacher. Our hero looked at his opponent and thought he was starting to get in trouble. Just before closing time, a young man entered the restaurant. He had been warned that the restaurant was closing. Kang Seo realized that this guy would come here sooner or later, but to come here so soon, Li Xin turned to Kang Seo and called him teacher. He asked, "Is teacher really that zero rank?" Kang Seo quietly said that this is not the place for such talk. He knows a safe place and suggested that they meet there at the same time tomorrow. Kang Seo apologized to Li Xin for having to distract him. Li Xin replied that he was willing to give all his time to these lessons. Li Xin thanked the teacher. Thanks to him, a terrible disaster had been averted. Kang Seo asked why the boy called him teacher. Li Xin said that his interlocutor was not only a teacher but also a savior. The method of a pure and righteous heart gave him back the ability to live a human life. Li Xin apologized if he was disrespectful when the teacher came to his house. During that meeting, Li Xin asked who he was and how did you find his house. The unidentified man says that a terrorist attack is illegally going to take place at Myeongsan Concert Hall. Hundreds of citizens could be wiped out. He realizes that Li Xin finds this hard to believe, but he is telling the truth. Li Xin asked, "What proof is there?" Even if it was true, why did the stranger come to him? The stranger replied that only Li Xin, the only zero-rank awakened person, could stop them. Li Xin was surprised. After all, no one knew that he had reached this level. But the teacher must have sensed the aura emanating from him, purified by the method of a pure, righteous heart. Li Xin asked, as the interlocutor accepted him as a disciple. Kang Seo inquired as to why Li Xin would want to do this. The guy replied that he really needed to get even stronger. Kang Seo was surprised because he was already incredibly strong. Besides, what's his hurry? With his method, he would continue to grow. Li Xin said that he saw his teacher's methods yesterday and realized how far he was from being able to save people as effectively as his teacher. Li Xin stated that his family, friends, and co-workers live in this city. If the country is in danger, so are these people. Our hero thought that this guy has almost the same reasons for using force as him. He too wants to protect Yu Suntae and his family. Li Xin took Kang Seo's hand and asked the teacher not to refuse him. Kang Seo thought, if he taught this guy and he became stronger, then maybe he wouldn't need to interfere so often. He would soon be able to become an assistant. Besides, if he became stronger, Yu Songtae's simple aspirations of safety in society could be fulfilled. Kang Seo asked how old is Li Xin. The guy replied that he was already 32 years old. Our hero was surprised. He is only 3 years younger and he wants to be a student. That doesn't seem right. Kang Seo made another suggestion. Li Xin can train, but as a younger brother, not as a student. Li Xin agreed and bowed to his older brother. Kang Seo offered to meet here every Tuesday and Thursday if it was convenient for the younger brother. Li Xin replied that such a schedule suited him. Kang Seo stated that in that case they would start right away. He is willing to teach his younger brother the techniques of the pure and righteous heart method. After training, Li Xin said that it was incredible. When Kang Seo himself teaches him with such care, it's different. And wondered what they would do next. Kang Seo said he heard that Li Xin is a sword master. Li Xin confirmed it. Kang Seo said that unfortunately he doesn't have a sword to practice with. Li Xin said that if a sword is needed, he has one. Suddenly, a sword appeared in Li Xin's hands. Li Xin held out the sword to his older brother and said that it was his favorite sword, the Windlord. Kang Seo was surprised. Did his interlocutor get this sword out of thin air? Li Xin replied that it's called inventory. Li Xin added that it was a common attribute of the awakened ones. Doesn't Big Brother have it? Kang Seo recalled the teacher talking about them in class. He knows it's too expensive, so he forgot about it. Li Xin said that he would give his older brother such a sword. Li Xin explained that the inventory was masked on the body in the form of a tattoo, and its size depended on a person's rank. Kang Seo asked what size inventory does Li Xin have. Li Xin replied that it was quite large. When he increased the rank to 0, the size increased to a 30-story building. Kang Seo inquired if Li Xin could go into his inventory himself. The interlocutor replied that it was possible. It is something like a parallel dimension. However, the time of being in this dimension also depends on a person's level. The protagonist thanked his brother and said he could use it. Kang Seo said that it was now possible to look at Li Xin's sword art. Li Xin picked up his sword and showed everything he could do. Kang Seo thought that this guy had a sense of rhythm in martial arts, but it wasn't very practical in combat. Kang Seo told Li Xin to stop. He had already figured it out. Kang Seo wondered who taught his brother. Li Xin replied that he learned this art at the Hunter Academy. It's called Til Manjium. Kang Seo said bluntly that this art wasn't bad, but it lacked efficiency. He could teach his younger brother a much more practical sword martial art. Li Xin bowed and said that he humbles himself before Kang Seo and is willing to learn. Kang Seo said he would teach his brother a technique called Sea Storm Sword. Li Xin wondered, what kind of title is that? Doesn't it sound too childish? Kang Seo replied that it sounded really cool. Kang Seo asked Li Xin for another sword if he had one. Kang Seo received the sword from his younger brother. Li Xin thought that even from the way he pulled out the sword, one could already feel an incredibly domineering power. Kang Seo announced, Sword of the Sea Storm, Motion 1. Kang Seo directed his sword energy at the huge rock in front of him. The stone was split in two, as if it were a lump of butter. Li Xin was surprised at the way his older brother cut the stone, and cut it very evenly. Li Xin clenched his fists and said that it was incredible. Kang Seo remarked that if you put energy into the sword at the moment of impact, you could cut through any material. Li Xin asked if Kang Seo had put energy into that punch. The older brother said that he didn't. Otherwise, the impact would have been so strong that a vortex would have formed here. Li Xin stated that it was unbelievable. Kang Seo asked what was surprising him. Li Xin thought that their ranks were very different in terms of strength. He is far from being a big brother. He should try his best and learn. In the morning, while cleaning the area around the restaurant, Kang Seo thought that the broom handle was much sturdier and more comfortable now. It was a good thing he had replaced the handle with a steel one. Looking up, our hero wondered when a bookstore had managed to appear nearby. Kang Seo saw Li Xin coming out of the bookstore. The boy said hello to his older brother. Kang Seo wondered if this was his younger brother's store. Li Xin smiled. He wanted to say it earlier, but he couldn't find the right moment. Yu Sung-tae looked out of the restaurant and told Kang Seo to drop the broom and come to breakfast. Yu Sung-tae saw Li Xin and was astonished. Was it really Mr. Hunter? Li Xin said hello to Yu Sung-tae and apologized for not coming earlier. He opened a store in the neighborhood. Yu Sung-tae thanked the young man for saving his family recently. Li Xin said that he had opened a store in the neighborhood, and now they would be teammates. Yu Sung-tae was surprised. The hunter works at the store across the street from them. How did that happen? And in a bookstore, too. Hayun looked out of the restaurant and called out to dad and uncle for breakfast. Hayun said she knows that uncle. He's from the bookstore. Li Xin waved his hand at the girl and greeted her. Yu Sung-tae called out to his new neighbor to join him for breakfast. Li Xin scratched the back of his head and said that he didn't feel comfortable imposing on them this early. Lim So-young also looked out of the restaurant and invited Li Xin to visit. She said that all they needed to do was add more appliances for one person. Breakfast was in full swing and the food was enjoyed by all. Lim So-young asked if their guest liked her food. Li Xin replied that it was delicious and he was full. Yu Song-tae was glad that he had the opportunity to at least thank the hunter in this way. The restaurant owner once again thanked the guest for saving his family. Li Xin stated that he was just doing his duty. He thought that it wasn't him who saved everyone but his older brother. Yu Song-tae was surprised that Li Xin calls Kang Seo nothing but big brother. Li Xin replied that it's just his way of doing things. Yu Song-tae wondered when Kang Seo had time to fraternize with this famous hunter. He could rarely understand this Kang Seo. Li Xin asked if Big Brother had already tattooed the inventory stone. Kang Seo replied that he had forgotten how to do it. Li Xin reminded him that it's very simple. One needs to place the stone of the inventory where he would like to tattoo and say loudly, "Apply." Then the process will begin. Our hero did all the procedures and said loudly, "Apply." The arm lit up and a tattoo began to appear on it. Li Xin reminded that to open the inventory, all you have to do is say to yourself, "Open inventory." Next, you should visualize in your mind the thing that needs to be taken out. Li Xin continued that a small portal would appear in front of his brother, into which he should reach out and take out this item. Li Xin added that the inventory can also be accessed by himself. Big Brother can give it a try. Kang Seo closed his eyes and said, "Enter the inventory." Our hero opened his eyes and saw that he was inside. Kurangi had gotten in here with him. Kang Seo put the rat on his shoulder and said that they were in his inventory. Our hero began to study the layout of the area. His younger brother said that a huge building would fit here. Kang Seo wondered, wasn't this place too spacious? The manual said that the inventory space was safe for the owner and his belongings, no matter what happened here. Our hero got the idea to practice the light body technique here. Kang Seo accelerated and decided to test how different the acceleration in the inventory space was from the one outside. Kang Seo lifted himself above the surface. This space was enormous. He couldn't even see the edge. Slowing down, he decided that was enough for today. He would get a better look tomorrow. Kang Seo mentally ordered to get out of the inventory. The next moment, our hero was back in his seat in the restaurant. Yu Song-tae asked if there was a lot of room in his space for inventory. Kang Seo replied that it was so much that he couldn't even see the edge. You could hide a whole city in there. Yu Song-tae was extremely surprised because he knew that the size of an inventory depended on the strength of its owner. Li Xin thought, just how strong is his brother? What is the gulf between them? Kang Seo agreed that there was a lot of space in that space, but he felt a little strange there. There's nowhere to even sit down. Li Xin said that if his brother has magic stones, he can create anything he wants in his inventory. You can even build buildings. Kang Seo inquired, are the magic stones the ones inside the monster? Li Xin confirmed and added that usually only a legally registered hunter in the portals can get hold of them. But there are many monsters in some places that are not monitored by the association. Kang Seo asked, the unaccounted monsters are the ones that no one has claimed? Li Xin asked if his older brother wanted to go after the magic stone, and added that he himself wouldn't mind hunting with Kang Seo. Kang Seo said that was great. In that case, he could build something in his inventory. Li Xin said that he had recently reached rank 0, and his inventory had increased. He will be able to build something too. Yu Song-tae said that those unaccounted monsters where they were going had incredible power. Yu Song-tae was surprisingly worried not for his friends, but for the monsters. One day, Ha-yoon declared to her parents that she wanted to be a ballerina. The girl added that she wants to dance beautifully and twirl gracefully like ballerinas do. Yu Song-tae thought that his daughter was impressed by the performance that the performers had given them right outside. Lim So-young said she learned that there is a dance school very near them, and the tuition is not that expensive. Yu Song-tae suggested going to this school and seeing how the training was going on there. Ha-yoon was extremely excited. The girl responsibly declared that she really wants to study to be a ballerina at a choreographic school. In this school, a class was just being taught in the study hall at this time. The administrator told the teacher, Mrs. Sari, that they had a family coming in for a field trip. Mrs. Sari said hello to the girl and asked if she really wanted to learn ballet. She could give the girl some clothes to practice in now, and they would try everything right away. Haun changed her clothes and started practicing with the other kids. Haun tried her best to make a good impression on the teacher. During the rehearsal, Mrs. Sari thought this was a very capable girl. After the trial lesson, Yu Songtae thanked the teacher and his family went home. A young man nearby asked Siri if this was the first time this family had come. Sari said it was their first time here, and they wanted to sign the girl up for dancing. It was the first time she had seen her too, but she thought she was very capable. The interviewer said that he had come not only to see Siri's work, but also to see if there were any model candidates among her students. This girl caught his eye. Siri asked, "Is his ability to recognize talent?" The guy said it was the first time he'd ever seen a kid that gifted. Could Siri give him her parents' phone number? Siri replied that she wanted to know why he was interested first. Yusontai was surprised. Could it be that their Ha-yoon is being invited to the casting call? Lim So-young said that the dance teacher's older brother works in the marketing department of the Ellenin's agency. He asked if her parents wanted Ha-yoon to become the face of a major children's clothing manufacturer. This representative said that the offer is not for one photo shoot, but they will also accept Ha-yoon for training at Ellenin's modeling agency. Yu Santai remarked that it's one of the most famous modeling agencies. Yu Santai couldn't believe it. Would his daughter really become a top model? He added that Ha-yoon looks like her mother. That's why she's so beautiful. Lim So-young said their daughter looks like both of them. Only her husband's ears stick out a bit, but that's okay. Late at night, men are sitting at a table. One of them tells his companion not to be nervous. "There is good wine, you should drink it and calm down." The interlocutor thanked Mr. Mullen. Mr. Mullen asked Mr. Nevis what he had heard about Asmod. Nevis replied that he had heard nothing at all. 15 days had passed since the action, and there had been no sign of Asmod. Mullen said it was unpleasant. "Haven't you heard anything?" Mullen asked. Perhaps a trip into the Arctic Hell portal would refresh his interlocutor's memory. Nevis was frightened, for the portal of Arctic Hell is a place where the temperature is minus 100 degrees, and there is solid ice and snow. Mullen asked if the interviewer could give a clue as to where Koval is now. Mullen said he heard that after the debacle at the concert hall, Koval and Asmod had a falling out. Koval lost contact with him. Maybe Nevis knows something about it. Nevis, nervous, replied, "What could a small man like him know?" Nevis thought that Mullen obviously knew something about him giving Koval asylum. Nevis decided that Mullen would not leave him alone now. If he continued to keep quiet, he would throw him into the Arctic Hell portal, where he would immediately freeze to death. Nevis emptied his wine glass and thought he wanted to live. Nevis asked William if he said something. Would he be able to keep it a secret? William Mullen nodded affirmatively. Nevis asked if Mr. Mullen really wanted to know where Koval was hiding. This is the Ellenin's modeling agency. At the modeling agency, Yu Santai told his daughter not to worry. Kang Seo, who had also arrived at the casting, felt a strange aura nearby. Our hero sensed residual demonic energy in a man who passed by. But it was not this man's energy. He was carrying its plume. An elderly man appeared and greeted the restaurateur's family. He said his name was Choi Hong-soo, and he was the director of the Ellenin's modeling agency. The girl greeted this old man and said her name was Ha-yoon. Choi Hong-soo said that he could see that their manager was totally right. This graceful young lady is perfect for filming a commercial for a children's clothing collection. The old man added that the girl looked like her parents, very sweet and beautiful. He offered to give a tour of the agency. During the tour, Yu Sung-tae said that he recognizes many of these models. Kang Seo sensed a strange energy in the people approaching. There was a strong dark aura emanating from that person. The people walking towards them stopped and said hello to Mr. Director. The director greeted the deputy. Our hero sent a message to Lee Shin's brother. He asked to know if the Ellenin's modeling agency was involved in illegal affairs. Kang Seo thought that man was hiding his identity well, but he could see that his aura was blacker than ever. Maybe this agency really has become a den of illegals. A message from his younger brother didn't take long to arrive. Lee Shin wrote that this agency is really suspicious. Their association has already embedded agents there. The deputy director is a particularly suspicious person, and they are keeping surveillance on him. Kang Seo turned to Ha-yoon. The guy asked if the girl really wanted to be a model. Ha-yoon replied that she was up all night waiting for them to come here. Because it's cool. Our hero has decided that he's going to watch this director. He has to keep a low profile or he'll ruin Ha-yoon's plans. Kang Seo entered the inventory. By this time, he and his younger brother had already hunted monsters. He had destroyed several A-rank monsters and obtained magic stones. However, the energy of these stones is too murky and they are not ready to be used. These stones need to be cleaned first. Li Xin said that you should put your energy into the stone, and then you can build according to your imagination. After a while, the construction was ready. Our hero was satisfied. It turned out so well because the stone was of a high level. He did not know that he would be able to build such complex structures. Kang Seo looked at the stone and thought that it was the first stone he had gotten from the portal. As our hero was cleansing the stone's energy, he first encountered the dark energy he felt from Asmode. And that same energy was coming from this deputy director of the agency. Asmode actually looks like a human, but she has black blood in her veins. Is she really a demon in human form? Does this mean that by taking on the guise of a human, these beings are curtailing and suppressing their real power? But she's definitely not human. By human standards, she'd be above S rank. That's a lot of power. If one day even a few of these beings unite and come out against humanity, this country will fall to their onslaught. Kang Seo realized that this was all just speculation for now. There was no need to be distracted from the present. Our hero left the inventory. Yu Santai approached his friend and said that Haun was able to sign a contract with a modeling agency. Ji Yun helped them scrutinize the contract. They couldn't have done it without her. Kang Seo congratulated his friend. So does that mean Haun is going to be a model? The interviewer said that he is supposed to go to a children's clothing show next week with his daughter. Kang Seo was surprised that things were happening so fast. Yu Sungtae added that they are already going to their first rehearsal tomorrow. Kang Seo asked, how long was the contract signed for? Yu Santai replied that the contract was signed for 1 year. Kang Seo advised his friend to sign a one-time contract because Haun might not want to be a model. Yu Sungtae said that, to be honest, it had crossed his mind too. The restaurateur added that his daughter is still a toddler and may want to be someone else. He will probably follow his friend's advice. Yu Sungtae and his family sat at the table with the contract on it. The director of the agency was waiting nearby. Yu Sungtae told the director that they would now work together. The old man said that he was happy about this cooperation. Our hero heard the conversation of the deputy director, who was in the next office. He was saying that there was nothing he could do. The interviewee was indignant because the deputy director had promised that he would be the model for the photo shoot. How could this happen? The deputy said the director said so. There's nothing he can do about it. The deputy said to keep it down. What if it happens right here? It's best to calm down and go to the roof. That's where they'll talk. Kang Seo thought that this type was suspicious. Why is he going to go to the roof? Our hero noticed a similar energy in Asmod. If its source is the same in these people, maybe they really are from the same gang. Li Xin said he's made inquiries about the agency. There's no definite proof yet, but there's something fishy going on. Suicides and accidental deaths among staff and models have recently increased. Kang Seo inquired as to what this was related to. Li Xin replied that the police found no connection between the cases, so the Awakened Support Department joined the investigation. They will conduct the investigation under the highest secrecy. Kang Seo decided that he just had to go to the roof and eavesdrop. The young man asked the deputy director what he should do now. The deputy director grabbed the guy's head and told Bu Wan to give him his life energy and get out of here. The villain took a swing at the guy as someone told him to stop. The villain asked in surprise, who was bothering him? Behind his back stood a woman. The woman said she was an inspector from Silver Tower. The deputy director has been arrested on charges of serious felonies and other violations of the Awakened Criminal Code. The deputy director pushed the young man away and asked in surprise, had the bloodhounds from the Silver Tower sat on their tail? The villain swung at the woman and said it would be a good idea to have one last play with her. The Silver Tower inspector saw her opponent's fist moving in her direction and realized that she needed to do something about it. The woman drew her dagger and blocked her opponent's blow. The villain saw that the inspector had fended off his blow and praised her for it. The rogue attacked the woman again and said it would be fun to play with her. She must not disappoint him. The inspector held the knife in front of her to prevent her opponent from coming close to her, but he disappeared. The villain suddenly appeared from behind and told her not to yawn. The perpetrator hit the woman on her back and inflicted a bleeding wound. The inspector fell to her knees. The villain was surprised. Was that all? He expected more from her. The perpetrator swung his arm and said that unfortunately, we would have to finish her off. At this time, the villain experienced an energy blast on his arm. He turned around and saw a young man. Who is he? Our hero put on a mask so he wouldn't be recognized and said it looked like he showed up on time. Kang Seo said for the villain to move away from that woman immediately. The deputy director turned around and decided to attack Kang Seo. However, our hero vanished as if in a fog. The villain swiveled his head and couldn't understand what was going on. He shouted that he was going to destroy the slippery man. At this time, Kang Seo decided to rescue the injured people and shouldered the injured people. He left them in a safe place and told the woman that he had stopped her bleeding. She should stay still. The inspector thanked and said she couldn't sit and wait. She has to call for backup. The savior told the woman not to be afraid, he can handle the rascal. The deputy director yelled that he could sense where they were. That boy needs to come out. Kang Seo came out from around the corner and told the creep not to yell. Kang Seo said that the deputy director may not pretend to be a person. He knows who is in front of him and suggested that he should show himself as he is. The deputy director wondered how he could know. Was the Silver Tower's intelligence really that good? He wondered why there was such a domineering aura coming from this person. The villain said he was about to show his opponent something shocking. A demon with horns appeared in front of our hero, who was laughing loudly. The villain said if his opponent saw his true colors, his demise should be agonizing. The demon rushed at his opponent, but the guy was completely cold-blooded and unperturbed. The monster was already in close proximity to our hero and thought it was about to tear him apart. However, Kang Seo delivered a powerful energy strike and the demon was deactivated. He flew backwards and fell on his back. The villain lay on his back, his nose bleeding. He could not understand what had happened. The demon couldn't understand why it hurt so much. Why was he lying down? There was no way he could have been knocked out by some human. The demon lifted his head and thought he must have just slipped and fallen. Kang Seo came closer and said what needed to be proven. His blood is black too. The villain actually saw that he was bleeding black blood. Was there no more human blood left in this body? Had he used up all of it? Kang Seo wondered. Was this really a demon taking over a human body and parasitizing on it? The villain wondered. Was he really called a demon? The villain began to scrape his claws across the surface. He shouted for the man not to dare compare him to these inferior creatures. Kang Seo watched in amazement at what this demon could turn into yet. The next moment, a terrifying bloodthirsty monster that roared loudly appeared in front of our hero. It said the man was only able to hit him because he wasn't expecting it. But now that he had taken his full form, the man would truly come to an end. The monster pounced on Kang Seo and screamed that he was about to die. Kang Seo touched the claws of this monster with 2 fingers. The monster felt his arm begin to twist. The fearsome beast screamed loudly in pain. The monster's arm was no longer obeying, it dangled limply. Kang Seo leaned his fist on the monster's back and said, "Light speed dexterity." After that, the monster flew far to the side and collapsed on the surface, bleeding. There was a terrible explosion. Everything was engulfed in flames and smoke. The monster couldn't believe it. Was it really impossible for him to reach his opponent even in his true form? Surely this must be the man who had defeated Asmode? Where else had he come from? Kang Seo approached the villain and said he would ask again. If the man in front of him is neither human nor demon, then what is he? The monster replied that he had the pride of a warrior and would not answer. Our hero stepped on his opponent's tail, and the latter cried out loudly in pain. Kang Seo swung his fist and said that he wasn't going to just destroy him, only if he asked for it. The monster got scared and said he was giving up. He'll say anything. He belongs to one of the demonic tribes sent by He to the second intermediate dimension. Their job is to mine the spheres of despair. Kang Seo wondered, what other spheres of despair were there? These spheres are formed when a person experiences extreme fear or despair before death. Their manufacture occurs by mining compression of these human feelings. Such demons, skilled in collecting spheres of despair, are called collectors. Kang Seo said, this demon seemed to be proud of his profession. How many souls has he already killed? The demon cried and replied that not very much. The other officers had destroyed much more. Kang Seo grabbed the demon by the throat. The villain cried and begged for mercy again. He was just following orders and had done nothing wrong to this man. He wouldn't hunt in this area anymore. Kang Seo said that's the wrong answer. Demon says he didn't do anything wrong? Who's going to bring back the lives it's already ruined? Kang Seo decided to seal the demon's power so that it could never hurt anyone again. Kang Seo squeezed harder on the villain's throat. The demon began to choke, and white foam came out of his mouth. Kang Seo decided to leave the demon to the staff of the Silver Tower to deal with him. Kang Seo decided to leave him to the Silver Tower staff and let them deal with him. The demon became human-like again. Kang Seo thought that he was a disgusting creature anyway. Suddenly, the Silver Tower inspector appeared. Kang Seo was surprised. He had told her not to move. It was too early to open her up. The girl asked our hero, "Is he a zero rank awakened by any chance?" The guy replied, he was told it was his level. Kang Seo asked the inspector not to tell anyone that she had seen him. The inspector wondered, did the young man really not want to be discovered? Kang Seo said he likes his ordinary life. He is tired of sacrificing himself for the greater good. But most of all, he doesn't want his loved ones to suffer because of him. The inspector thought that this guy was saying the same thing as Li Xin. He had to give up his normal life to protect people. The inspector thought that the association would benefit greatly from the appearance of a rank 0. But she had seen the grief that the hunter Li Xin's life had brought. She would not wish such a thing on anyone. The girl said that she understood everything. The young man had saved her life, and she would not mention the encounter. It was the least she could do. Kang Seo said that he understood that it was difficult to hide such a thing, so he apologized for such a request. The inspector replied that they all have their own secrets. The girl apologized and thanked for being saved. Does she realize that he is the rank 0 behind the incidents in the portal of Doomland and the incident at Myeonsan Concert Hall? The inspector added that the young man had saved a lot of people. Kang Seo said that he had nothing to add and he would probably leave. Before the inspector knew it, the guy was gone. He disappeared instantly, like a gust of wind. The girl looked at the villain and decided it was time to clean up the place. The Silver Tower inspector on the intercom reports that the threat has been eliminated. She asked for a team of investigators and medics to arrive on the roof of the Elenen's modeling agency building. In the interrogation room, the deputy director of the modeling agency was handcuffed and kept swearing. He could not understand how this was possible. He wondered. It looked like an ordinary table and ordinary handcuffs. However, it was devoid of power and couldn't even take on its demonic appearance. The arrested man couldn't understand how he could have miscalculated. Where did this man with such a high level come from? Suddenly, the light in the room became much brighter and the bulbs burst. The light was gone. A man appeared in front of the deputy director. The arresting officer said, "Here he is." Mullen wondered, what kind of stupid situation was this? The deputy director said that he would explain everything to William now. He just didn't expect such a blow, and he didn't say anything to the people. William has to believe him. Mullen put his hand on the arrested man's head. The man asked that William not destroy him. Mullen told the man to shut up. Mullen wondered why he couldn't get a good look at this man's aura. The arrestee's recollections were too vague. Mullen said, "I knew there would be no use for this man. He remembers what he has to say in these cases, doesn't he? There's no room for idiots among demon officers." The arrested man asked that William believe him. Whoever did this to him is really a simple man. Mullen repeated once more to silence his opponent. Mullen stabbed the prisoner's body through and through with his cane. At this, William said that this man was a disgrace to their clan. The prisoner, bleeding, repeated that it was just a man. Mullen pulled his cane out of his opponent's body, and he slumped to the table. Mullen said his opponent proved to be stubborn. Tapping his cane on the floor, he disappeared. An investigator entered the interrogation room and, seeing that the prisoner was unconscious, shouted loudly. There were deactivated police officers in the hallway. They were lying on the floor. Baek Yoon-ho, while at his workplace, said that his head was splitting. A colleague asked him to calm down. Baek Yoon-ho said that the person who can turn into a demon was where he sent the agents to investigate. Mrs. Kim Myung-hee was seriously injured while trying to arrest him. As soon as she manages to bring him to the association's headquarters, an unknown assailant makes an attempt on his life right in the interrogation room. This is what they have going on here at the association. It's unthinkable. Myung-hee's colleague said that they were lucky that Myung-hee was still alive. Baek Yoon-ho asked, Myung-hee not only has abilities in the detection field, she is also an experienced fighter. So this demon was that strong? The colleague said that he had investigated the scene on the rooftop. From the looks of it, this Park Moo-young is a human demon with a level of at least S. Baek Yoon-ho wondered. But then how did Mrs. Kim Myung-hee manage to deal with him? The colleague replied that it's not only to cope. Park Moo-yeon has blocked energy movement in her body. Baek Yoon-ho asked, "What's that getting at?" The only people present at the scene were the demon, Mrs. Kim, and one injured civilian. The S-rank demon even took its true form, but it was completely defeated. Did someone stronger than an S-rank monster come to the rescue? So Kim Myung-hee saw that 0-rank hunter? A man walking down the street thought it was Memorial Day. On that day, portals began to open all over the world, and monsters filled the earth. Many people died then. They were defenseless against this threat. Each of them had lost someone close to them, friends, relatives, family members. And there was no way to rescue the wounded in an environment where monsters hunted everything that moved. Only then did the awakened emerge, and by organizing themselves they were able to fight back. Stability gradually returned to society. Medical care for the population became possible again. A hospital was built in memory of the victims of the disaster. The man traveling through the city thought the area remained as it was in his memory. The man walked into the cafe and saw that he was already being waited on. The colleague said hello and asked where he had been. The man asked if his friend had already had a drink without him. The head of the guild laughed and said, as his son said, it was better to drink alone. Guest remarked that his son only says that because he doesn't want to drink with him. The guest asked how Ji-eun was doing. The guild leader replied that she was doing some charity work. The president remarked that fried pork skins go well with Magoli. The guild leader's interlocutor said that when he first started as a hunter, he revered such appetizers as an expensive delicacy. The president said that this was the case. After work, he walked into a restaurant and ordered tokchu skins. He poured wine over his fatigue and grief at the loss of another colleague. The old friends continued to drink and paid no attention to the people around them. A friend told the guild leader that when he started out as a courier, his interlocutor would harass him, and he would sometimes consider strangling him. The guild leader laughed and said that now we could see what his antics had gotten him into. The brother told the head of the guild that he made him more discreet. He also found the president a nice girl and they got married. So it's not that bad. The two continued to drink, snack, and have pleasant conversations. Ha-yoon, Lim So-young, and Kang Seot returned home. Kang Seo was surprised. The restaurant was closed. There should be no customers. How could he feel the strong aura of the awakened man he didn't know? Lim So-young went inside, said hello to her husband, and told him they were here. The woman saw the man who had recently been drinking with the guild leader. He was now together with her husband, and upon seeing Lim So-young, he said hello. The girl was glad to see her uncle. He picked her up in his arms and told her that she was already very grown up. Lim So-young asked why he didn't warn her about his arrival. The man replied that it was a surprise. He decided to take a day off for the day of mourning. He added that he didn't want to cause his sister and her husband any unnecessary trouble. He was going to the house of rest, and on his way he came here. Yu Songtae said that they are happy to see him. He can come to see them anytime. Yu Songtae introduced our hero and said that he was their friend and the restaurant's new employee, the same isolationist already told about. Our hero and guest said hello and introduced themselves to each other. Holding the interlocutor's hand, Kang Seo thought he was an unusual awakened person. His aura isn't as powerful, but it has an incredible purity. He appears to be a harmless man. Our hero would even say that he felt some warmth and friendliness from this man. The guest asked if they were going to go to the resting house. Yu Songtae replied that that was exactly what they were planning to do. The man offered to do it right now. Yu Songtae said yes. Everyone moved to the resting house dressed in black clothes. The man said that Ha-yoon looks beautiful even in black clothes. Lim So-young and her brother stood by their parents' ashes. Lim So-young told her daughter to say hello to her grandparents. The girl lowered her head and said hello to the old men. Lim So-young said it was their daughter, Ha-yoon, and added for the parents to rest in peace. Afterwards, the girl played on the playground. The men sat aside. Yu Songtae told his brother-in-law that he had something. The restaurateur added that he couldn't say how he found out, but hoped it would comfort his brother-in-law. Yu Songtae said that the nightmare of the neighboring province, the arachniac monster that massacred their parents, had already been destroyed. Yu Songtae added that Li Xin himself participated in this hunt. There will be an official statement on this soon. Arachniac is the name of the monster that Kang Seo and Li Xin destroyed. Our hero thought that previously, he didn't understand what Yu Songtae was so excited about when he heard about the destruction of this monster. The man was surprised. Was Li Xin himself going out to hunt? He couldn't even believe it. The interlocutor let a tear fall. His parents are now avenged. Yu Songtae wondered why the brother-in-law was crying. The host announced that the fashion show of the modeling agency Alensis could be considered open. Children in beautiful outfits took to the catwalk. Yu Songtae happily announced that his daughter was also present. Ha-yoon walked down the runway in an outlandish costume. Yu Songtae took out his camera and started taking pictures of his daughter. He said he was still amazed at how beautiful she was. Kang Seo thought that Haun was really very cute. The next day at the Rostachek kindergarten, the children admired Haun for becoming a model. Haun thanked her peers for the congratulations and said she was somehow embarrassed. The boy Haun had previously defended gave her a gift of origami. Haun was very excited about this toy. Haun wondered, did he really do this for her himself? The boy blushed with embarrassment and turned away. Haun thanked him and said she would treasure the gift. The boy, still embarrassed, said he would always be friends with Haun. There is a melodrama on TV. On the screen, young people are having an argument. Lim So-young is emotional about the scenes shown on the screen. Yu Son-tae didn't understand what was happening to his wife. Yu Son-tae asked a friend why his wife was reacting the way she did to this movie. Kang Seo replied that she probably had reason to be angry. Yu Son-tae wondered, had Kang Seo already delved into this confusing drama? Our hero immediately retold his words to his friend about what had happened up to that point in the movie. Yu Song-tae wondered, how did he have time to realize everything so quickly? It's not like he's watching this drama first. Kang Seo wondered if the person he was talking to wasn't interested. During a TV news broadcast, Lim So-young called her friend and began discussing the events of the previous episode. On the news, the anchorwoman announced that Level 0 awakened ones from various countries were coming to this country. This event will be in honor of the country's first Level 0 awakened person. Yu Song-tae said that it was unbelievable. The strongest hunters will gather for a summit in their country. Colleagues at the workplace were discussing business plans. One of them asked on the phone, is it really necessary to build a plot around a girl in a beautiful dress? The girl said she couldn't do that. Where would she introduce such a plot twist? The caller replied to have her come up with something. After all, she is a screenwriter. The interlocutor said that it was her job to come up with the plot and said goodbye. The scriptwriter wondered how she could communicate with the producer of the series. Having stopped the conversation, the furious girl said that it was necessary to end this stupid series already. The colleague told the interlocutor to calm down. She had an idea. A colleague said that they could do this. They would rewind the storyline 5 years into the future and introduce a new character, a little girl named Chang Mi. The producer wondered if it would be too sudden. The interviewee was surprised. What's the big deal? The viewer will be very curious about the main character's daughter. And at the most interesting moment, she will meet Namju. They will make the viewers of the last season break the ceiling. The producer said Kim is just brilliant. That's exactly what they're going to do. Now it remains only to find a very beautiful actress for the role of the daughter. On this occasion, the girls decided to go to a restaurant and have a bite to eat. They were going to have jjajangmyeon. Lim So-young greeted the new female customers at the restaurant. Lim So-young thought she had seen one of them somewhere before. The girls placed an order, 2 jjajangmyeon. Lim So-young couldn't help but think that this customer's face was familiar to her. She replied that the order would be ready soon. The girl answered the incoming call and said that Bae Hap Choi was listening. The producer told her that it would be necessary to include cake in the story as well. Bae Hap told her companion at the end of the call that she was advised to include cake in the storyline. The girl added that she heard that their studio was recruiting child actors from the agency Elenins. Lim So-young remembered this girl. This is the writer of the White Roses Revenge series, Bae Hap Choi. The assistant scriptwriter asked, if the girl is a model, it's understandable that she's pretty, but is that a guarantee of good acting? Bae Hap Choi saw Haun, who walked up to her mom at that time. She thought that this girl was really cute. Her eyes were blinding. What a bright and pretty girl. She's really cute. Bae Hap took Lim So-young's hand, bowed to her, and asked for permission to let her daughter star in their show. Lim So-young couldn't believe her ears. On the set, the events developed according to the set schedule. Haun, observing the situation, couldn't believe that she was going to be filmed too. Yu Son-tae, the future movie star's dad, asked, is the little girl so excited? Haun replied that she was very excited because she wanted to be in a movie. Yu Son-tae told his daughter that if at any point she felt tired, she should definitely say so. Haun stated that she could handle it. The girl added that she is absolutely confident in herself. Kang Seo thought that he had never seen this girl so energized before. If he prevented her from becoming a model, she would be very discouraged. At one point, the director stopped filming and said she had to step away for a break. Yu Son-tae went up to the director and said that their daughter came to the filming today. She's worried. The director walked by and didn't say a word. Our heroes were surprised. Stopping, The director turned around and told them to follow her. She had a conversation to have. Yu Songtae wondered why she was so angry. At the negotiating table, the girl introduced herself and said she was the producer of the TV series Revenge of the White Rose. The producer said her name is Ok Go-yoon. She heard about these people from the scriptwriter, Ms. Choi. Ok Go-yoon asked, "So their girl didn't have any acting training?" Yu Suntai said that she can learn very quickly. She's talented. Kang Seo wondered, how can you criticize a child so bluntly for lack of training? The father said that his daughter really wants to act in the show. OK Go-yoon said they'll give it a try, they have to start somewhere. OK Go-yoon thought that the scriptwriter Choi Bae-han had talked her ear off about how she didn't want anyone else for the role but this girl, or she would quit. I had to agree just to get her to back off. The girl is really cute. She definitely fits the description in the script. Still, a child model as an actress is just too much. The scriptwriter is just fascinated by this beautiful girl. She probably thinks being an actor is easy, doesn't she? The producer was angry about the screenwriter's antics. Her great series was in jeopardy. OK Go-yoon thought of annoying this girl on set with bright lights and smoke. Then the girl would just cry and run away. The producer thought life is a cruel thing. She's the producer here, and they can't force anyone on her. Yu Song-tae looked at the expression on the woman's face and asked if Madam Producer was all right. A phone call rang out. The producer was surprised. Why would the secretary of the Red Dragon Guild director's secretary be calling her? Okay. Go-yoon apologized and said she had to take it. The receptionist asked if she had heard that a girl named Ha-yoon would be playing in the TV series White Rose's Revenge. Is that true? The secretary of the guild chairman said that her boss's wife really likes the series. She says she wants the series to be a regular program. The secretary added for the producer not to worry about funding. She can fully rely on the director's help. OK Go-yoon thought that no matter how talented she was, she needed sponsors for her work. The producer said she understood. She would shoot more scenes with the young actress. The secretary expressed her joy that they understood each other. As a thank you, OK Go-yoon can expect a gift after filming the series. She and her crew will receive trips to a resort owned by the guild. OK Go-yoon thanked for the understanding. The secretary added that if Ha-yoon and her support group encounter impolite treatment, the producer could get in trouble. OK Go-yoon looked at her guests and realized that these were no ordinary people. The producer replied to the secretary that this would certainly not be the case. After finishing the conversation, OK Go-yoon thought that she had almost gotten herself into trouble. It turned out that this girl was a relative of the guild director. OK Go-yoon felt that she had not made the best impression on these people. Looks like we'll have to fix that. The girl said she wanted to continue the conversation. So Ha-yoon dreams of being an actress? OK Go-yoon asked the girl if she could be called Ha-yoon. The girl nodded affirmatively. The producer smiled and said that she was a very sweet girl. She thinks she will be a great actress. She has great diction and a sonorous voice. OK Go-yoon said that she was ready to get to work and would now introduce the script to the audience. The girl thought she had to be restrained and patient for the sake of her resort vacation and funding for her next project. Ha-yoon began to read her character's role in the script aloud. 5 years later, Baek Chanmi is walking in the park with his daughter Byul-yi. A young man walks up to a girl and asks, "Is this her? The White Rose?" The girl stops and turns around. The guy says it's really her. How long has it been since they've seen each other? The girl says it's really been a long time since they've seen each other. Byul-yi asks her mom, "Who is that uncle?" Mom replies that it's her friend and her daughter can say hello. The girl said hello, gave her name and said she was 5 years old. The young man was surprised. If a child is 5 years old, then that's saying a lot. Doesn't Chang-mi have something to say to him? The guy squatted down and told the girl that she was very beautiful, just like her mom. Byul-yi asked why the uncle was crying. The girl also cried and, wiping her tears, told her uncle not to cry. Because he was crying, she felt sorry for him. OK Go-yoon stopped filming and said it was great. The actress wiped the girl's tears and said that she was very good at it. The actor said that he even had tears while looking at the girl. The assistant producer was surprised. Had this girl never acted before? It was really good. The man saw the producer crying too. OK Go-yoon tearfully said that it looked like she had found her. The muse of his art. Kang Seo continued to do his job, delivering food as a foot courier. Once again, our hero returned to the restaurant after completing his order. Yu Song-tae said that Kang Seo, as usual, came back very quickly. For now, He could wait and take his time. Kang Seo was surprised. He was in a hurry because he thought that more orders must have already come in. Yu Song-tae handed his friend a glass of water and offered a drink. Ji-yoon thought that Kang Seo was unbelievable. The client's address was very far away from here, but he came back in a flash. Ji-yoon thought that even she with her A rank couldn't handle this guy. However, she didn't like him for his abilities. How is it even possible that he was given an F rank? A B rank could have that speed, a G rank at most. Why would this guy be a courier if he had that kind of ability? Kang Seo felt the movement of a familiar aura. New customers entered the restaurant. Kang Seo and Ji-yoon looked around. Ji-yoon recognized the woman. It was the head of the inspection department. She told her colleague that they would have a good meal now and the mood would improve. Already at the table, the companion of the head of the inspection department said that this flamma was destroying him. He thought he was taking the right dose, but it didn't work out so well. Like before the Great Crash, there were medical drugs that became abused during this time. Flamma was called a hallucinogen. It had an anesthetic effect, even a mental one. It made a person forget even mental pain. Flamma helped to forget even the fear of doom. Flamma was abused not only by citizens but also by hunters, whose lives had become much more difficult with the appearance of demons, and the number of such abuses was only increasing. The initial effect of Flamma is good, but beyond that, it's just self-destructive. The head of the inspection department thought that in this terrible time for all mankind, someone was also selling drugs. It's unforgivable. Kang Seo heard that the conversation was about drugs. Kang Seo, looking at this guy, wondered if the drug was emitting this dark energy from his pocket. This dark energy was familiar to our hero. I think he had felt it before, the last time he delivered an order. The guy said that these days there was no end to the emergencies, so their team can't even sleep properly. He touched his chest and said that his companion had forgotten to take this evidence to turn it in for examination, so he took it with him. The girl wondered, did he really just take the drugs and walk out? The guy said that he would take them for examination when they went back. He was running around. Kang Seo thought that really everyone was busy right now, and these drugs were really related to criminals. Yu Song-tae turned to his friend and said that there was an order. Kang Seo replied that he was ready to fulfill it. Kang Seo put a medical mask on his face and walked past the head of the inspection department so she wouldn't recognize him. The girl looked into the courier's eyes and thought that somewhere she had seen this man before. She remembered the man who had helped her with the criminal on the roof of the advertising agency. The girl suddenly jumped up from her seat. Her companion wondered what had happened to her. As she dressed, she said she would be back soon. Her companion might not wait for her and finish everything himself. The head of the inspection department ran out of the restaurant and rushed to the courier. She asked him to wait for her. The girl approached the delivery man and asked, had they met before? She said he was the man she met on the roof of the Elenin's agency building. Kang Seo lowered his mask and said that he knew it. He couldn't hide from her. Our hero asked the interlocutor if she had any business with him. The girl replied that she did have a case. The Hunter Support Agency no longer has the strength or resources to fully fight the crime spree. With such abilities, this young man would save so many lives. The girl bowed and said that not only the association but the townspeople needed his help. If he was worried about anonymity, she could arrange that. They need his help. Kang Seo asked, it must have been difficult to keep their past meeting a secret? He added that that's why he owes her a favor. He agreed to help her if she kept his name a secret. Kang Seo handed the girl a piece of paper and said his phone number was on it. She could call as soon as she needed him. The girl thanked our hero for that. Ji-yoon watched the scene from the restaurant. Ji-yoon couldn't believe that her friend was talking to the association officers with such a serious face. Ji-yoon thought, what if her co-worker is a secret agent of the Silver Tower? Kang Seo told his interlocutor that he had heard her conversation at lunch. He knows where to look for dealers of the drug. At the edge of town is an old abandoned industrial building. The cages contain huge dogs that have a horn on their head. Inside this room sits a man in a chair, surrounded by his subordinates. In front of them kneels an unknown person. The man in the chair is angry at the one on his knees. He doesn't want to believe the story. Did the police burst in and take all the goods? This narrator has no conscience at all. The man on his knees is beaten and bleeding. He asks for a chance to make things right and get it all back in a fair way. After the assistant's advice, the man in the chair says he will give this guy one job. The job is to feed his dogs. At the boss's command, the cages were opened and the vicious dogs came out. They growled viciously. Our hero repeated to his companion that he knew where to look for drug dealers. The girl wondered how this guy guessed. Kang Seo said there was the same drug in her employee's pocket. Kang Seo added that he had just made a delivery, and the place where he was delivering the food was emitting a lot of that kind of energy. He immediately suspected something wrong, but now, after this conversation, he was finally convinced. This night, he would pay them a visit and ravage their lair. The boss of the drug dealers was still sitting in his chair. He was surrounded by angry dogs and his subordinates. At his feet were drugs and cash. This was a real criminal. Holding the money in their hands, the villain said that at this rate, they would become the largest suppliers in Asia. The villain thought that with his long-acquired ability to tame monsters, he would know no defeat. He also has the help of a white rabbit sitting in this cage. There was a noise outside. The subordinate said he would check to see who was there. The man opened the door and saw the courier. He asked who the courier was from. Our hero, without explanation, punched this criminal in the nose with his fist. The villain lost his balance and flew backwards. The boss and his henchmen became frightened and began to draw their weapons. Were they really under attack? In front of the criminals stood a courier wearing a medical mask. In his hand, he held a delivery box. The guy told the audience that he was just a food delivery guy. The boss got angry and told his subordinates to deal with the courier. The villains rushed at our hero with the purpose of destroying him. However, the forces were unequal, and Kang Seo began to effectively deal with the invading villains. The villains wondered how this guy was able to cut the iron pipe with one hand. Kang Seo, using the internal energy flowing from his fingers, began to systematically deactivate the bandits. The criminals didn't realize who he was. Was he even a human being? The villains decided to attack at the same time, but it was a bad decision and they were all deactivated at the same moment. The fight did not last long. All the attackers were disarmed and neutralized. Kang Seo went to the boss of the criminals. The villain was frightened. Who was he? This courier? Could he be an agent of the Silver Tower? Kang Seo replied. He said earlier, he's just a delivery boy from an Oriental food restaurant. The boss got mad and told this guy not to play with him. The villain waved his finger at his predators. The monster dogs growled angrily. The drug dealer said this guy has powers, but he's not afraid to come here alone for nothing. Our hero thought that this criminal was an awakened tamer. The criminal said, no matter how strong this courier is, he won't be able to handle his monsters. These monsters are B rank, and as a pack, they would tear even an S rank hunter apart. After a while, our hero was playing with these monsters like cute puppies. The villain couldn't understand what was going on. What are his monster dogs doing? Monsters instinctively recognize someone who overpowers them too much and submit. Kang Seo told the criminal that even his ability couldn't do anything about the monster's instincts. The villain was frightened. Was he really an S rank, or even higher? The perpetrator was frightened and, falling to the floor, said he was giving up, and inquired what did the courier want? Kang Seo told the criminal that he knows that these drugs have hurt a lot of people. He should give up those drugs immediately. The drug dealer laughed. What drugs are we talking about? The perpetrator asked where the courier saw the drugs. Why does he accuse him of distributing something he doesn't have? Kang Seo thought that when he walked here, he could feel the aura of these drugs. Where did it all disappear to? Kang Seo looked around and noticed that someone was locked in a cage and trembling with fear. The perp yelled for this delivery man not to touch his bunny. Kang Seo took the beast in his arms and felt that it was afraid for some reason. Kang Seo told the animal not to be afraid, he would save him. It seemed to the courier that the brute was trying to tell him something. Kang Seo told the villain that the hare was complaining about him a lot. The drug dealer wondered how the hare could complain. Kang Seo told his opponent that he has the ability to command animals, but he treats them roughly like things. Suddenly, thanks to the hare, bags of white powder appeared all around. The perpetrator shouted loudly in annoyance. After a while, Haun was playing with a little white bunny at her house. Lim So-young asked our hero to stop bringing animals home. It's too much. Lim So-young said that her daughter really liked the bunny and they would keep it, but no more animals. Kang Seo replied that he wouldn't be so careless next time. Kang Seo thought he brought this hare because it might come in handy. Haun said she's going to name this bunny Pompon. The police cars arrived at their destination. The inspector reports to the chief that they have arrived at the place indicated for detention. They found them already well disarmed. The leader of this gang, Gap-sik, was swamped with a mountain of flamma packets. The inspector asked the head of the department by what miracle she had managed to do it. The girl replied that she preferred to keep her secrets. The head of the inspection department thought she was once again in debt to this man. Yu Santai thanks everyone for congratulating his daughter on the series premiere. Haun said thank you to everyone. The girl added that she will do her best for her viewers. Ji said that this girl is just cute. Kang Seo and Lee Shin also congratulated this family on the series premiere. Lee Shin said that the next episode will start premiering any minute now. Yu Song-tae invited the guests to come into the restaurant and make themselves comfortable. He also wished everyone a pleasant meal. Lim So-young, while welcoming the guests, said that they have a lot of dishes here so the guests should not be shy and try everything. Kang Seo looked around. He sensed someone very strong in the sky. A passenger plane was flying through the sky at the time. Kang Seo thought, could he really sense an awakened level 0? The girl sitting across the table made a remark to Joseph. She told Joseph to look away. Was he having withdrawal from his console? Across from this girl sat a guy with shaking hands. Joseph told Celia that the director had warned him. If he ever touched the console again, he would make sure the series was taken off the market for good. The guy said he didn't want to fly here. What kind of joint exercises can these countries have? It's just a waste of time. The companion replied that there was nothing to be done about it. 0-level awakened can only be examined by similarly awakened ones. Joseph said, so the teachings themselves don't make any sense at all. In fact, their purpose is simply to assess the abilities of an awakened level 0? Well, what if that turns out to be true? Celia replied, maybe it will turn out to be. In any case, one should make a good impression of one's country. Celia asked if Joseph would share with her how he intended to test that guy's strength, since she was his assistant. Joseph replied that he would certainly like to test it, but did he have to do it? The aide replied that it is mandatory. If he doesn't want to, she can provoke him. Even the awakened have weaknesses because they are human beings too. Joseph asked if Celia knew how dangerous it was to provoke an awakened level 0. It would be like touching a nuclear bomb. The girl replied that she understood and suggested that Joseph get a good night's sleep. Unexpectedly, Joseph said that he could feel the magical monsters approaching. Joseph thought that 4 wyverns were approaching. Indeed, the monsters were approaching the airplane. Joseph and his assistant were approached by military personnel. The officer introduced himself. He was Colonel Ronald, in charge of guarding the young man. Ronald reported that a pack of 4 monsters was approaching the ship. The colonel told the young man to fasten his seatbelts. They would handle the situation themselves. Joseph replied that it wasn't necessary. He was still a little bored. The guy began to concentrate his inner energy in front of him, which turned into a glowing ball. The sphere began to increase in size, and the airplane was inside the sphere. It was a protective sphere. Joseph clenched his brush and uttered, "Fire Fist." At this time, an energy charge appeared from the sphere and hit one of the wyverns. The monsters tried to make their way to the plane, but the protective sphere prevented them from doing so. Joseph continued to make manipulations that eventually resulted in energy attacks on the attacking monsters. The monsters continued to circle the airplane. The guy said he's like swatting a mosquito to get rid of those wyverns. Another attack on the surviving monster ended up destroying that wyvern. The young man held his palms together and said that was the end of it. Celia asked the colonel if the danger was over. The colonel nodded affirmatively. Joseph said he was bored again. He hopes that he will have something to entertain himself after he lands. The plane landed at the destination airport and the greeters arrived at the ramp. The guild president, who arrived here accompanied by the young men, said that they had been expecting guests for a long time. Li Xin thought that a friendly country had sent a 0-rank awakened Joseph here. The guild president thanked Joseph for taking the trouble to come here in person. He introduced himself, said his name was Yoon Han Jong, and he was the president of the Awakened Association. Joseph also introduced himself. Joseph, looking at Li Xin, said that this was the same rank 0 awakened person in this country. Li Xin also introduced himself and said it was nice to meet him. About Joseph, he thought he was a normal guy. Li Xin thought to his opponent that he didn't have such a strong aura. However, it hides its real power. It's really ground 0. Joseph said he had a professional question for Li Xin. The guest inquired if Li Xin is a gamer. Li Xin replied that he used to love games, but he hadn't had time for it for several years. Joseph sympathized with his companion. The foreigner asked if the interlocutor would mind if they played together sometime. Already in the car on the way to the guild, Li Xin thought that at first glance it was obvious that Joseph was incredibly strong and was definitely a gifted individual. But what was it that came from him when he talked about games? Was it really the energy of life? Li Xin decided that it was something else after all, some very pure energy. Li Xin wondered why this guy brought up the topic of games first. Was this some kind of foreign joke? The colleague inquired about what had happened to Li Xin. Li Xin continued to ponder. Maybe Joseph meant by that a duel? Li Xin replied to Sunbei that nothing was wrong and asked him to stop somewhere nearby. Sunbei stopped the car and said that Li Xin didn't live here, did he? The boy replied that he had somewhere to go. Li Xin decided that he needed to consult with his older brother. Sunbai reminded Li Xin not to be late for the joint training session with the foreigner. Haun and Kang Seo were hanging out together in front of a restaurant. The guy on the bedding was sitting in the lotus position. The girl with the glued-on mustache asked how the darling was doing. Kang Seo with painted lips said hello to Haun. The girl was upset. She told her uncle that she is not Haun. Her name is Samjun, and her uncle is her wife. The girl said to speak like this. Hello, Samjun. You must be tired at work. How are you? Kang Seo said it was difficult for him and asked if Haun could play the female lead. Kang Seo saw the lipstick and asked the girl what it was because it wasn't hers. Haun replied that she took it from her mom's bedroom. Haun added, I just ran out of red crayons. It's obvious. Kang Seo said that you can't take other people's things. Their hero was called out. Kang Seo saw Li Xin walk up to him, and he said hello to his younger brother. Kang Seo wondered why Li Xin was looking at him like that. Li Xin looked at his older brother's appearance with a smile. The young man said he was here on very important business. He was meeting an awakened level 0 from another country at the airport today. Li Xin added, it seems like this guy is challenging him to a fight. Kang Seo told Haun to go and play at the restaurant. Haun peeled off her mustache and replied that she understood. Kang Seo thought for a moment and said that 0 is serious. You don't just come in like that. Our hero asked his interlocutor, is this by any chance the guy standing behind and hiding behind the pillar? Li Xin abruptly turned around and actually saw Joseph, who was trying to apply an illusion and disappear. Joseph approached the young men and said that he concealed his presence with an artifact. How were they able to spot him? These abilities are admirable. Li Xin wondered if Joseph had been following him. Should this prank be reported to the embassy? Joseph apologized and asked that Li Xin not take it as an insult. The foreign guest wondered who this person standing with Li Xin was. Surely he must not be simple at all. Kang Seo and Joseph stared intently into each other's eyes, each studying his opponent. After a few seconds, Joseph asked what Li Xin thought about his suggestion to play together. Li Xin replied that he agreed. Li Xin asked, the interlocutor must have meant a fight? And added that he agreed and was ready right now. Kang Seo told his friend that it was pointless. Li Xin replied so his brother doesn't try to stop him. He can't let this insulting challenge go unanswered. It seemed to our hero that the foreigner was not aggressive at all. Joseph expressed his joy that Li Xin had agreed to accept his proposal. Kang Seo thought he wanted to fight after all. Our hero asked his younger brother, if they were going to fight, wouldn't it be better to do it in the Lost Lands? After all, they could destroy half the city here. Sometime later, the rivals met in the Goblin lands. Joseph stated that is a great idea. If they compete here, there will be no harm to the civilians. Li Xin remarked that that was why they were here. Li Xin said he had one question. Why him? After all, there are so many other level 0 awakened ones in the world. Joseph replied, it's probably weird, but he loves the games for the character growth effect. Pumping up the character gives a level increase, but he was born very strong and is unfamiliar with this phenomenon. The opponent, on the other hand, had risen to his level from scratch. He perfected his energy control technique and only became stronger. No one in this country could be stronger than his opponent. Joseph inquired, what is the secret behind Li Xin's rapid growth? Li Xin thought, is this energy he noticed today really just curiosity? Li Xin decided that he wouldn't tell his opponent anyway, that his older brother had taught him that. Joseph replied that apparently Li Xin was unwilling to share such information. The foreigner began to concentrate the energy in his hand and lifted a huge block of stone above him. Joseph said it was even better that way. He will strike his blow and still find out his opponent's secret. Li Xin saw this block of stone rushing towards him. Li Xin easily dodged this attack and drew his sword and pounced on his opponent. Li Xin tried to strike the foreigner, but his sword ran into an invisible barrier. The guy thought that his opponent had a powerful defense field. Joseph asked, is that really the full strength of his opponent? Li Xin felt overwhelmed. This was the first time he had ever felt such pressure from his opponent's aura. The guy was extremely resistant. A little more, and this Joseph would crush him. Li Xin overcame the intensity of his opponent and jumped high up. Joseph marveled. This young man had cracked his telekinetic shield with willpower alone. After another clash between the rivals, there was a huge explosion. When the smoke cleared, the uninjured Li Xin was standing in the center of the pit. At the edge of this cliff was Joseph. Joseph said it was just great. He was thrown far away by the shockwave. The foreigner thought he hadn't misjudged this guy. Li Xin thrust his sword forward and said that he was ready to continue. Kang Seo, walking through the city, tried to make a phone call. The answering machine said that the caller's machine was turned off or out of range. Our hero was worried. How is Li Xin doing? Is he still fighting the foreigner? Kang Seo asked his little brother to come back for lunch, especially today. After all, they were going to prepare the summer menu. Yu Suntae was inviting Li Xin over for naengmyeon. Kang Seo didn't know what naengmyeon tasted like, but if his friend said it must be delicious. The protagonist wondered how he hadn't realized before that one could enjoy food so much. The townspeople became worried. Did magical monsters appear on the outskirts? Something hit the city's defense field. We must hide. Our hero thought these two were being unscrupulous. They're putting the town in danger. Kang Seo headed towards the fight site on the way, thinking, why can't they have a showdown without excesses? Joseph and Li Xin were already both at the bottom of the sinkhole. Li Xin was still with his sword in his hand. Joseph fought his opponent with his bare hands. Small scratches appeared on his body. Both fighters were bare-chested. Li Xin accelerated and swung his sword and attacked his opponent. Joseph thought that this guy was getting faster with each attack. He crossed his arms in front of him and prepared to block the blow. Li Xin struck his opponent with his sword, but Joseph still remained impenetrable. Joseph, using his internal reserves and immense strength, aimed large blocks of stone at his opponent. Li Xin fought off his opponent's attacks with his sword, while Joseph was inside the impenetrable sphere. Kang Seo watched the fight and thought that the two were fighting so fiercely that they were oblivious to what was going on around them. Kang Seo wondered if it would be possible to knock these two out to put an end to this. The protagonist did just that. First deactivated Li Xin, then did the same with Joseph. Joseph only came to his senses in bed. Celia sat beside his bed and noted that the boy was finally awake. Joseph wondered how he had ended up at the hotel. Celia said she would like to know that too. Celia stated that she found Joseph lying on the doorstep covered in blood. Where was he, and what had he been doing? Joseph said he had a fight with Li Xin. The assistant wondered, is Li Xin so strong that he knocked him out? Joseph said they had a long fight and Li Xin wouldn't be able to overpower him. The boy got out of bed and got dressed. Celia wondered where he was going. He still needed to lie down. Joseph said he had somewhere to go, would explain later. The guy chose the air route, and once inside the protective sphere, he headed to his destination point. He realized that he was definitely not knocked out by Li Xin. Joseph remembered that for a brief moment he had felt a different, incredibly strong aura. Who could be the owner of such an aura? Guy continued to move above the city in his protective sphere and surveyed the surrounding area for a powerful aura. Suddenly, Joseph felt someone nearby. Li Xin appeared. He asked if Joseph had decided to come as soon as he woke up. The foreigner said that he had hoped to meet his opponent here. Joseph said he was concerned about something else entirely, and without showing his hand, inquired what it said. The inscription at the site of their battle near the crow said, "If he fights again, he will be punished." Joseph wondered who left such an inscription. Li Xin said aloud that Kang Seo's brother had seen them here. Joseph remembered the meeting when he saw Li Xin talking to another guy. It might have been the same brother. Is that guy Kang Seo the one who knocked him out? He must be crazy. Haun and Kang Seo, sitting at the same table, were eating. Our hero sneezed and thought it must be from the cold soup. Li Xin and Joseph moved around the city together. Li Xin asked Joseph why he was following him. The foreigner replied that Li Xin was going to his brother anyway, so they were on their way. Joseph thought he owed a lot to this man. This guy noticed how much destruction there was from that battle and came to stop them. They had completely forgotten where they were in their rage, and they did not hold back. If that guy hadn't stopped them, there's no telling how much damage they would have done to civilians. There's nothing to repay it with. Joseph clarified if Li Xin was really going to his big brother. Li Xin expressed indignation because Joseph said that his older brother was crazy. Joseph smiled, but it's not like he didn't know this guy was normal. Two girls watching the young men concluded that they were handsome, and one of them is a foreigner. One of the friends thought she had seen the men on social media. One of the passers-by also said they had seen them on TV. One of them is Li Xin, the only level 0 hunter in this country. Next to him is Joseph, a level 0 hunter who came from overseas. The girls flanked the young men and said they were their fans. Some asked for an autograph. Joseph told his companion that they were in trouble. Li Xin agreed, just what they needed. Joseph began to concentrate the internal energy in his hands. The young men then found themselves in protective shells and rose above the crowd. Fans were upset that their idols were leaving them so quickly. It was clear that these guys were using telekinesis. Joseph expressed his hope that they did not disappoint these people. Li Xin asked that his companion not tell anyone about Kang Seo. Joseph calmed the young man down. He said he had never been a talker. During the air travel, Joseph tried to ask Li Xin what interesting things fans had said about him, since he doesn't understand the local language. Li Xin and Joseph arrived at Kang Seo's house. The younger brother bowed and said he would never fight so irresponsibly again and thanked Kang Seo for stopping them. Kang Seo said that someone had to do it, especially since Li Xin is his younger brother. Joseph bowed and apologized to Kang Seo as well. To reassure his interlocutor, Joseph said his mouth was sealed. Kang Seo advised the foreigner to use his power with caution from now on. Our hero said he was very glad his brother had a friend. Joseph hugged Li Xin and said that they were now great friends. Li Xin told Joseph that they had better go to the banquet first. He was surprised. Do they really have to do that? Kang Seo was also surprised. Do they really have a banquet? Li Xin said that this banquet is planned in advance. Delegations representing their countries will be there. It is an official event. Li Xin added that it would be very unfortunate if one of the representatives of the strongest nation in the world did not come to the banquet. Joseph had a great responsibility. Joseph countered that he wanted to talk to Mr. Kang Seo because he would be returning to his country tomorrow. Kang Seo suggested that Joseph meet at a park nearby after the banquet. He would wait for the foreigner there. The banquet had a festive table and many guests were present. Celia Cox, a manager from the Human Resources Department of the Awakened Association, was also present at this banquet. She drank alcohol and observed the guests. The girl concluded that the banquet organizers had offered the guests some pretty good wine. Looking around, Celia couldn't find her companion. Where had Joseph gone? Li Xin was nowhere to be found either. Mrs. Cox's keen eye caught Li Xin out of the crowd. She walked up to the boy and asked, "Why is Mr. Li without a date today? After all, this is such a great event." Li Xin replied that he didn't have time to invite someone to the banquet and asked what business did Ms. Cox have with him. The girl expressed to the young man her sincere congratulations on reaching 0. Celia wondered if Li Xin was cramped in this small country. Celia Cox added that the association in their country is willing to pay Li Xin 5 times what he gets here. The guy might see this as an invitation to join their association. Celia wondered if the young man needed time to think. Li Xin was surprised. Was his interlocutor suggesting that he change his citizenship? Celia said her association offers not only 5 times her salary, but also extra pay for each assignment, plus free dental insurance. What's there to think about? Li Xin said that he declined the offer. Mrs. Cox suggested that she had a true patriot of her country in front of her and added that she would try to come at it from the other side. Cox began to threaten. If the guy refused, his much-loved and very small country would feel the consequences. The girl asked what could happen to his country if her state stopped providing aid. Li Xin thought that Joseph was right. Joseph had said earlier that the fact that Li Xin had become rank 0 meant that his country's Federal Bureau of Hunters would be trying to recruit this guy. They'll probably be doing that already at the banquet. Joseph warned Li Xin to prepare himself and build up his resilience. Manager Celia will come at him like a bulldozer. Don't be surprised by that. Li Xin remembered Joseph's words, but he didn't expect them to threaten his country so openly. An indignant Joseph approached the young people. He asked the girl if this was what she called being delicate. Joseph continued to be indignant. What does Celia allow herself? Ms. Cox was not confused and said that she was trying to bring a new talent to their team. Joseph looked at his friend and said that he had warned her. Joseph said this guy is a level 0 hunter. And on the other hand, you shouldn't dictate terms to him. That's not why he flew here. Celia objected. Joseph must have forgotten. That's what they flew here for. He has to confirm that this guy is really a 0 rank awakened and do everything he can so they can poach him. Joseph was discouraged. He didn't quite understand Mrs. Cox. Joseph asked her why she thought he would suddenly help them. Celia replied that Joseph was a patriot of his country. The guy said he was only born in that country. He didn't choose where he was born. He didn't have a choice. If his government continues to deliberately threaten and blackmail Li Xin, he will change his citizenship to that of this country. Celia wondered if Joseph was in his right mind. The girl was frightened. She had been given the task of bringing Li Xin with her. She can't lose Joseph here too. Celia, looking at Joseph, thought she was facing a stubborn ass. She told the boy to put the jokes aside. Does he think he'll get more here than in his home country? Joseph said he didn't care about money or standard of living. This small country is the mecca of the gaming industry. Ms. Cox was so surprised that she didn't even know what to say. Joseph added that he wasn't going to compare the scale of the two countries. It didn't matter to him. Joseph added that Li Xin is much stronger than him. If they keep pushing this guy, he could drown the entire continent where his country is located. Li Xin and Celia Cox didn't expect to hear such words and both stood there, surprised, with their mouths open. Mrs. Cox looked at Li Xin with surprise. Is this guy really stronger than Joseph? Li Xin thought. Would this girl know who is really strong? Joseph said he wanted to add something to his companion as the conversation continued. He has always followed the orders of the government just because he doesn't like to get in trouble. Celia, on the other hand, thinks he's loyal to this government and commands it like he's a boy. Maybe it's time for a change of attitude. Guy added that if Celia understood everything, she had better leave. A lot of people at this banquet are now looking for Mrs. Cox. Joseph turned to his friend that no one would bother him now. Li Xin thanked the guy. Li Xin noticed that the banquet would soon be over and suggested that the interlocutor go to the park. At the park, Li Xin told his brother about the conversation that took place at the banquet, adding that Joseph helped him avoid a lot of trouble. Kang Seo thanked Joseph for his assistance. Joseph laughed and said that friends should help each other. Kang Seo noticed that the foreigner turned out to be a good guy and promised to teach him something. Kang Seo said that if Joseph is his brother's friend, he will teach him the secret techniques of rank 0. Joseph replied that he was very interested. After the training, Joseph said that it looked really cool. Kang Seo was happy. He knew that this technique would suit the boy well. Joseph promised not to forget the kindness Kang Seo had shown him. The foreigner stated that he now definitely wants to become a hunter in this country. Li Xin remarked that it would not be easy. Li Xin added that his older brother wants a quiet and peaceful life. He doesn't want public opinion. If Joseph moves to this city, the world's attention will be on him, and sooner or later, it will give away Kang Seo's brother. Kang Seo said they would be grateful to Joseph if he could protect their country from his government. Joseph promised to do his best. Kang Seo walked into the restaurant and told his friend that he was already back. Yu Songtae said he wanted to take a vacation and go somewhere with his family. The restaurateur asked if Kang Seo could replace him from next Monday until the end of the week. Kang Seo asked where Yu Sante was going to go. Yu Santai said that his daughter and the entire crew of the show were given trips to a private resort. They also got the tickets because they are her parents. Kang Seo asked if he could also go to the resort with them. Yu Songtae said that the Red Dragon Guild was quite generous in giving out passes to relatives as well. Why not? They can all go together. Kang Seo said it's great, and he will be very happy. Red Dragon Guild office. The guild leader was outraged. Why are the pictures ruined? He rented an entire private resort just to hang out with this delivery guy. The man added that he couldn't immediately reject someone his daughter had fallen in love with. The assistant asked Mr. Director, what if Ji-eun wants to marry him? The president even jumped up from his seat. How could she think of such a thing? The head calmed down. He realized that in this case there was nothing he could do. His daughter was in love with this guy like a schoolgirl. Yoon Han-chong thought that he would have to meet this courier anyway. The restaurateur's family found themselves on the coast. Ha-yoon stood on the beach and enjoyed the sun and the beach. The girl said that this sea is very beautiful. The parents stood happily to the side. Lim So-young said it's very cute. Their daughter is seeing the sea for the first time in her life. The welcoming party greeted the crew of the White Rose Revenge TV series. The guide asked for a moment of attention and said he had important information. The speaker said that the resort is divided into 2 zones. The filming crew's zone is Sector D. At no time should you go outside the D zone. Yu Santai inquired about figuring out where the D zone ends. The tour guide said that where there will be electrified fencing and security, that's definitely the end of Safe Zone D. Please do not touch the electrified fence and do not talk to the guards. If you are approached by security, you must show your wristband and follow the instructions. The wristband is proof that you are a guest of the resort. The speaker said there are no other restrictions. The dear guests can enjoy their stay. Further, they will interact with the hostesses. The hostess for this family was a man wearing shorts and sunglasses. It was the head of the guild who had decided to personally interact with these people. Naturally, he was here incognito. While still in his office, Yoon Han-jung decided that he would meet Kang Seo in person. The boss said to have the assistant contact the hotel management. He would arrange the rest himself. The girl asked, "Does the chief really want to invite this young man to the hotel?" The guild leader said that he was used to getting to know people for real, without formality. The hostess thought, he knows this guy came as a relative of their star, but what if he's a fraud in the first place? Need to check this out thoroughly. The hotel representative asked if the young man had any food preferences. Kang Seo replied that he was not picky. The hostess noted that the food is still unclear. The villa provided to the restaurateur's family was extremely beautiful. My daughter noted that she could even see the sea from here. The hostess bowed to the tourist and wished him a pleasant vacation. Kang Seo thanked the hotel representative for his help. Yoon Han-jung noted that this guy was courteous, kind, and modest in his address. However, we'll have to watch him for a while. Yu Song-tae said that he had seen their hostess somewhere before. Our hero noted that he too felt a familiar aura. The hostess's aura seemed similar to Ji-yoon's. Is it really a coincidence? Kang Seo thought, could it be Ji-yoon's father? But as far as he knows, his co-worker's father is the director of the Red Dragon Guild. Why would he be here pretending to be a hostess? Ha-en wondered if Uncle Kang Seo had taken Squeaker and Pompon with him. Kang Seo entered the inventory together with the girl. Ha-yoon called out to her friends, the animals. Squeaker and Pompon were sitting in the bushes. When they saw the girl, the rat and the bunny rushed towards her. Kang Seo thought that he had spent a magic crystal and created a forest here like his homeland. Now these animals are frolicking here. Something interested the protagonist's gaze. The boy saw a golden briar growing not far away. The bush was sprinkled with berries. They were yellow berries that brought enlightenment to the mind. Rose hips are also delicious and help with hangovers. Kang Seo was surprised because he didn't create this bush. He doesn't know if such a berry grew in his homeland. Could it be that the berry itself had grown thanks to his memories? Ha-yoon came closer and asked what Uncle Kang Seo was eating. She wants some too. Ha-yoon tasted the berry offered to her and smiled. Kang Seo asked if she liked it. The girl replied that it was a very tasty berry. Ha-yoon said, "It tastes so good to her that she can even see what the weather will be like tomorrow." Wow, thought our hero. Younger brother once said that Ha-yoon's ability would be to foresee the future and entertain truths and lies. This ability is called the Eye of the Priest. Kang Seo thought that it was too early for this girl to become awakened. But if she can see the future, she's already on the verge of becoming awakened. Ha-yoon, happy, ran around the lawn and played with the animals. Once upon a time, there was an old man named Manton Koyong. This elder was a man as unusual as his name. He had the gift of foresight. This old man often liked to drink alcohol. In a world of lies and hypocrisy, it was very difficult for him, with his insight, to live. Kang Seo thought that Ha-yoon was still young and it would be even harder for her. This girl has just yet to learn the difference between right and wrong. And even such a cheerful girl would have a very hard time in this world. Meanwhile, Ha-yoon continued to play with the animals. The protagonist knew that an awakened ability could not be sealed back. In the human body, balance is most important. If you try to pump a person with someone else's energy, this balance is disturbed. It can even shorten life. Kang Seo picked a few rose hips and thought that he couldn't let something like this happen to Ha-yoon. Our hero has decided to become a wall that will shield the girl from the dangers of the world. Ha-yoon approached her uncle again and asked why he was eating so many berries like a hamster. Kang Seo and Ha-yoon walked out of the inventory. Yu Song-tae was already waiting for them. Yu Song-tae inquired if his friend had taken pool shorts. Kang Seo said he needed to talk to a friend. Yu Song-tae noticed that Kang Seo was very serious. Is something wrong? Kang Seo said that Ha-yoon is not an ordinary person. The girl is an awakened one. She has the ability of a diviner, and she's S-level as well. Yu Song-tae couldn't believe it. Kang Seo said that this ability was innate. The girl had just survived the awakening. Yu Song-tae was a little upset. Awakened, and at such an early age. He wanted his girl to live an ordinary life and be happy. With such a rare gift, she would have to devote her life to a dangerous profession. Yu Song-tae asked if Kang Seo could do something to shut down her awakening. Kang Seo replied that it was impossible. When sealing an ability with someone else's help, a person's lifespan is severely shortened. Our hero held out a berry to his friend and said it was a golden briar. If you regularly get these berries for Ha-yoon, it will keep her chi harmony and spiritual strength up. There are many golden briar bushes growing in the inventory, so these berries will be enough for every day. Kang Seo told his friend not to worry about his daughter. You can't get rid of the ability, but you can live with it if you have a teacher around. The main character says he wants to teach the girl martial arts. He hopes it will come in handy for her. Ha-yoon needs to know how to protect herself and her parents. Kang Seo added that Ha-yoon is as precious to him as if she were his own child. Ha-yoon turned to her uncle and said she could see her Ani over there and pointed her finger. The girl said she was watching them from up there. Why doesn't she go down to them? Our hero is only now beginning to realize what an amazing ability this girl has. Ha-yoon suggested asking Ji-yoon to play with them. Kang Seo tells the girl that Ji-yoon seems to be busy right now. They'll manage without her for now. Ha-yoon thought, are all adults so boring? Ha-yoon stated that she would just pretend that she didn't see anything. That's something she can do. Ji-yoon continued to watch this family with her binoculars. At that time, the girl was at the hotel across the street. Ji-yoon was surprised. Why is Ha-yoon looking at her? It's an accident, no other way. Ji-yoon was running out of patience. She had to get out of here and see them. Ji-yoon thought that if she went out the door, the receptionist would discover her. So she decided to leave the room through the balcony. This way seemed to be the least attractive to her. However, Ji-yoon was discovered. The secretary entered the room and saw Ji-yoon trying to cigarette over the balcony. Ji-yoon told Secretary Jin that she was just out for some air. Secretary Jin inquired, do you have to stand on the railing to get air? Ji-yoon excused herself and said that she just wanted to do some stretching while sitting in front of the computer. The receptionist reminded her that Ji-yoon was at work and should behave accordingly. Jin added that Madam is the heir of the Red Dragon Guild. She has many responsibilities. Ji-yoon was angry. She only thought of leaving when Secretary Jin immediately appeared. Earlier, Ji-yoon thought she too might come incognito like her father. Secretary Jin asked what Ms. Kim was doing here. Ji-yoon was upset by the fact that Secretary Jin recognized her. The secretary assumed that the mistress had a job here. Or was she wrong? Ji-yoon was immediately taken to the workplace. Secretary Jin acted decisively. The secretary brought a stack of papers and said that the lady understood what she would be dealing with today. Jin noticed that the resemblance between her daughter and her father, the guild director, was uncanny. Ji-yoon was frustrated that Secretary Jin was constantly following her, as if she had orders not to let Madam out of her sight. Secretary Jin said her mistress hates documents and is also unpredictable in her antics. For example, she sneaked into the resort undercover. Ji-yoon was indignant at what the secretary was getting at. The restaurateur and his family arrived at a local restaurant. Ha-yoon noticed that the place was also very beautiful. The man who was recently a hostess was now serving this family as a waiter. The guild leader thought that the man's true nature showed itself in unpleasant situations. As if by accident, the waiter spilled water from the glass on Kang Seo's clothes. The waiter apologized. He said it was an accident. He was curious about Kang Seo's reaction to the situation. Kang Seo said there's nothing wrong with it. It's water. It'll dry up, and there won't be a trace. The waiter doesn't need to worry. The guild leader thought that this guy didn't even have a hint of a grimace, though it was very hard to hold back in a situation like this. Yoon Han-jong noted that this guy's composure is top-notch. By the way, these people ate simple food and looked like an ordinary family. The warrior who had destroyed the monsters said that he had absolutely no time. He told the monsters to get out of his way. The man attacked another monster with his sword and shouted for it to get away. When the great catastrophe occurred, he survived the awakening and frantically made his way through the crowds of monsters to his home. But when he got there, it was too late. He found his wife dead. She had sacrificed herself to save the children. That day, he swore to his wife, no matter what happens, he will protect the children with all his might. The warrior vowed that he would destroy anyone who threatened his family. Haechul had many like-minded people. Everyone wanted to protect their families and get rid of the monsters. The first and largest guild, the Red Dragon Guild, was naturally formed. However, the more responsibility Haechul put on himself, the less time he had for his children. Ji-yoon and Ho-eun followed in his footsteps and became hunters. As high-ranking hunters, his children became an important part of the guild, and they saw their father more often as part of their work. However, can working time together be counted as family time? Haechul tried to remember the last time he had dinner with his children. All they talked about was work. The guild head couldn't remember the last time he had sliced tonkatsu for the kids. Kang Seo told the girl that he would slice her a cutlet. Ha-yoon thanked her uncle for that. This young man seemed to Haechul to be quite pleasant and making a good impression. Kang Seo took the knife in his hand and used magic to use it for its intended purpose. The cutlet on the girl's plate was immediately cut evenly. The waiter was surprised. This girl's uncle sliced the cutlet so quickly. Kang Seo wished Ha-yoon a pleasant appetite. Hae-chul couldn't understand what had just happened. Was this guy really slicing a cutlet? Or maybe he was wielding a table knife like it was a sword. The cut on the cutlet was as smooth as if it had been cut with a scalpel. Not even other awakened people can do that. The guild leader wondered who this young man really was. Continuing to analyze, the waiter suggested that this guy even sliced the cutlet not with a knife, but with an aura. Not a single scratch was left on the plate after this slicing. With the energy it takes to do such a dissection, the plate would have suffered as well. Hae-chul doubted that even in their guild, there would be someone capable of such delicate work. There were rumors that this guy was an F rank, but that wasn't the case. Could it be an ordinary delivery boy from an ordinary Asian food restaurant? Could it be a secret agent of the Silver Tower? But then management couldn't help but notice how talented he is. A girl came up to Hae-chul from behind, put her hand on his shoulder and told him that she wanted to talk to her father. Ji-yoon says she has a serious conversation to have. The girl asked her father what he was doing here. Hae-chul wondered how his daughter knew about it. He had disguised himself perfectly. Ji-yoon said it doesn't matter, he shouldn't prevaricate and tell what he's doing here. The head of the guild replied to his daughter that he just wanted to check from the inside how everything at the resort was organized as a service. He is a master of disguise after all. Ji-yoon continued questioning. Then why didn't he take a single step away from the table where Kang Seo is sitting? Hae-chul continued to twist and turn. He told his daughter that he was not interested in the young man, but in the family he came with. The daughter continued. In that case, why is her father interested in this family? Hae-chul didn't give up. Yu Suntae used to work as a cargo carrier in the association. They know each other. He was very happy to meet him by chance. Hae-chul added that his daughter now works at the man's restaurant. The earth is round. Ji-yoon thought. Maybe she was worrying for nothing. The guild leader added. Kang Seo has absolutely no interest in him. He doesn't care who he is. The father stated that the most important thing to him was that his daughter was happy with him. Ji-yoon asked. Even if it was a marriage disadvantageous to the guild? Hae-chul said that he raised his daughter to be independent. She doesn't need a boyfriend to lead a guild. The father asked if his daughter could spare some time to see him and her brother. It had been so long since he had had dinner with his children. Hae-chul added that there would be no business talk this time, just family talk. Ji-yoon smiled and said that she agreed. Kang Seo and the restaurateur's family's short vacation ended without incident. A few days passed. Ha-yoon was playing with her peers at the playground. The boys were figuring out which one of them would swing on the swings with Ha-yoon. The girlfriend said those boys could take turns swinging with her. The moms of these children stood back and watched the little ones while talking. A stranger appeared from behind a tree and watched the children. One of the girls noticed a man who came out from behind a tree and headed towards her. The stranger deliberately fell to the ground and groaned in pain. Allegedly, he had bumped himself. The girl asked what was wrong with the uncle and moved closer to him. A man pulled himself up and said that he had fallen and seemed to have broken his leg. Could the girl help him? The girl replied that she would help the uncle to get back on his feet. Ha-yoon sensed something wrong and yelled for Mi-young to stay away from that uncle. Ha-yoon took her friend under her arm and said that nothing hurts this man. He's lying about everything. The man stood up to his full height and said, "Does this girl really mean to say that he is a cheat? Is she accusing an innocent adult uncle?" The stranger, raising his hand, said, "Then this girl is bad." The girls were scared and cried. Ha-yoon shouted for the squeaker to help her. The rat hiding in Ha-yoon's hood flashed its eyes and jumped out. Kakarangi decisively, without thinking, lunged at the stranger. The man was frightened and jumped aside. He could not tell whether it was a bird or a mouse. The mothers heard the children screaming and rushed to help them. "What's going on in there?" Ha-yoon said that uncle was lying. He wanted to steal Mi-young. The villain lay on his back and tried to get away from the rat. He thought he had been denounced and needed to get away from here. The stranger threw out a rat squeaker and shouted for everyone to get out of the way. He rushed away. Running away, the villain thought that this rat had ruined everything for him. The villain also thought that the second girl who came up had also messed things up. Suddenly, someone ran out from around the corner and pounced on the villain. This unknown person shouted for the villain to stop immediately. The villain didn't stay on his feet and they both fell to the ground. The rope and duct tape fell out of the villain's backpack. A man jumped out from around the corner and grabbed the villain's leg, yelling that he wasn't going to run anywhere anyway. The villain began to kick his opponent with his free foot. The guy shouted that he still wouldn't let go. The perpetrator said he would now have to waste his aorta on him and swung his fist. The criminal asked, "Can't this guy see that he is awakened? Does he really want to go to the other world? It would be better if he let him go." The guy realized he was being seriously threatened, but still screamed that he couldn't let the perpetrator go. The villain threw a few punches at the young man with his fist and asked him what he had done that he was called a criminal. The villain left the beaten young man in the back alley and walked in the opposite direction. The battered guy thought he wouldn't have time to call the police and the rascal might disappear. The next moment, the protagonist was already standing in front of the villain. The criminal asked, "Who the hell is that?" The villain said this guy better pretend he didn't see anything. He doesn't have time to kick this one in the head, too. The villain didn't even have time to blink before he got a fist on his neck. A moment more, and the criminal was deactivated and lying face down on the ground. Our hero approached the injured young man. The boy was surprised. This man had knocked out an awakened man with a single blow. How could such a thing be possible? Kang Seo extended his hand to the boy and asked how he was feeling. The young man thanked him for his concern and said he was fine. At that moment, the children and their parents came up. Haun said she was happy to see her uncle. Haun told everyone that this bad uncle is lying on the ground sleeping. Kang Seo wondered how Haun knew this person. The injured guy said that this rascal tried to kidnap Haun's girlfriend. Kang Seo told everyone that this young man had neutralized that rascal. The women started thanking this guy and they said he did a great job and they were very grateful to him. The girls also thanked the kind uncle. The young man thought, why did this guy withhold details? He must have some reason to give all the glory for this deed. Kang Seo thought he had seen this guy before and then he thought he was physically strong. Lim So-young offered the savior a meal at her restaurant as a consolation. The young man said he didn't want to burden anyone. Kang Seo remarked that it was rude to refuse since the guy was now a respected guest. The young man agreed and added that he wanted to say something to Lim So-young. This conversation concerns Lim So-young's daughter Ha-yoon. Kang Seo wondered, how does this guy know Ha-yoon? Yu Song-tae set the table and said that the selection was small, but wished him a pleasant appetite anyway. The stranger thanked the restaurateur. The young man said that he had recently moved to this city and his name was Daibach. He asked if Yu Song-tae had noticed any suspicious individuals in the vicinity of the restaurant. The girl's father said he didn't see anyone suspicious. Kang Seo asked, what does Daibach know? Daibach said, I guess those present know that Ha-yoon already has a fan club? The number of members exceeds 10,000. The guy added that he was number 1004. Yu Song-tae couldn't believe that his daughter had her own fan club. Daibach said that he lost his little sister when he was still a child. It was like he saw his little sister in Ha-yoon. Kang Seo asked, what about this fan club? What's wrong with it? Daibach said that paparazzi photos taken apparently without permission have started appearing in this community. He feels like the fan club is made up of someone who is stalking her. Yu Song-tae was scared. Is there really someone who is after his daughter? Daibach said that it bothered him too, and he felt that he had better warn Ha-yoon of the danger. The guy added that he didn't know where the girl lived. He figured that if they were going to find out where she lived, even to warn her, he was no better than a stalker. So he gave it up. But apparently his good intentions helped him. By a miraculous coincidence, he met Ha-yoon. Daibach was surprised when he saw the girl being carried across the street. The guy added that he wanted to catch up with the girl and tell her about the stalker. However, he couldn't approach her because the traffic light in front of him turned red. Then she left. Today he saw her again, and this time a suspicious type wanted to attack her and her friend. Daibach didn't think it was the same stalker, but unfortunately, Ha-yoon could be targeted by many bad people because of his popularity, so he insists that Ha-yoon should never be left alone on the street again. Yu Song-tae was touched. This man really cares a lot about Ha-yoon, and said that he would now take care of his daughter's safety himself. The restaurateur extended his hand to the guest and said he didn't even know how to repay his kindness. Suddenly, the young man's heart began to ache. It began to contract in a strange way. The guy grabbed his chest and cried out loudly. Yu Song-tae was scared. What's wrong with the young man? Daibach said it was nothing. He's had heart problems for a long time. Kang Seo thought, it looks like he wasn't wrong. Sunray, an innate gift, perfect musculature for martial arts, and a vast resource of sun energy. However, the possessor of the gift of sunbeam has an overabundance of yang energy, which leads to heart defects. So these people tend not to live to a ripe old age, 30 at most. The burning yang energy blocks the yin energy. These people cannot awaken even when they have enough energy stored up. In this guy's case, the yang energy is just destroying him. At this rate, he could be dead within 6 months. Seo Daibach took a breath and said that he seemed to have calmed down. Yu Santai asked if the young man should see a doctor. The interviewee replied that he had tried, but the doctors could not diagnose him, and apparently he will have to live with it. Kang Seo interjected, "Is that person's name Seo Daibach?" Kang Seo added that if Seo Daibach has free time, he can spare it to train with him. The guy replied that he works the night shift at the store, so he has a lot of free time. Kang Seo remarked, "They met by chance, so why don't they become friends?" Unless, of course, Seo Daibach was okay with it. Seo Daibach said he was fine with it. Our hero then asked him to meet him at the park tomorrow. Seo Daibach said he could use the practice and added that he would come tomorrow. The young men said goodbye. Yu Santai told Seo Daibach to be careful. Yu Sangti asked his friend, "Does he really want to make a fighter out of this guy? Or is it purely for his health?" Yu Sante added, "What should he do about this stalker?" Kang Seo replied, "So his friend doesn't worry. He takes care of it." Early in the morning at Miranet Park, Kang Seo was already at the agreed-upon location. Seo Daibach appeared in the distance and hurried to this meeting. The guy came running in a little out of breath and said he was trying not to be late. However, why did Kang Seo decide to meet here? He had heard that demons sometimes appeared in such large parks. Kang Seo said the interlocutor may not worry about that. He'd heard that conscious awakened citizens frequented this park and they cleaned it regularly. So demons hadn't been heard of in a long time. Our hero was joined by more people, accompanied by the flower fairy. They asked why Kang Seo was so early today. Kang Seo said hello and said, "Here come the rest of the health marathon participants." One of the arrivals said if the guy practiced with him, it would be very good for his health. The flower fairy said that this young man was much slimmer than her boss, and added that she would motivate the boss. Kang Seo asked, "So Daibach, did he come just for gym class?" The boy nodded affirmatively. Kang Seo said he asked because they usually don't just do PE. Seo Daibach admitted that he actually still doesn't know why he was called here. Kang Seo stated that they are going into inventory. This guy needs special training. Everyone present realized that the teacher would have a special training session today. Seo Daibach was scared. What were these people up to? Kang Seo's inventory, Yolsan district. Kang Seo said to get them all into inventory. Seo Daibach shrieked in surprise. He found himself in an unknown place in a snowy area. Kang Seo told the guy not to be scared, it's just his inventory. Seo Daibach said that he had never stepped into the inventory in his life. It's very beautiful here. The guy said it's like they're in nature, it's just unbelievable. Do all awakened people have this? Kang Seo expressed hope that his companion did not freeze. Seo Daibach remarked that he could tolerate the cold very well. The young man marveled. Even his heart didn't bother him at all in the cold. It was just great. Kang Seo thought that this was another one of the characteristics of the Sun Ray ability. Thanks to the overabundance of Yang energy, he hardly felt cold at all. Seo Daibach asked, "Was he really brought here just to practice?" Kang Seo took the candle in his hand and said that the interlocutor would understand everything now. Seo Daibach was sitting in the lotus position, holding a lit candle in front of him. Kang Seo was at his back. The boy asked what the practice was for. Kang Seo said for Seo Daibach to trust and focus. Kang Seo thought that although this guy had superpowers, he wouldn't realize it until he was demonstrated to him. Our hero decided to help the young man to feel it himself. He began to make various manipulations with his hands behind the boy's back. The yang energy blocks his meridians and prevents him from controlling his immense power. But that can change. Kang Seo concentrated a blob of energy between his palms and decided to channel it. The protagonist leaned his palms against the young man's back, thus driving that energy into his body. Seo Daibach's heart was pierced by a stream of energy. The flame from the candle that Seo Daibach was holding grew to an unbelievable size. The boy cried out loudly in fear. Seo Daibach tossed the candle aside and fell on his back. The young man had not expected such a reaction. The extinguished candle lay nearby. Seo Daibach stood up and asked what was that. Kang Seo replied that the candle shows the level of power. It is made so that its flame burns in the hands of the person holding it according to their energy potential. Does the candle show the power of the aura? But that's impossible. Seo Daibach said he wasn't an awakened person. He was a G-ranked person. Where would someone like him get an aura, especially someone so big? Kang Seo said that the guy is arranged in a special way. His energy system is uniquely organized. An overabundance of yang energy causes meridian blockages. That's why the association's hardware test didn't recognize his strength. Kang Seo said he had just cleared the young man's meridians. That should be enough for now. Seo Daibach was surprised, so Kang Seo had cured him? The guy started coughing and blood came out of his mouth. Kang Seo said that it was only a meridian cleansing, and it wouldn't last long. It should not be done frequently as it would cause serious side effects. Kang Seo added that these symptoms will soon pass, but that's not the problem. All living things strive to maintain their form, but their yang energy is constantly looking for an outlet. Your heart is racing, your muscle mass is building by itself without effort. All this is the result of the body's struggle with an internal threat. Yang energy cannot be kept locked up. Its condition is a consequence of the blockage of yang energy. Inside Seo Daibach, a flame like the one he saw on the candle burns. One day the flame might burst out and burn him. Seo Daibach was frightened, a prospect he didn't like. Kang Seo said that the guy had no more than half a year to live, all because of the flame that was blocked inside his body. Seo Daibach was afraid. Is there nothing that can be done? Kang Seo replied that there was, so they came here. Seo Daibach asked if he would have to do practices in this icy place and then he would recover. Kang Seo replied that not really. The cold makes him feel better, but it won't help him against the disease. Seo Daibach must learn to find a safe outlet for his yang energy. For the next 15 days, they will train using a special methodology. And as a bonus, the young man will learn martial arts. His immediate goal is to light this candle with his efforts. Seo Daibach wondered, would 15 days be enough? Kang Seo said that it wouldn't be enough for others, but the young man had a special ability called Sunbeam, so he would be able to. Kang Seo warned that the training would be grueling. If a young man is not ready, he can refuse. Seo Daibach thought that Kang Seo would never lie to him. If his life is at stake, the choice is obvious. He said he'd do it. Seo Daibach said he had nothing to lose anyway and asked Kang Seo to help him. Kang Seo said the kid made a good choice and took him by the shoulder and lifted him off the ground. Kang Seo tossed the kid high up and said they were starting the lesson. Seo Daibach was startled again and shouted that it was too sudden. The training continued. Now the young man was developing his physical stability. He was in a half-crouch, trying to hold the burning candles. Seo Daibach was running around with his bare torso in snowy areas. No matter how hard the young man tried, he still couldn't ignite the candle. The training continued. 15 days passed. Our hero, being on the top of the cliff, watched this guy. Kang Seo said that now Seo Daibach can get ready to come out. The teacher added that this guy's time has come. Seo Daibach was once again sitting in the lotus posture and holding an unlit candle in front of him. At some point, the wick on the candle ignited and the flame began to increase in size. The teacher said that the guy could now control even the size of the fire. Seo Daibach agreed with Kang Seo. The student said it was all thanks to his teacher. Kang Seo admitted that even he didn't expect such results. Seo Daibach added that if you compare it to the teacher's fire last time, he still has a long time to practice. Kang Seo said that last time he had just released the accumulated energy. Now that all the meridians had been cleared, his condition was more stable. The young man asked if he was now completely healthy. Kang Seo replied that all his meridians were now open. He doesn't feel any pain in his heart. Seo Daibach said he really couldn't even remember the last time his heart hurt. Kang Seo observed that the size of the fire could be increased with constant exercise. The size of the fire will be an indication of his strength. The bigger the fire, the stronger the guy is. Seo Daibach was surprised at the abilities he had discovered. Kang Seo said that the last competition here would be to compete against him. Is the young man ready for that? The apprentice bowed and said that he was willing to try and fight the master. Seo Daibach adopted a boxing stance and prepared to go on the attack. The apprentice shouted that he was attacking and pounced on his master. Kang Seo blocked his opponent's attack with a slight movement of his hand and directed his movement in the other direction. Seo Daibach tried many more times to land at least one blow on Guru, but it was all in vain. Seo Daibach thought that he had gotten much faster, but his teacher seemed to be of a completely different level. Kang Seo kicked the ground hard, and the resulting shockwave threw his opponent upwards along with a splinter of earth. Seo Daibach thought that his teacher had incredible power, but if it was used in reverse, the boy pushed off and developing speed began to fly overhead directly at his teacher. Moving from side to side to confuse his opponent, Seo Daibach approached the teacher who was nonchalantly standing in one place. At some point, the student was behind Kang Seo. He tried to strike him with his fist. The impact reached its target and was so strong that Kang Seo was moved to the side. Seo Daibach was surprised. Was he really able to make a fire fist strike? Kang Seo stated that it was amazing. Seo Daibach has gotten to the point where he can now use energy to punch. Our hero said that now his student could go down the mountain safely. Seo Daibach thanked his teacher and said it was all thanks to his efforts. Kang Seo asked if the young man was willing to be retested in the Silver Tower. Seo Daibach wondered if the teacher was referring to the awakened rank test. Kang Seo nodded affirmatively. He thought the results would be quite positive. The next day came. The Association of the Awakened. The girl wondered. An unawakened person had gotten a G rank and now wanted to be retested. Seo Daibach asked, "Isn't that how it works?" The girl told him to put his hands on the balls and wait. The young man complied with the request. The girl thought, there will always be such people. These disgruntled people can't admit their low level, constantly asking for a revalidation appointment. After a while, Seo Daibach left the association building and ran up to the teacher. Kang Seo asked what the result was. Seo Daibach said, so the teacher wouldn't be surprised. He had been told he was an A-rank awakened one. Kang Seo thought he knew that. He congratulated the student and said that it was a gift to him for such an occasion. The gift was a healing root that contains a strong charge of yin energy. It would replenish the missing energy in the young man. Seo Daibach cried and said that his teacher had saved his life, taught him martial arts, and now he had given him a gift. The disciple said that he did not even know how he could thank his benefactor for everything. He would certainly like to do something for the teacher, if only he could do it. Kang Seo said he shouldn't, but if the student wants it so badly, then he has one request for the guy. A few days passed. Haun was walking along the road with her mom. The girl hummed a song. A paparazzo with a camera appeared from around the corner and said that Haun was very cute after all. He's going to take a lot of good pictures today too. Suddenly, a man snatched the camera from the paparazzi. The man was indignant. What is this happening? The unknown man said that it was a crime to take pictures of people secretly without their consent. The paparazzi resented. Who was this man to meddle in other people's business? The unknown man took off his sunglasses and introduced himself. He was Ms. Haun's bodyguard. A thunderstorm was raging over the city. There was a lot of lightning, and it was pouring rain. There were many monsters on the bottom of the sea near the cleft. Glowing lights appeared from the crevice, and a loud growl was heard. The lights began to get closer and turned into the eyes of the monster who said that the hour had finally come. The beast said for his people to come to Earth. His monsters can frolic and eat whatever they want. Monsters can destroy people and mine their aura of despair. The beast told his people to crawl out onto dry land and do his bidding. The rain continued to fall without stopping. The restaurant of our heroes was operating normally. There was freshly made chicken soup in plates on the table. Kang Seo tasted the dish and said it was deliciously prepared. Yu Santai was satisfied with this assessment. Ha-yoon also told her father that it was very tasty. Lim So-young told her daughter to take her time because the dish wasn't cold yet. A television news announcer reported that the rainy season continues in the region. The Awakened Association is issuing a warning of possible water monsters. Citizens should use caution and return home safely. Yu Santai explained to his friend that this happens specifically when there is prolonged rainfall. During this season, a lot of amphibian monsters are usually announced. They usually appear in huge numbers and the water intensifies them. Our hero realized that water monsters are a problem this time of year. Suddenly, someone started asking for help. It was the flower fairy, Dosen. Kang Seo launched Flower Fairy inside and asked what was wrong. Dosen said she needed help. Her friends were in danger. Dosen explained that her friends, the water fairies, had gotten a lot of water monsters. Yu Sangtae replied, how could one go to the water in such weather and even save them from the water monsters? Shouldn't we just wait for the people from the Awakened Association? The restaurateur added that it was too dangerous. As always in such cases, Kang Seo said he would go and clean up the mess. Kang Seo remarked that he couldn't refuse his friend when she asked for help. The protagonist stepped outside, put Dosen on his shoulder, and, breaking up a great deal of speed, sped off toward the coast. Kang Seo asked Flower Fairy to explain more about what happened. Dosen said that at first there were as many monsters as there usually are in this season. But suddenly there were many more, and her friends, the water fairies, were forced to seek shelter. Kang Seo remembered that there were many more monsters. This type of monster multiplies at a high rate. However, is that not the case at all? What if the cause could be a portal that has opened somewhere? It is necessary to find this portal and, having penetrated into it, to eliminate this reason. Arriving at the coast, the flower fairy said it was located here. Dosen began to call out to her friends. Flower fairy's friends, the water fairies and pundits, floated to the surface. They wondered, why is Dosen here? They had agreed that she should run away. Dosen said she had brought a man to help them. Pundits wondered, what could the man do to help them? One of them said it was impossible. There were too many seahorses and sea eyes. Man would surely destroy these monsters. Kang Seo wondered if these seahorses and sea eyes were such strong creatures. The pundit said they are strong and there are so many of them that one cannot handle them alone. Another pundit wondered how a person could understand what they were saying. Dosen said that this man is very strong and magical. Pundits asked why she was praising him. Dosen noticed that this man was even stronger than their flower queen. Pundit said it was impossible anyway, because humans are not the best swimmers, and humans can't breathe underwater. Kang Seo said not to worry about it as he pushed off from the shore and jumped into the water. Kang Seo, accompanied by the pundits, began to sink to the bottom. The water fairy asked if this guy really didn't need air. Kang Seo thought it was possible due to the breath-holding technique. To do this, you need to slow your heartbeat to the limit. With this technique, the need for air is so reduced that you can spend several hours underwater. Side effects include numbness of the extremities and hypothermia. Kang Seo knew that there would be no such effects on his body since he controlled the flow of internal energy. Kang Seo sank to the bottom and saw a huge number of pundits looking at him. They were compactly arranged on the bottom. The water fairies wondered, is there such a thing as a waterman? Who is he? Pundit Khan said that this man was brought to them by Dosen. She said he would help them. This man is their friend. But how can he help alone? There are so many monsters. He won't be able to handle it. Our hero sensed danger approaching. He realized that there were many monsters below. Khan asked if the man wanted them to wait for him here. But he can't do it alone. It's dangerous out there. Kang Seo pushed off and began to dive deeper into the crevice. Kang Seo saw one of the monsters, a monstrous eye. The opponents looked at each other carefully. The protagonist looked below and saw a great number of the same glittering eyes. He thought there were hundreds of them. The monster's tentacles began to reach upward to captivate this man. At some point, Kang Seo's hands were bound by green tentacles. After another short time, the man was wrapped head to toe in tentacles. Pundits on the edge of the crevice thought that the monsters had caught the man with their tentacles. That's too bad. Kang Seo felt the monsters injecting neurotoxins through their spikes. An ordinary man would be completely paralyzed by such a dose of poison. Our hero now understood why the water spirits had fled in such a hurry. After all, this is a very potent poison. The monster eye was watching this man. Kang Seo realized that it was time for decisive action. The tentacles tightened around our hero's neck. The boy knew that a master like him would not be affected by this poison, his body resisting any toxins. Kang Seo took a deep breath and tensed up. In a moment, all the tentacles that were entangling him were severed. Our hero didn't understand why so many demons appeared in this place at the same time. It was as if they were guarding something and didn't want to leave. Kang Seo wondered what exactly the monsters were guarding. The monster eye continued to watch the man. Kang Seo struck a decisive blow with his fist and destroyed that monster. The guy began to move around the area, and with powerful blows to deal with the monsters present here. Kang Seo, clearing his path, moved lower and lower. He was interested in another beast. Kang Seo was approaching a monster of incredible size. It was the one guarded by the smaller monsters. After descending to the very bottom, Kang Seo found himself right in front of the huge monster eye. Kang Seo had no options, and he gave this monster a strong dissecting blow with the edge of his palm. Kang Seo moved from monster to monster, slashing the monsters apart with powerful blows. It was unbelievable. Pundits said it was impossible to believe. How can a man be so strong? This is clearly no ordinary man. Kang Seo thought that he had destroyed many already, but it was as if they were streaming in from somewhere. Oddly enough, there were even more of these monsters. Kang Seo saw in the depths of the cave and felt a strange aura emanating from it. It looked like a portal. The guy thought he had to break the portal, or else these monsters would keep coming. That's why they're guarding this place. Our hero didn't want to harm the home of the water spirits, pundits. The protagonist began to build up his internal energy. He saw no other way out. Kang Seo at the bottom of the sea began to create powerful swirls. Kang Seo decided that he would direct the resulting tornado directly at the portal. The guy put all his strength and maximum energy into pushing the tornado out of the way and directing it towards the portal. Kang Seo was getting closer. The portal was already quite close. Our hero was swift. Huge masses of water, swirling in a whirlpool, were approaching the portal. There was a huge release of energy. Its direction was towards the opened portal. Pundits on the surface saw a huge column of water rising upward from the sea floor. The man under the umbrella, standing with his back to the shore, heard some event happening behind him. Turning around, he wondered what that spewed-out stream of energy was. This man was one of those who fought monsters on land. Kang Seo came ashore with the flower fairy sitting on his shoulder. Pundits were floating in the water nearby. Our hero apologized by destroying the portal. He also partially collapsed the water fairy's cave. The water fairies were not upset because everything can be built again. They decided to thank the man. People engaged in destroying monsters ran up to our hero. The guy thought that he had failed to hide the power of his blow underwater. Kang Seo told the pundits that they had already thanked him, and it was time for him to leave. Having said this, the guy quickly disappeared. Pundits were afraid that they had remained ungrateful. Flower Fairy thought that this man was simply amazing. Is he really in such a big hurry to get home? The man holding the wine glass in his hand crushed it angrily. Mullen was angry. Had the portal disappeared? Scuba divers were sent to the seabed to clarify the information. Underwater explorers made a reconnaissance on the seabed. Once on the surface, they reported the information they had received. The diver said there are at least several hundred monsters on the bottom, and they are being destroyed there. The diver reported that the portal seems to be destroyed. The guy thought that sea spirits even in the rainy season reached C rank. An experienced hunter could easily handle several at once, but underwater, individuals that have reached B rank or higher can be encountered. It is customary to lure such monsters out of the water and fight them on land. However, how was it possible to destroy so many monsters and even underwater? This person assumed that only Li Xin could do such a thing, but he was currently elsewhere on a mission. So this time the one with Zero intervened. A subordinate came up to the boy and told him that there was an order from above to stop the investigation. The young man asked who gave the order. The subordinate said the chairman personally gave the instruction. The young man went straight to the office to see his boss. He thought, why the sudden stop of the investigation? Had that zero-ranked hunter gotten to the bosses as well? One thing he knew for sure, this man had enough power to destroy this world. The guy thought that Myung-hee had last seen him during the Kowal case. Why didn't she say anything until now? We should check it out. Myung-hee thought that this time during the sea monster attack, it was probably that Kang Seo who had intervened again. This guy always shows up where it's especially difficult. If he hadn't helped her against Kowal, she might have said goodbye to her life. She, although she had learned a new technique, was still not strong enough. Myung-hee opened the box. She decided that she would have to resort to this remedy. It was a sacred weapon called the Dagger of Uriel. This S-rank artifact increases the damage on dark attributes by 50%. It increases the user's speed and health by 30%, as well as fire resistance by 20%. This artifact was wielded by Wu Hai-ying, who was called the Incarnation of Judge Uriel. Heian had her teacher and first love. Heian Sunbei was always capable and friendly with everyone. Many respected him and saw him as a role model. He was in her heart too. The girl stands in front of a huge one-eyed monster holding a club in his hand. Behind the monster was the entrance to a cave. The one-eyed monster swung and wanted to crush the girl with one blow of the club. However, the warrior with the sword stood up for the girl and chopped the monster and his club apart. He asked if Myung-hee was okay. Myung-hee saw that Sunbei's hand was bleeding. The girl said the guy's arm wound is too serious. Can he move? A new batch of one-eyed monsters were coming at the people. Sunbei shouted for Myung-hee to run away immediately. He would hold the monsters back. A short time later, Sunbei was wounded. The girl found him lying on the blazing ground. Myung-hee told Sunbei to be patient a little longer. The healing team would be here soon. Sunbei said for Myung-hee to take this double sword with her. The girl asked, "What does that mean?" Sunbei replied that it was the title of Judge Uriel. He would like Myung-hee to receive this sword. Sunbei fainted and dropped the double sword from his hands. At this hero's funeral, the girl thought that she had failed to fulfill Heian Sunbei's last request. Every time she looked at the dagger, she remembered his face. Myung-hee pulled the sword out of the box. She couldn't hesitate any longer. She won't stand by and idle with a dagger in her hands like she did last time. Myung-hee no longer wants the past to hold her back. Jin-ho asked. Looks like Myung-hee finally decided to pick up that dagger? The girl replied that if she had used it earlier, she could have saved many lives. Last time, during the Elenin's incident, she couldn't even pull it out of its sheath because she immediately remembered Haiying Sunbai. Myung-hee said that Sunbai left her the sword because he believed in her. Jin-ho said, meaning the girl finally had the courage. Myung-hee stated that she has to become stronger. She will no longer shy away from what she has to do. Myung-hee wondered what Jin-ho was doing here at this hour. The guy said he had something he wanted to ask her. Jin-ho added, he thinks it can be done next time. Jin-ho asked if his colleague wanted to go somewhere when the rainy season was over. They had been so busy lately. Myung-hee blushed with embarrassment. Is Jin-ho really calling her on a date? Jin-ho also blushed with embarrassment and said it wasn't a date. Jin-ho still decided to trust Myung-hee and wait a little longer. She would probably be the first to talk about the zero level one if she trusted him. Jin-ho thought that it was quite possible that guy wasn't a bad person either. Moreover, judging from the events he was involved in, he always came to the rescue. And Myung-hee didn't just keep quiet. Jin-ho caught himself thinking that this double sort of Woo Hee-yings also interested him. Jin-ho remembered his conversation with Sunbai. Sunbai asked, the interlocutor knows what he's really like, right? He only looks normal on the outside. But Jin-ho knows that he is the kind of person who is always thirsty for battle and blood. Would Jin-ho be okay with Jin-ho taking Myung-hee from him? Sunbae added, she'd be better suited to a straight guy like Jin-ho, right? So he should protect her. Jin-ho told Sunbae not to worry. They don't look like each other. Jin-ho thought that he wouldn't let Myung-hee cry again. At the restaurant, Yu Santai asked his friend if he had solved the problem. He had just gotten a call that Do-sun had returned. Yu Santai offered the brooding friend a drink. Yu Santai said that Kang Seo is thinking about something a lot again. He seems restless. Shouldn't a friend tell him about it? Yu Sangtae said that there's nothing to hide from him. They are one family after all. Kang Seo says he just wants to live a normal life. He doesn't understand why it is that he keeps getting into some situations. Yu Sangtae said that after saying that, for some reason he was reminded of the moment when he first learned about Kang Seo's abilities. Yu Sangtae then told the young man that high-ranked awakened ones were just like blue-blooded people in ancient times. Kang Seo replied that he did not want to become an awakened one. Kang Seo told him that he had once had wealth and fame. He realized, albeit late, how vain and fleeting it all was. And when all these unexpected events happened to him, he became convinced that it was all like a fleeting dream. Yu Sangti wondered, didn't his friend want to be awakened? The restaurateur added, he felt sorry to watch Kang Seo go through life with such abilities, but he couldn't interfere. It seemed to him the guy had his reasons. Kang Seo said that he didn't mention any reasons. In that place, he was controlling a huge power and hardly lived an ordinary life. So why is it that now that he has started living like a normal person, he is constantly getting into trouble? Yu Songtae was surprised that his friend cared about such matters. It must have been difficult for him, right? Yu Songtae, pouring the liquor, added that he couldn't always understand Kang Seo. But still, if Kang Seo retains such warm feelings, it's already proof that he's a normal person. Their reunions, too, only came about because Kang Seo saved Ha-yoon. Yu Songtae stated that not only a quiet and peaceful life can be called ordinary. Helping loved ones who are in trouble is also a part of ordinary life. Kang Seo tries to help people and live a quiet life so that no one will know he is awakened. Kang Seo should not dwell on the expression ordinary life, but just relax. We should consider that helping those in need is part of ordinary life. Yu Sontai added, it's good that Kang Seo seems to have found a little more peace of mind after meeting his family. Yu Songtae was also satisfied, as it also helped him. Kang Seo thought how good it was that he had met Yu Songtae. Now our hero has sorted out his confused feelings. There is a cave on the seabed. Deep in the cave, a guard stands at the large doors. The man punched his fist and asked in astonishment, did the water spirits that went to their lair completely die? Had they really been destroyed by those weaklings? The servant told the boss that a man had appeared and swept everyone away. I didn't believe it, though. Was it all the work of one man? The monster subordinate asked Dagon-san to give them another chance. He asked for mercy. The man sitting on the throne wondered, what favor are we talking about? Dagon, lord of aquatic creatures, added that he just can't stand all this trouble. The destroyed servant was dragged away by his subordinates. Dagon said that twice as many soldiers should be sent there. Another monster approached Dagon-san with a report. The monster reported that Mr. Mullen was here. Dagon wondered, why had this man come here? It was best not to mess with him. Dagon leaned back in his throne and said he was fed up with everything. The servant should say he wasn't here and send Mullen away. However, Mullen was already here and said that Dagon-san was still just as idle. Mullen lifted his hat and said hello to Mr. Dagon. Dagon said they hadn't seen each other in a while and wondered what had happened. Mullen replied that he seemed overly concerned. Probably he remembered that the volume of pill shipments was absurdly small. Either he is concerned that Dagon is still leading an idle life. I'd like to alleviate some of that worry, so this meeting was to check something out. Dagon said he's been trying really hard lately. Anxiety seems to be in his blood. Dagon added that he's not the same as he used to be. Mullen noticed that the army of water spirits that had occupied the plot of land had been completely exterminated along with the portal. Dagon was surprised, for he himself had only just learned of it. How did Mullen know that? Mullen added that, unlike other collectors, Dagon had only trusted his own people lately. Had he not yet realized how reckless such behavior was? Mullen remarked that this was why Mr. Dagon was in such a state. Dagon was infuriated, and there was a release of energy. Dagon was immediately in front of Mullen. He looked down at his guest. Dagon, smiling, asked what the man had just said about him. Mullen said that's exactly what he meant, but after all, he just came to tell him that he was worried about Mr. Dagon. Mullen smiled and thumped his cane loudly on the floor. He expressed his hope that they would work together in the future. Dagon was furious. How dare this man? After all, Mullen was beneath him in rank. Dagon shouted that the guy had only said what he himself wanted to say and immediately ran away. If Mullen hadn't been working for him, he'd be destroyed now. The subordinates tried to calm Mr. Dagon down. Dagon pulled himself together and said he had calmed down. The Lord of the Water Creatures thought that, come to think of it, this is all happening because of that man. Dagon was outraged that this guy dared to cause him trouble and even destroy the portal. Dagon decided that he had to destroy him personally. On the shore, the water monsters continued their attack on the humans. The hunters fought back with dignity. The hooded man with a staff in his hand ordered the hunters to continue their attack. It was only worth it to protect the leader, and victory would be theirs. The man with the staff was Gu Sang-jun, the second commander of the 7th Division. It was someone who could control plants. Monsters also have their own character depending on the properties. Water monsters cause floods during the rainy season, and the monsters of flora suck this water, feeding on it. If the rank matches, water monsters become prey for plants. For this reason, the 7th Division has handled the monsters with ease every year. It will continue to do so in the future. One of the hunters saw something unknown come out of the water and onto the shore. It was not like the other monsters. Mr. Dagon stood on the shore. The monsters accompanying him were nearby in the water. The hunters reported to the commander that there was a young boy here. They asked if the boy was all right. Dagon only smiled slyly in response, flashing his eyes in the process. After a while, the 7th Division was completely destroyed by Mr. Dagon. The water monster lord, yawning, said that he wanted to go home. The 7th Division commander lay motionless beside him. Dagon said the more he thought about it, the more it pissed him off. After all, such weaklings couldn't destroy all the sea monsters alone. He only wasted his time. Dagon raised his foot and wanted to hit the staggered 7th Division commander. Suddenly, someone shouted at him to stop immediately. What is he doing? Dagon looked around. What's the matter? Had help arrived? Myung-hee and Jin-ho stood in front of Dagon. The girl wondered if this was his doing. Dagon asked, "What are we talking about? About this garbage?" Dagon kicked the 7th Division commander aside with his foot and said that he didn't even have time to stretch before lunch. Jin-ho reprimanded and called this guy a real freak. Jin-ho thought that they had rushed here because the connection was suddenly cut off. What happened here? This guy doesn't look like an ordinary black man. Who is he? Dagon came closer and jumped up and kicked each of the men in the chest. He said he was a common bully. Myung-hee and Jin-ho flew backwards, but stood on their feet. They pulled out their cold weapons. Dagon was surprised. Usually one such blow was enough. These two had stood their ground well. Myung-hee asked a clarifying question. Is this guy from the demon race? She had encountered that foul aura somewhere before. Jin-ho looked at his companion and thought that Uriel's dagger was glowing. He had never seen such a manifestation before. Dagon figured that that jackass Koval had already blabbed about them to everyone. He was really no use to anyone. Dagon wondered, were these two, even knowing about him, really trying to resist? The water monster lord called the humans as lowlifes, and concentrating energy in his fist, prepared to attack. There was a clash in which Myung-hee skillfully wielded her dagger, but she was unable to reach her target. Dagon was constantly dodging. The water monster said that this girl's movement was not bad, but she was still at the level of a bug. Dagon wanted to kick Myung-hee in the head, but Jin-ho managed to block the blow with his sword. Min-ho attacked her opponent at the same instant, and her sword almost touched Dagon's face. The water monster lord was forced to retreat. He jumped back to a safe distance. Monster looked at these people and thought that they made up for each other's shortcomings. They moved as one. Dagon constantly felt the presence of that dangerous dagger. Dagon stated that these people have a hatred for his race. Could they really compare in strength to his race? The villain thought the two were interfering with his mission. Myung-hee said she didn't know what her opponent was talking about, but her dagger seemed to have worked. Dagon's opponents separated in different directions and tried to attack him at the same time. The villain said it was a cheap trick. Dagon grabbed the swords of the attackers with his bare hands. He asked, did they really think they could handle it if they attacked from two sides at once? Myung-hee continued to attack and shouted that there was one more strike left. For a moment, Dagon even had time to be frightened. The girl's dagger was in close proximity to his neck. The next moment, there was an explosion, and the flash blinded the attackers for a time. When the smoke cleared, people saw that a transformation had taken place with this boy. He had changed. In front of Myung-hee and Jin-ho now stood a tall monster, not unlike that young man. Dagon said it's getting more and more interesting. The sea monster lord announced that round 2 was starting. Approaching the opponents, the monster said that this was something these bugs had never seen before. Jin-ho noticed that not only had their opponent's appearance changed, but there was also a lot more energy. Myung-hee said that her opponent was already difficult to fight, and now he was even stronger. Moreover, even his cheek wound that they had inflicted had healed. Myung-hee thought, if you thought back to the time when he was in the guise of Kowal, he had become twice as strong. Myung-hee rushed to attack and hoped that Uriel's dagger would continue to work. Dagon used a water cannon against his opponent and attacked her with water bombs. Myung-hee was able to dodge but thought that this water cannon was very powerful. One hit could kill you on the spot. Jin-ho came up behind his opponent and swung his sword, about to deliver a staggering blow. Dagon turned around slightly, saw his opponent, and struck first. Jin-ho was stopped. Dagon, getting frustrated, said he was just starting to have fun, and then some gnats showed up. Myung-hee got closer and said that if the opponent was distracted again, then he would get a punch from her. The girl struck with her sword and was pleased, thinking that this time she had succeeded. Dagon only laughed in response. Myung-hee was surprised. No way! The enemy's shattered body had completely recovered. Could it be that Uriel's dagger was no longer affecting him? Dagon reminded her that he was the Lord of Water. Did she really think she could destroy him with a weapon that wasn't even fully awakened? Myung-hee wondered, what does this mean? What does he know about this dagger? Dagon moved closer to his rival and said that she was quite pretty, by the way, if you looked closely. With the words, "Don't talk nonsense," the girl tried to attack her opponent, but Dagon easily evaded the blow. Dagon was not appeased and asked if his rival wanted to belong to him. Dagon showed his bifurcated tongue and said he could keep her alive, until he got tired of her. Myung-hee turned him down. Dagon said he was sorry and grabbed the girl's hand. A sword appeared in his other hand. Dagon swung his sword and said that in that case we'd have to destroy her right now. Myung-hee thought that she had shown her opponent her back and her hands were tied, which was the worst situation. The girl believed that she would not be able to avoid the enemy's strike. However, at the most crucial moment, Jin-ho reappeared and blocked the water monster's strike with his sword. Jin-ho released the girl and asked who this villain dared to grab with his filthy paws. Myung-hee wondered, how did Jin-ho manage to use the skill when it was raining? The guy said that he had mastered the skill blocking space. Sung Jin-ho is an expert in electronics. As in the world of plants, electric-type abilities have tremendous power against the properties of water. However, there is one problem with such skills. They cannot be controlled during the rainy season. Due to the current property of water, there is a risk of inadvertently striking random objects. Therefore, Jin-ho had mastered the skill of blocking space. It is a simple technique to isolate a specific space from outside influences. Due to the restriction of the electric discharge, not only the accuracy but also the efficiency of the strikes increases. Jin-ho noticed that judging from the monster's slow recovery, the skill had an effect. Perhaps if they applied the most powerful strike, they would have a chance to win. But this space-blocking skill is limited to a distance of 1 meter. To make such a strike, you need to pierce the opponent with your sword. Jin-ho saw the problem in not being able to get close to the enemy. Myung-hee said she would try to distract the enemy, and Jin-ho would act on command. Jin-ho said it was a very dangerous venture. Dagon was indignant. Why were these two whispering right in front of him? He prepared to activate his water cannon again. Myung-hee pointed out to her colleague that her opponent had fully recovered. Jin-ho agreed to give it a try. Myung-hee and Jin-ho attacked the water monster at the same time. Dagon attacked the opponents with water bombs again and said that those stupid bugs were about to die. Myung-hee and Jin-ho began to maneuver to avoid colliding with the water bombs. While maneuvering, Dagon thought that the electric shock had hurt this man a lot. It was necessary to restrain him from now on. The monster figured this girl was much more trouble. She was pretty good at dodging his punches. Dagon increased his firing intensity, figuring she wouldn't be able to dodge every one of his projectiles. Myung-hee was surprised after another attack from her opponent. The direction of the water cannon shots changed trajectory. Myung-hee reached her target and was in close proximity to her opponent. She said that she might not be able to hit him, but she could prevent him from firing further shots. Myung-hee gave a staggering blow to the villain, and black blood gushed from his body. Dagon, upon learning of his injury, was not the least bit frightened. The wound began to heal before his eyes. Dagon swung at his opponent and reminded her that he had already told her that her blows no longer worked on him, hadn't he? Myung-hee smiled and said that she knew that herself. Myung-hee's strike was a distraction. At this moment, Jin-ho once again sneaked up behind his opponent and pierced through him with his electric sword. Dagon, bleeding, wondered, when did this insolent man have time? He had held back his hands. Myung-hee explained that Jin-ho wouldn't be able to dodge the gunfire and get close to him at the same time, so she had to distract the monster. Even though Jin-ho stayed close to her, the monster didn't notice it. The girl used the changed trajectory of his projectiles to block the view and slowly approached. That was their plan. Jin-ho said the opponent lost because he overestimated his strength. Dagon lifted his head up and shouted loudly. There was a massive release of energy. Dagon fell to his knees. Jin-ho continued to hold his electric sword in his opponent's body, thus continuing to affect the monster's body. Dagon slumped head-first to the ground. His breathless body lay at the feet of the special agents. Jin-ho wondered if he had been destroyed. Suddenly Dagon laughed and the people were frightened. Dagon sprang to his feet and said excitedly. Myung-hee was surprised. The opponent had recovered even after such a blow. Dagon praised the men for managing to wound him with a perfectly ordinary weapon. Dagon noticed that he is made up of water, and when there is only water around him, he is immortal. Jin-ho thought that he didn't have enough power. In that case, he would try to hit him a few more times. Jin-ho tried to land strikes on his opponent, but Dagon dodged effectively and said he didn't want to get electrified again. At that moment, Dagon activated his water cannon again. Jin-ho used his sword to chop up the water projectiles flying at him and said that it wouldn't help the monster. Jin-ho believed that he could use his electric sword to drive his opponent away. At some point, the opponents made contact with their weapons while looking into each other's eyes. Dagon said the man was too narrow-minded, though what to expect from some bug? The monster asked if this guy knew why his maiden wasn't helping. Jin-ho looked around and saw the water balloon. Myung-hee was inside this water balloon and could not break free. Jin-ho increased the pressure on his opponent, but nothing changed. Jin-ho thought that it was worth it for the monster to observe a bit, and he was able to copy his space blocking. And even at this size. However, we must first free Myung-hee or she might suffocate. At this moment, the guy was attacked and his body was penetrated by the opponent's weapon. Jin-ho shrieked, and blood came out of his mouth. Myung-hee saw that the guy was hurt, but she couldn't do anything about it. Dagon watched Jin-ho trying to pull himself up. The monster said it was good for that man to crawl and wriggle like a worm. Dagon moved closer and pressed his knee on the back of the lying Jin-ho. The villain asked, "Is it okay to show your back during a battle?" Dagon lifted Jin-ho's head by his hair and told him to watch his colleague slowly die because of his haste. "Isn't she like a rat that fell into the water?" Jin-ho mentally apologized to Myung-hee and Haun Sunbai for not keeping his word and failing to keep the girl safe. Dagon looked at Jin-ho's collapsed body and realized that he was still alive, just unconscious. The monster was upset, for now the most interesting part was about to begin. Dagon said he's had enough. He would destroy everyone now and go home. He added that this girl in particular was the one he was most fed up with. Dagon stated that was why she would die in agony. His water projectiles flew in the direction of the balloon. Myung-hee thought that she was the reason why Jin-ho got hurt, In the end, she couldn't save anyone. The girl closed her eyes and mentally asked someone to help her. At this moment, a helmeted courier appeared who, without hesitation, delivered a staggering kick to the monster's head. The courier flew onward and headed for the water balloon that held the girl. The balloon was destroyed and Myung-hee fell to the ground. She survived. Dagon was surprised. How did this happen? He hadn't even felt anything until the man approached. The courier, removing his helmet, approached Dagon and asked, "Was it really him?" The courier took off his helmet in front of the water monster, and Kang-so appeared. Our hero asked, "Is this villain really the very big snake?" Myung-hee lifted Jin-ho up and was relieved to see that the guy was alive. He had lost a lot of blood, but his vital organs were intact. Myung-hee thought that this Kang-seo had helped them again. But how did that courier know they were here? Kang-seo and Dagon stood against each other. Haun grabbed Uncle Kang-seo by his shirt and told him to listen to her. She said something was going on that way. There is a very large snake there that torments people. HQ was suspicious. Why isn't anyone answering? Kang-seo once again asked about the huge snake that torments people. Our hero inquired of the monster, "Is he the snake?" Dagon realized that the air was different. Why hadn't he sensed this man approaching? His level was very different from everyone else's. Dagon became indignant. Did this man really think he could call him Snake with impunity? The water monster claimed to be the great lord of water and activated his water cannon again. The villain said his name was Dagon. Kang-seo was cold-blooded, and he was not intimidated by water projectiles. There was a powerful explosion, and because of the flash it was not clear what was happening in the epicenter. Dagon laughed. No matter how strong his opponent was, he was still only human. However, the villain saw his opponent emerge from the flames and swiftly headed in his direction. Dagon immediately drew his swords and crossed them, trying to repel his opponent's attack. However, Kang-seo's strike had a crushing force. Dagon received a powerful blow to his chest and, coughing up blood, thought that this guy easily broke water swords. Dagon was thrown high up by his opponent. The monster decided to change his battle strategy. Dagon decided that he would then force his opponent's hand and swung his huge water hammer. Kang-seo remained unperturbed. Dagon brought his hammer down on his opponent, and once again there was a massive explosion. Dagon laughed. How would his opponent react to that? Kang-seo raised his hand up and used his internal energy to stop the movement of the hammer above him. Our hero asked, "Does this monster really think he's the only one who can control water?" Kang-seo began to rotate his hands, creating a water tornado. Dagon was surprised. Could this man really control water as well? The monster was amazed at the sheer power of the water tornado that had formed. He decided it was best to get out of here. Dagon calmed himself. He said he wasn't running away. He just had to strategically reorganize. However, Kang-seo didn't let his opponent disappear. He gave him a powerful blow, and the water monster was deactivated. Dagon couldn't understand how this happened. How could a human be able to defeat it? Dagon, being without arms and legs, realized that his body was no longer regenerating. So this was the one who had single-handedly managed his services. Dagon had no idea that this man was so powerful. He is impossible to resist. It was similar to the despair he felt when he met him in the fire hell. Dagon remembered the fire inferno. Someone was looking down at him. Dagon tested his cold stare. There was incredible pain from the fire and an overwhelming sense of despair. It burned, then revived, then burned again and revived again. That pain seemed like an eternity. Dagon thought with horror that he didn't want to experience that again. The water monster decided he'd rather die than experience it all again. Dagon found himself trapped in a water sphere that was moving away from Kang-seo. Dagon turned into a huge water serpent. He realized that he had no chance of losing. Standing on the shore, Kang-seo thought he knew it. Haun was right. There was a huge serpent in front of him. Kang-seo said aloud that this was the big snake. Dagon shouted for the man to be quiet. Kang-seo pushed off and flew upwards with the aim of attacking the serpent in the head. Our hero was over the serpent's mouth. He swung his foot and prepared to strike a devastating blow. Kang-seo made several kicks with his foot on the head of the serpent and sank to the ground. He thought that his blows had no effect on this monster. Dagon laughed. Now the man had seen his final form. The snake opened its mouth and said that there was no way this man would penetrate its scales with his pathetic fists. Kang-seo jumped into the snake's mouth and grabbed its fangs, preventing the mouth from closing. At this moment, Myung-hee shouldered the injured comrade and decided to drag him to safety away from that rabid monster. Our hero asked, "Did the snake really think he could only control water?" Dagon tried to close his jaws to crush his opponent, but nothing worked. The snake threw the man down. Kang Seo fell to the ground. Dagon recognized that his opponent was too strong and had gone far beyond human capabilities. But if he took this appearance at the risk of his life, the opponent had no chance of winning. Dagon, preparing to strike again, said that he and his opponent were on completely different levels. The man would regret going up against the demon race. Kang Seo said he was tired of these worthless conversations. Dagon said he wanted to destroy his opponent in one fell swoop, but the man could withstand his blow. He wondered what the guy's name was. Our hero said he saw no need to give the name of any snake. Kang Seo added that the opponent took on the appearance of Imuga, who transforms into a dragon. He had seen many like this one, the kind of scoundrels who hurt others for their own desires. He's not a dragon, he's worse than a worm. Dagon was indignant. How dare this man compare him to a worm? There is no forgiveness for this unfit man. The snake began to wriggle and choose a convenient moment to attack its opponent. The monster said he was about to tear the man to pieces. Our hero was not frightened and, adopting a fighting stance, decided to use his internal energy to finally deal with his opponent. The snake opened its mouth and was about to swallow its opponent. At this moment, our hero grinned and attacked the enemy. Kang Seo delivered a powerful striking blow using his energy capabilities, and the snake slammed its jaw shut. The protagonist continued to strike the monster, repeating that people like him are evil, and evil must be exterminated. Kang Seo activated his spirit beast, a huge dragon. Our hero approached and pressed the eye of the enemy's snake with great force. Dagon, losing his orientation and losing his lifting power, began to fall to the ground with great speed. There was a violent impact from the collision with the surface. When the smoke cleared, a deactivated Dagon lay on the resulting dent in the road, taking its original form. Our hero stood before the slain enemy. The TV announcer announced that the rainy season, which had been going on for weeks, was finally over. According to materials published by the Awakened Association, there were far fewer casualties than in past seasons. A man in the hospital was lying with an oxygen mask on his face. His body was bandaged. The announcer added that the level of water monsters was much higher than in previous years. Such a case is very unusual. Myung-hee stood in front of the injured Jin-ho's cot. The girl couldn't help herself and rushed to hug her injured colleague. Jin-ho was surprised but didn't mind Myung-hee's behavior. In the restaurant, our heroes listened to the television news with interest. The announcer said that the studio continued to receive reports concerning the so-called man in a helmet who was helping the residents and then disappeared in an incomprehensible way. Experts say that this young incognito is directly related to the decline in casualties during the rainy season. Kang Seo acted out an adult scene with Haun. From behind a tree, someone was watching our hero. Kang Seo continued to do his job as a courier, delivering orders to different parts of the city. The TV announcer reported that increased humidity is expected after the rains due to the influence of sunshine. Clear, cool days are expected next. Kang Seo was punctual and tidy in his work as always. The current food delivery was no different from the previous ones. Kang Seo moved around the city on foot. Our hero sensed in his spinal cord that someone was following him. But he's in disguise. Kang Seo thought that the person following him was able to recognize his presence and cover his tracks. Could this be a new magical race? Kang Seo had to answer the question of who was following him and why. Why did the person following him choose to hide and not give himself away? Kang Seo decided to use an illusion and disappeared from sight. A strange bird was watching our hero. Suddenly, the bird turned into a young man. The guy looked around, but there was no one in sight. He noted with annoyance that he had missed his target. Suddenly, this guy was grabbed from behind by Kang Seo and asked, how dare he follow him? Wasn't that too bold? The young man was frightened and immediately disappeared. Only his hat remained in our hero's hands. Kang Seo noticed that instead of this guy, a black cat appeared and tried to run away. Our hero thought that this person was using an unusual ability. Kang Seo chased after the cat, thinking that this unknown person wouldn't be caught anyway. In the end, Kang Seo also caught the cat. Kang Seo asked the animal why it had followed him and reincarnated itself. He advised him to be honest. Kang Seo remarked that he had studied various torture techniques during his studies and could apply some of them to this cat. Unexpectedly, Haun and her mom appeared nearby. The girl asked what Uncle Kang Seo was doing with this animal. Kang Seo thought, where did Haun come from? And said that the girl looked really cute. Haun approached her uncle with the intention of freeing the cat. The girl said that you can't torture the poor goblin, you need to let him go now. Kang Seo wondered, was he really holding a goblin in his hands? In the restaurant, Kang Seo and the unknown man were sitting at the table opposite each other. Yu Sante, standing next to him, said that it was indeed a goblin. Yu Santai added that they also watched Goblin Rhythm on TV. They are young guys who dance to rousing music. Yu Sangtae explained that these were the goblins. Outwardly, they were almost indistinguishable from humans, are actually half-spirits, which is why they are called half-spirits. They are not originally from this world. Kang Seo thought, did they really come here from another world like him? Yu Santai explained that goblins first appeared during the cataclysmic events when the gates began to appear. Most surprisingly, their tribe and the entire village moved inside the gate. In other words, the goblins and their village were isolated from their world, just like Kang Seo. Kang Seo thought that it was very unusual that an entire village had moved. Kang Seo asked if his friend was referring to the moment when the gate first opened and the whole country almost died. A lot of people were hurt then. Yu Santai recalled that at that time, the awakened ones were fighting against monsters and it was the goblins who were helping them. Their abilities are not awakened, but they used goblin batons as weapons. Even they possess various kinds of magic. There are not many goblins in existence, but they are recognized in the Awakened Association for their great contribution to the rebuilding of the land along with the hunters. Kang Seo said that he now understood why goblins treat humans well. Yu Sangtae added that the goblins are also very beautiful. The guest said that he is on good terms with the guys from Rhythm Goblins and can get their autographs. Kang Seo wondered why this guy was following him. The young man said his name is Yoon. He is a member of the Wind clan. He would like to make a request of the courier, so I agreed to follow him. Yoon knelt down in front of the messenger and asked that he save his elder and called our hero Mr. Kim. Kang Seo wondered, why is this guy asking to save his elder? Also, his name is not Kim, but Kang. Yu Santai whispered to his friend that goblins call people Mr. Kim, or son-in-law Kim. Yoon said that their elder was attacked by people from the Black Brotherhood. He is still between life and death. He was cared for day and night by healers in an attempt to heal him, but they were unable to make any improvement or discover the causes of this condition. The goblin said he was trying to find regenerative herbs and happened to meet this courier. Yoon said that herbal energy was emanating from this messenger. Regenerative herbs are very rare plants that can stop even death. If only he had them, they might be able to save the elder. Yoon asked if Mr. Kim happened to have any of these herbs. Kang Seo said that this was the first time he had heard of such a thing. He added that this guy was unfortunately mistaken. Yoon got upset this couldn't be. Goblins have a very sharp and sensitive ability. Kang Seo interjected. Had his elder fallen into such a state after the Black Brotherhood's attack? Kang Seo asked if he could take a look at the elder in person. Kang Seo asked if he could leave Yu Sante alone for a while. The friend replied that he didn't have to worry. Kang Seo told the goblin that he would try to cure his elder. Yoon was surprised. Kang Seo added that he couldn't say for sure, but if it was the Black Brotherhood's doing, he might be able to help. Li Xin entered the restaurant and said hello to the people present. The guy, smiling, said Asian food for breakfast was the best thing ever. Li Xin saw the goblin and immediately drew his sword and put it against the guy's throat. Li Xin asked, who is this guy? What had he done? Is he really from the Black Brotherhood? Kang Seo said to his younger brother not to torture the poor goblin. After hearing the story, Li Xin said that something similar happened recently in another province. Li Xin added that an A-Rang gate had appeared at that location. For some reason, the radar network that was monitoring the gate stopped working. That's why they didn't take action in time, and as a result, that gate started working backwards. The Black Brotherhood appeared nearby as if they were sitting in ambush and attacked the Goblin village. Fortunately, the Goblin garrison was able to fight off the Black Brotherhood and the monsters. But during the battle, the elder was injured, after which he was rendered unconscious. This is a serious incident that could lead to political problems. The association is preparing to respond at any moment. Kang Seo thought that goblins were important beings responsible for the security of the state. Their problems could easily lead to a state crisis, which would be a threat to the restaurateur's family as well. Our hero said that in that case they couldn't waste any more time. He asked how far it was from here to where the elder was. Yoon said that it's something you don't have to worry about. The guy put his club up and told the door to open. The bludgeon in the goblin's hands was not easy. A mysterious change began to occur in space. A huge gate appeared in front of those present. Kang Seo wondered, was this really the magic of the goblins? Yun said that this is the traditional goblin magic, the Goblin Gate. Through this gate, you can directly enter their village. Kang Seo thought that this gate could move in space. It looked like a real gate. Yun opened the gates before our heroes, and they saw a village of goblins. Yun said, "Welcome." The gate appeared to be on a hillock. The young man pointed his hand and stated that this was the Win clan's village. Kang Seo saw a huge tree and traditional huts. Kang Seo pointed out that the sky was created with a barrier. It felt like he had entered a parallel world, like an inventory or a gate. Yoon said it was part of a neighboring province. The boy added that most goblins, not counting him and a few of his friends, held conservative values. There are several barriers above the village to keep outsiders out. Li Xin asked, "So the Black Brotherhood tried to break through those barriers?" Yun nodded affirmatively and added that they had failed. However, lately there are more and more goblins who often go out, just like him. Li Xin noticed that one of the bosses and wardens of the Silver Tower was also a goblin. Kang Seo remembered that Ha Yun had told him that there was also a goblin among her friends. She had probably guessed it herself with the help of the priest's eye skill. Yun led his companions to the foot of a huge tree. Li Xin said that up close this tree really looks very huge. Kang Seo agreed, and the aura that emanates from it is also impressive. Yun said that this tree is a sacred tree. Unlike humans, goblins emerge from the fruit of a sacred tree, and the branch on which the fruit hung then becomes the club they use for the rest of their lives. Goblins and the baton have one beginning and one end. When they die, with new ones they return to the sacred tree. By human standards, it is something like a mother and guardian spirit for goblins. The barrier over the village is also held up by the power of the sacred tree. Li Xin inquired about the lifespan of goblins. Yun replied that it was usually around 1,000 years. Yun said that he is over 100 years old, but he is still very young. There were some young people nearby who were surprised. Had Yun already come? He had gone to get the regenerating herb, but he came back quickly. Yun replied that unfortunately he couldn't find any grass. A coworker said they should probably go outside together and search more thoroughly. However, he took a closer look at Yun's companions and wondered, were these two really Mr. Kim's? Many young people came running in. They began to look at Mr. Kim with interest. It was unusual for them. Yun said he didn't have any herbs, but he came with Mr. Kim, who would cure the elder. The goblins rejoiced. It meant that the elder could be cured. Now their elder will be healthy. Long live Mr. Kim. Kang Seo thought that these goblins were very positive or even optimistic. Elder Kyung Woon, one of the goblin leaders, approached the young men. Kyung Woon asked our hero with surprise, could Mr. Kim really cure their elder? Kang Seo thought that there was a real leader in front of him, a very strong aura emanating from him. Kyung Woon and Kang Seo stared intently into each other's eyes. Kang Seo thought that the goblin was looking at him like he wanted to eat him, although he probably did look suspicious. Couldn't he just meet with the sick elder like this? Kyung Woon said that these people could follow him. He would escort them to the elder. Kyung Woon apologized for not behaving in the best way. He has been serving as an elder for several hundred years. Kang Seo asked Kyung Woon, why did the elder choose to believe him? He could have been in league with those who were trying to harm the elder. Kyung Woon said that goblins can recognize lies right away. Even if goblins believe a lie, it means they just don't want to fight and give in. Kyung Woon said that there wasn't a single lie in Mr. Kim's words. Kang Seo thanked him for his trust. Kyung Woon said that trust wasn't the problem. It was just that he recognized the person he was talking to. Our hero thought that maybe this goblin had some sort of Ha Yun ability. After all, goblins are a very unusual people. Kyung Woon led the people over to the building and said that it was here. Kang Seo thought it looked like the place where he used to live. The elder said it was okay to go in. Our hero thought maybe the goblins came from a world that was similar to his world. Another goblin greeted them and said hello to Kyung Woon. Kyung Woon asked how the elder was feeling. The elder was answered that they were doing their best. Kyung Woon said that it was okay to rest now. He would take care of looking after the sick elder. Kyung Woon, approaching the sick man, said as he came back. Kyung Woon opened the door and said that Mr. Kim could come in. Kang Seo saw a man lying in bed unconscious. Kang Seo thought that this was the Goblin tribe elder. Although he is in a heavy condition, he has a strength far more powerful than the leader. His energy is at the S rank level, and it was this powerful energy that brought the warrior to this state. When Kang Seo touched the elder's body with his fingers, He remembered being told that no medicine worked on this man, and it was impossible to find out even the cause of the illness. The protagonist thought that it wasn't a disease, it was something else. Kang Seo told Li Xin to stay outside and guard the elder's room. Our hero decided to start treatment. Placing his hands on the chest of the sick person, Kang Seo channeled his energy into that person's body. The goblin's chest contains their core, goblin fire, and the elder's chest faintly feels the demon energy. It's unclear how it got into the body, but it absorbs the goblin's fire. That means someone recognized the weakness of the goblins and was even able to fool their keen sense. Kang Seo thought that a spell had been used against the elder, acting very competently. The demonic power was grabbing the goblin's fire. It would be too dangerous to just take it out. Kang Seo continued to manipulate the energy flowing from his body into the elder's body. The demonic energy flowed through the sick man's body like poison. It must be weakened first. To do so, our hero decided to break in. Using his unique abilities, Kang Seo infiltrated the elder's body and came face to face with the demonic energy. Now Kang Seo's task was to destroy this monster. Kang Seo adopted a fighting stance and said that this monster could attack him. The bloodthirsty monster roared and prepared to attack. Kang Seo, using the art of hand-to-hand combat, jumped up and delivered a staggering leg kick right at the monster's head. Kang Seo split the poison monster's body into pieces. However, it began to regenerate and recover. The eye of a shattering monster appeared in front of our hero. Kang Seo said that he came here to destroy the bacteria, and the bacteria turned out to be this monster. The monster that lost 3 heads was trying to recover. The heads that were separated from the body continued to growl and glare with their eyes. Kang Seo thought that this monster was using the power of the goblin's fire to regenerate. If we stall for time, the elder's energy will run out. That's dangerous. Kang Seo decided to be physically active and pounced on the nearest monster head. Kang Seo began to energetically affect the monster's eye. Having suppressed the monster's activity, our hero decided to deal with it in one blow. Touching the commanding eye, Kang Seo decided that it was time to slowly call it a day. Our hero succeeded. He was completely able to separate the demon. After climbing out, Kang Seo continued to hold the demonic energy in his fist. The elder sighed and came to his senses. Kyung Woon was madly happy that his elder had come to his senses. Yoon supported the weakened elder. The elder thanked Yoon for bringing the precious man here. Kang Seo said that the enemies had used magic that slowly extinguished the goblin fire inside the elder. Li Xin wondered if his friend had completely freed the elder from that magic. Had he succeeded in doing so? Kang Seo replied that he had simply removed that magic that was inside. Li Xin wondered, and what became of that magic? Kang Seo replied that he absorbed it and purified it. Li Xin was even more surprised. Was it possible for it to be done so easily? The elder introduced himself to our hero and said his name was Hui, and he was the elder of the Goblin Wind tribe. The elder said he owed his guest his life and did not know how he could thank him. Hui wanted to get up, but our hero sat him back down. Kang Seo said that he had removed the source of the disease, but the elder had lost a lot of strength, so he shouldn't exert himself too much. Kang Seo took out the medicinal herb namacho from his pocket. This herb should help him recover his strength faster. Yoon said he was right. They call this herb the healing herb Hesencho. Kang Seo said that he now realized which herb Yoon was talking about earlier. Hui smiled because it was the same herb. It was just that the names were different. Elder Hui said that he raised Yoon as his own son. Hui added that the boy volunteered himself, saying that he would find a special person and would definitely save him. Kang Seo said he was going to come here himself because he had a question. Kang Seo asked the elder to elaborate on what had happened. Hui stated that this was not the first time the Black Brotherhood had attacked a goblin village. It had always been unclear to the elder what exactly they were trying to accomplish. This time, however, he noticed something strange. Unlike the past attacks, this time they brought a large pack of wild beasts with them. It felt as if they were carefully preparing for the attack. However, at that moment, the elder didn't pay much attention to it. It was just that there were a bit more of them, and it was still not enough to resist the goblins. Honestly, the brigands could have been handled by a few skilled craftsmen. There were more of them than usual, and fewer masters on the contrary. Perhaps that was why Elder Hui was suddenly seized by some incomprehensible anxiety. At that moment, a weapon that emitted an unpleasant demonic aura appeared. The elder repelled the attack, but the weapon crumbled too easily. It's like it was created specifically to splinter into pieces. Then the elder felt something hit his chest. Hui dropped to his knee and began coughing up blood. He felt a foreign body in his chest. The goblins pounced on the villain and began to question what he had done to their elder. The villain only gloated. He had cracked the poison pill. It was only at that moment that Elder Hui realized the reason. Why the Black Brotherhood was outnumbered, and why they lured him in by purposely setting up an attack that was doomed to fail from the start. Kang Seo asked. So the Black Brotherhood didn't intend to break through the barrier? Their goal was to defeat the Elder with that weapon? Elder Hui nodded affirmatively. However, thanks to Mr. Kang Seo, he was able to survive. Kang Seo asked what had become of the remnants of that weapon. Hui replied that the rest of the sword had completely vaporized and the surviving members of the Black Brotherhood had committed suicide. Kang Seo said that if even a fraction of the weapons were left behind, it would help the investigation. Elder Hui said, while Kang Seo was healing him, he was conscious even though he couldn't move. Hui said that thanks to the Savior, he felt a tremendous power that he had not yet encountered in this world. The Elder asked if Kang Seo came from another world like the Goblins. The protagonist replied that he too was a stranger. He came here from a country called OK, but he couldn't find a way to go back, so he decided to stay here to live. Kang Seo said that the Goblin village was very similar to his homeland. Maybe they're from the same world? Elder Hui said they were from a country called Chuxing. He had never heard anything about OK. Hui added that they came from different places but are in the same situation. Maybe they can try to find a way back to their lands together. Hui added that if they joined forces, something would work. He extended his hand to our hero. It's been several days. Mr. President was told that the Minister of Defense had requested an audience the next day. The defense minister said he wanted to apologize for the case of the attack on the Goblin Elder. The president told the aide to schedule a meeting for the day after tomorrow. The aide added that the defense secretary called them as soon as he learned that the traitor turned out to be his secretary. The president said that the Goblin Elder might have died, and if he felt guilty, let him wait another 24 hours. The president added that he had to go somewhere for a personal matter. The guild leader added that this was a personal matter, so he didn't need an assistant. The aide said that he couldn't let the president travel alone. It was too dangerous. The head of the guild replied that he did not see anything dangerous in it. The president said he was just going to one regular Asian restaurant to have dinner there. The guild leader was surprised. It was said that this guy managed to heal the Goblin Elder, but there was a high probability that it was a lie. It was unlikely that he had been able to find the cause of Elder Hui's illness. Even their best healers couldn't find any way to cure him. How could he suddenly make a full recovery in one day? The president was certainly very happy about the Elder's recovery, but there was much here that was unclear. Moreover, Li Xin had managed to reach level 0 with his technique, but it was hard to believe that he had managed alone lately. In addition, Li Xin has a poor memory of his specific actions. His alibis are inconsistent and even contradictory, and underwater monsters are something no one in his position could handle. Myung-hee's report was also suspicious. It was the same with Koval, a sweep of the Flammer organization, distributing a new kind of drug. And even with the one who is now in a special prison in the association, the half-demon Dagon, who managed to be taken alive. The report was about the intervention of a masked stranger. Surely he must have helped achieve rank 0, and Myung-hee must be aware of it. Jin Ho had probably already guessed it too. There were no reports. However, the president did not give the order to hunt down this stranger because he made some sort of pact with him. For teaching them techniques, the president promised not to bother him. But if all these mysterious incidents were solved with his help, then he is an awakened one with more power than Li Xin. Perhaps he is even stronger than anyone else in this world. And there is no telling what could become of the country if this man is pissed off. The guild leader couldn't leave a threatening person alone. So he didn't tell anyone and conducted his own investigation. First, he had a man follow Li Xin and Myung-hee without naming his targets. As expected, there was a lot of overlap in their travel routes. For example, an Asian food restaurant, and the guy who didn't show up in the photos. Either the restaurant's delivery man is the awakened man, or he's somehow connected to him, and decided that today he would personally meet with him and check who he was. The fate of an entire state depends on it. The president was happy about one thing. He seemed to be ready for a dialogue. If necessary, he would have to risk his life, otherwise he would not help them. The guild leader decided to start preparing and activated the hologram on his wristwatch. The hologram represented a person who needed to be let out. The holographic man enlarged to life size and headed towards the cab. The guild president who was inside this hologram rubbed his face and thought that it wasn't even noticeable. It was an appearance-changing artifact invented by Master Seot. Outwardly, it was an unremarkable old man. The old man looked up and wondered why it was raining. Trying to hide from the rain, the old man ran up to the cab. After getting into the car, the old man told the cab driver the address to which he should be taken. The cab went to its destination. Two unknown people watched the car. They were the leaders of the Black Brotherhood, brother and sister, Zhong and Hong. The brother asked, "Is this old man the president of the association?" The sister nodded affirmatively and wondered where he was going without security, having changed his appearance. My brother said that things would go faster now. They would soon become famous. The girl assumed that he would recognize their abilities. It was all being done for him. It was raining hard that night, so there were a lot of orders and we had to close early because we ran out of groceries. It sounded like an excuse, but you can't resist onion pancakes with rice vodka on a rainy day. Yusante said it's amazing. The golden crust, the delicious flavor, it's the sound of a fried pancake. If you have a glass of rice vodka, it's unforgettable. Kang Seo said that his friend really loves food a lot. This is admirable. Kang Seo looked at the result of Yu Song-tai's activities and wondered if it was too much. Yu Song-tai didn't realize when he had cooked so much, did he? The restaurateur said that the atmosphere had that effect on him. Kang Seo suggested calling someone. Yu Song-tai said his wife and daughter went to another city for filming. Hyuk probably won't come because of his diet. Kang Seo thought maybe we should invite Li Xin or Ji Yun. The door to the restaurant opened and the friends saw that they had a visitor. The old man apologized and asked if the restaurant had already closed. The old man saw Kang Seo and thought that this was the same guy, that mysterious awakened one. The guild leader could barely feel the aura, but he knew for sure that this guy was familiar with the method of training the aura of an awakened person, which meant he knew how to hide his energy. Where did President Yoon Han-jong get such confidence from? His most outstanding skills are his leadership abilities and his ability to recognize the abilities of others. This skill did not belong to the awakened. It was from a completely different realm that could not be explained. And it was also one of the secrets that made him successfully continue to run the Silver Tower. Yu Song-tae apologized and said that they were already closed. The old man sighed regretfully. The guild head lowered his eyes. He thought that he would have to leave. However, Yu Song-tae stopped him. The restaurateur asked if by any chance Grandpa liked onion pancakes with rice vodka. It was a tempting offer that the guild leader couldn't refuse. The dish looked gorgeous and appetizing. The old man drank the rice vodka and breathed a sigh of relief. The guild leader's mood had noticeably improved. He became more talkative. The old man said it was the best thing to come up with on a rainy day. Yu Song-tae remarked that he fried too much, as if he knew the old man was coming. The guest thanked and said that the hosts had not been expecting visitors, and now here was a drink. Yu Song-tae noticed that this grandfather knows how to drink. He drank a lot of bottles and he's still on his feet. The party went on, everyone was in a good mood, the president had forgotten his purpose. It wasn't surprising. He worked so much he didn't have time for a drink. Kang Seo immediately guessed that the old man was the president of the association. Ji-yoon said of him that he would become a great man. If it weren't for him, the country would not exist by now. He is the one who fulfills the duties of the head of state. He is the one who is suitable for the role of president of the association. As Ji-yoon said, he has the very energy of the president. But why did he change his appearance and come here? Suddenly, the lights in the room went out. The leaders of the Black Brotherhood were preparing to attack. The girl said it was time to start hunting the tiger. Zhong and Hong were on the roof of the restaurant at this time. Using her energy abilities, the girl was going to concentrate energy. The light reappeared, but it flickered intermittently. Despite the rain, it seemed suspicious. Yu Song-tae looked at the lights and said that he had recently changed the bulbs. The people present began to listen. The lights went out completely again. Yu Song-tae said that he would go to check what happened. Yu Song-tae lit the candles and placed them on the table. Kang Seo got up from the table and said that he would check it out himself right now. Our hero added that the host should not leave when the visitor is here. Yu Sun-tae thanked his friend and said he would appreciate it if Kang Seo would check it out. Kang Seo said he would try to solve the problem quickly. Yu Song-tae told the visitor that his employee was very capable. The girl on the roof absorbed all the energy of whoever she touched. That was her ability. The pros of her skill were that she became physically stronger depending on how much energy she absorbed. Also, as long as she absorbed the crystal's energy generating electricity, she was able to achieve pitch blackness. The nurse said it's all set. When total darkness falls, it's the brother's turn. He says he'll figure it out quickly and come back. The brother moved in the total darkness created by his sister. He realized that no one would be able to see him now. The leader of the Black Brotherhood jumped down from the roof. His skill is perfect camouflage in the darkness. Thanks to this, so far none of their targets have survived. In front of the villain, holding a knife behind his back, was our hero. The intruder even flinched in surprise. Who is this man? Is he really an employee of this restaurant? The villain thought he was only going to quietly finish off the chairman, but this employee was here for nothing. The villain thought he couldn't leave any evidence behind him and, sticking his knife forward, moved on our hero. The knife was already in close proximity to Kang Seo's neck. The villain thought he was done with this guy. However, with a slight movement of his hand, Kang Seo fended off his opponent's knife aimed at him. The villain was surprised. How was he able to deflect this blow? After all, he couldn't not only see it, but even feel its presence. Kang Seo stretched his arm forward and jabbed his opponent right in the forehead with his finger. The villain flew far back with a scream. The blow was so strong that the perpetrator did several flips around himself after doing somersaults. Chan landed on his feet and was surprised how this guy was able to see him despite his absolute disguise. The villain shouted, "Who is this guy? Is he really a secret agent of the Silver Tower?" Our hero said that he was just a delivery man of orders from this restaurant. The villain, of course, didn't believe it. Kang Seo said whether his opponent believes it or not, he won't allow the restaurant's customers to be disturbed. They had a special visitor today. That's why it's best if the guy gets out of here quietly. That he was surprised. Did the delivery guy think that if he hit him once, he could do anything? At that moment, the girl jumped from the roof and, putting her fist forward, intended to hit our hero. Hong thought that she would use the energy she received and put it into a punch. This delivery man wouldn't stay in one piece after that. However, Kang Seo saw the attacker and turned around and raised his hand up, thus repelling the attack. The girl was astonished. Was he really compensating for her energy? Kang Seo completely absorbed Hong's energy. At the same time, our hero said that you can't use someone else's. The restaurant delivery man grabbed the girl's arm and, using a hand-to-hand combat technique, knocked her opponent to the ground. Coughing up blood, Hong lay back on the ground and moaned in pain. Kang Seo asked if the attackers wanted to continue. Chan figured his sister had absorbed the energy of an entire building and she could handle this guy. The villain made the decision to leave his sister with him. He himself decided to pursue their immediate target. Chan thought that among all the people they had targeted, no one had managed to survive yet. The perpetrator pulled out a knife and thought they would destroy Chairman Yoon Han-jung. The black fraternity leader had sped up and was about to break into the restaurant. However, after taking only a few steps, the villain hit something invisible. The blow was so strong that Chan didn't stay on his feet, flew upward and fell to the ground. Chan sat in front of the restaurant and couldn't understand what was going on. There was a protective wall between him and the building. Kang Seo approached his opponent and said that he knew that uninvited guests would show up here, so he had set up a barrier beforehand. Kang Seo once again said that no one dares to touch the customers of this restaurant. The guild leader thought that this young guy was making a good impression. He asked the restaurateur if he could tell him more about the delivery boy. Yu Songtai interjected, wondering if Kang Seo was referring to Kang Seo. Yu Songti said he worked as a porter for 10 years before opening this restaurant. At that time, he met many different people, and among them were the strong ones. However, their strength made him even more anxious. Kang Seo is also strong, but there is no anxiety coming from him. At this moment, our hero was fighting two opponents outside at the same time. The brother and sister decided to attack their opponent at the same time. Kang Seo remained completely calm. Yu Songti added that this guy could be called the most proper person he had ever met. Kang Seo fended off both attacks simultaneously by the brother and sister attackers. The courier said it's still not enough. Putting energy into his hands, Kang Seo performed a double strike and struck Chong and Hong at the same time. The opponents scattered in different directions. The opponents were deactivated and lay on opposite sides of Kang Seo. Our hero expressed his incomprehension. Why would he try to commit an evil act with such superior skills? Kang Seo wanted to say something more moralizing to his opponents, but he was captured by some ropes. Hong laughed and said that the guy didn't notice her. In a moment, Kang Seo was entangled with ropes around his arms and legs. The villains pulled the ropes and declared that this guy was busted. The girl wondered, did the opponent really think they would attack without any plan? They were just waiting for the moment to tie up their opponent with these special ropes. Jong said no matter who gets in their way, they will get their way. He will have to pay dearly for interfering with them. Chan said that this rope is a compressed arachnid web, so it is especially strong. It can't be torn. Kang Seo heard about the arachne web and asked if they were referring to the spider monster from Gangwon-do. Chan was surprised that his opponent had such information. The villains added that there was no way to break the strength of that rope. Kang Seo tensed up, and the rope simply vaporized from that tension. The leaders of the Black Brotherhood exclaimed with fear and surprise. Kang Seo said if the opponents say that these ropes can't be broken, then they definitely can't do it. The old man smiled when he heard Yu Song-tae call his assistant the most correct person. The guild leader said, "If the one who possesses the power uses it with a properly attuned heart, there will be peace on earth." Yu Song-tae replied, "If strength is a reason for such a right person to give up his ordinary life, then perhaps Kang Seo would give up his strength. He's likely to choose an ordinary life." Yu Song-tae and his guests noticed that the light had reappeared. Kang Seo entered the room and said that it took longer than he expected. Yu Sung-tae said that his assistant did a good job. The old man asked our hero, and he said his name was Kang Seo. Kang Seo wondered if the old man had something to say to him. The old man looked at the guy and said he wanted to thank him. The guild leader thought he wanted to thank him for all the events. To thank him for saving a lot of people. The guild leader was grateful to our hero for everything. Kang Seo, in turn, thanked the old man and said that thanks to people like him, this country stays healthy. Kang Seo said, "Thank you very much." The old man wondered, did this guy really know who he was dealing with from the start? The guild leader added, thanking the young man for that as well. Saying goodbye, the old man told the restaurant owner that today had been a lot of fun. He didn't notice how the time flew by. Yu Song-tae said that Grandpa should be careful. The old man saw two men in black tied to a pole. He asked who they were. As the old man got closer, he saw that it was A-Rang's brother and sister Blackman. But what are they doing here? There was a note sticking out of one of the prisoners. When the old man read it, he realized that it was indeed the Blackmen who were after the chairman. The guild head, leaving the restaurant, was absolutely satisfied with today's meeting.